A very good warm welcome to to the deadline day stream here on the commentary of Russ Vernon with you for an hour, and then we'll be joined, and then we'll be taken over by Lou Turton. We'll bring you the deadline day news as we get it. We'll bring you all of the deadline day transfer news, and we'll be back in just a short break as we have just had a few technical problems. Just don't go anywhere. Hopefully the technical problems have sorted themselves out right now as we can bring you our deadline day coverage. We'll be with you right the way through until 11 o'clock this deadline day as we bring you some breaking transfer news as and when we get it. We'll be joined a bit later by a few guests as well. As we're just getting some breaking news regarding Nottingham Forest. As we just bring you this breaking news story in a second, as we bring you the breaking news story which we have just received in the last couple of minutes. As we've got some breaking news, and according to Talk Forest TV, so this is for Nottingham Forest fans, Keylor Navas is close to joining Nottingham Forest after a breakthrough in talks. As Keylor Navas wants to join Nottingham Forest, we are told as well. Hopefully, we'll have some more breaking transfer news throughout the deadline day stream between now and the deadline at 11 o'clock. We're spending all the way here in our Yorkshire-based studios. We'll be having Paul James and Luke Turton taking over from 6 till 7. I'll be back from 7 right the way through till the deadline at 11 o'clock. May stay until probably around about 11:15, just to wrap up any last few minutes deals there. And that's been backed up by Fabrizio Romano as well as the news I've just brought to you by Talk Forest TV. Very own Luke Turton says, backed up by Fabrizio Romano. It was just typing this to us. And Luke, I can tell you, was just beaten to it by Paul James, who sent me the news through earlier, well, in the last couple of minutes. And we've just got some more breaking news stories to tell you, which is Rangers. They have completed the signing of Nicholas Raskin from Standard Liège on a long-term deal. The 21-year-old Belgian international is Michael Beale's second signing of the January transfer window, and he has signed a long-term deal for an undisclosed fee. So that's some more breaking news there reaching us here on our deadline day stream, and that's just some breaking news in there as well. As we've just seen that West Ham United have made a bid for Cliftonville winger Sean Moore. The 17-year-old who can play as a full back is a Northern Ireland international under 18s international. So some news there as well. So there's some more news coming through to us right now. We'll have a look at some of the news which is happening very, very soon. Just news just into us here on the commentary hub, also live across JB Sports, Storm FM, Turning Talks Football and Commentary Hub 2. Manchester United are pushing for a deal to sign Bayern Munich midfielder Marcel Sabitzer. Talks are ongoing with the player thought to be open to the move. Man United would prefer a loan deal, while Bayern Munich are believed to want a sale. Discussions centred around a compromise. United boss Eric Ten Hag has admitted earlier it would be difficult to do a deal for the player this late, and he says United have enough in their current squad to cope with the loss. This came after the injury to Christian Eriksen. However, United have spotted an opportunity with Sabitzer, and it was someone they looked at when they were in the market for a midfielder in the summer. So that one could be one to watch as well. If you see any deals that you may want us to discuss, we'll bring it to you. Just to tell you some breaking news which come out a bit so ago. Chelsea preparing to give Enzo Fernandez his medical in Portugal. Well, we understand the club officials are in Lisbon as they work to get this deal over the line. And with time running out to complete the transfer on deadline day, we are told they're making plans to medically assess the midfielder in Portugal before flying him over to England to get the deal done. Then all that needs to be done is the paperwork to get that finalised. For Enzo Fernandez, it would be a British record, which would be 120 million euros, which would be a staggering 105.85 million pounds for Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea. And we've just got some news in as well from West Bromwich Albion regarding a new signing there. And Luke said Forest are making a late push to sign Angelo Gabriel, the highly rated Santos teenager. But we have just received some breaking news from the Championship, and that is West Bromwich Albion have just tweeted out in the last couple of minutes. We are delighted to announce the signing of Nathaniel Chalabar from Fulham on an 18-month contract. They say welcome to the Albion. Chalabar is signed for an undisclosed fee there as well. That's just coming to us here at the commentary hub. The source for the late push regarding Angelino Gabriel, the elevated Santos teenager, is Paul Taylor from The Athletic, according to Luke Turton, who's bringing us that information. You'll be able to hear and see Luke's thoughts on the deadline day for Nottingham Forest as a whole, and a bit later on from around about 6 p.m. this evening, as we're just getting some more news, which is what I've already brought to you here on deadline day. We'll look at some of the deals that have gone through already in a minute or two as we get ready to look at those in a second or so. And we've just received some news here. Manchester United from Fabrizio Romano. So this is more breaking news just into us right now. Manchester United, and I'll just get this news back up for you here now, guys, as well, because it's just going off the screen here. I can just get it back up as I just get the notification up from Fabrizio Romano. It says Manchester United have agreed personal terms with Marcel Sabitzer. Is immediately accepted. He wants to work under Eric Ten Hag. It will be in Manchester later tonight, waiting for the breakthrough in the talks between Manchester United and Bayern on a loan deal. So that's one that could be rumbling late on into the window and late on into the deadline day, probably going into the last hour or so. We will be hearing in this hour from an interview which I did earlier on, which was done with Everton fan Richard Bond. We touched upon the sacking of Frank Lampard, the appointment of Sean Dyche, Everton's season so far. Caught up with him a little bit earlier on in the day, so we'll get that on a little bit later on When about quarter past, when about 5:30, we'll get that one for you as we look to bring you and keep you right up to date on deadline days. We bring you all the news and views as we get them and get thoughts from our people coming in later. We've just got some news just in here now, and Portuguese broadcaster SIC have told us that Enzo Fernandez is currently undergoing his Chelsea medical at Lisbon's Hospital of Light right now. We've also just hearing in the last couple of minutes for any Everton fans out there as well, so that's some Enzo Fernandez is undergoing his medical for head of the deal for move to Chelsea should the deal be agreed between Benfica and Chelsea, which is still in the balance at this moment in time. Everton have made an inquiry for Udinese striker Beto. The 25-year-old has scored 18 goals in 50 appearances for the Italian Serie A side. Udinese is reluctant to sell, made a deal too expensive for Everton to pursue. Southampton, just news in here that we are just reaching, that's just reaching us right now. We can tell you that Southampton are closing in on the signing of Genk striker Paul Anucha. Terms on the deal worth 18 million plus add-ons have been agreed between the clubs. The player still need to complete a medical. Anucha is known to Southampton owner Rasmus Ankers. He was a player at Danish side FC Midtjylland when Ankers was co-sporting director there and also at Brentford as well. So there's some more breaking news to tell you all about on this deadline day stream as we bring you that a little bit later on. I've got the interview with Richard Bond to come a little bit later on. That's just loaded up, ready to be put out a little bit later on for our listeners to enjoy our conversation. So that's just some news just in regarding Southampton. We're bringing you all of the deadline day deals right the way through until the 11 o'clock deadline. We'll run you through some of the deals that have already happened today as we just going to have a quick look at that while we just get that loaded up here so we can tell you some of those and we'll get back to some of the more updated ones as we get ready to see what's happening here. The Women's Super League deadline day, that those deals have, that news has been, that window is now closed. That closed at 5 p.m. for domestic windows. As we just run you through some of the deals that have happened today so far on deadline days, we just tell you all about that. So in the Premier League, we'll start down at the bottom here on the Premier League. At 9 o'clock this morning, Diogo Montero joined Leeds United for an undisclosed fee believed to be £1 million from Servette. Then at 9:59 this morning, Harrison Ashby joined Newcastle from West Ham United for £3 million. And then at 11 o'clock this morning, Jude Sunsup-Bell joined Tottenham Hotspur from Chelsea, and that's for an undisclosed fee. And then at 2:30 this afternoon, Nathan Apoku joined Leicester City from FDM Fieldmaster Sporting Club, and he has been immediately loaned out to their sister club in Belgium, OH Leuven, for the remainder of the 2022-2023 season. We'll have a look at the Football League EFL news now, and Marquinhos has joined Norwich on loan from Arsenal as we just get this news in there. Joe Anderson has joined Sunderland from Everton, should I say. Charlie McNeil has swapped Manchester United for Newport on loan. Ipswich Town player Corey Nabada has joined Fleetwood on loan. Dylan Duffy has swapped UCD for Lincoln. Omar Rekic has swapped Arsenal for Wigan. Gavin Kilkenny has joined Charlton on loan from Bournemouth. Kabango Tishimangi, you may remember when we covered Chelsea in the FA Cup against Chesterfield. He was the one who scored the goal for Chesterfield at Stamford Bridge. Glenraith has joined Cheltenham on loan from Luton Town. Tyler Smith has swapped Hull City for Oxford on loan. Dishon Bernard has swapped Manchester United for Portsmouth on loan. Kazim Ulibag has swapped Southampton for Harrogate on loan. A lot of these on loan. Regan Endry swapped Forest Green to Tranmere on loan. Tete Yenge has swapped Ipswich for Northampton on loan. And it's Memete. This is a permanent deal for this one. He has swapped Wickham for Bristol City. Luke and Betty has joined Bolton on loan from Manchester City. George Lloyd has joined Grimsby on loan from Cheltenham. Duncan Wanmore has swapped Middlesbrough for Millwall for an undisclosed fee. Aaron Ramsey swapped Aston Villa for Middlesbrough on loan. Marvellous Nakamba has swapped Aston Villa for Luton on loan. Dan Kemp has swapped MK Dons for Hartlepool on loan. Junior Quintero swapped Waterford for Fleetwood for an undisclosed fee. And Nathaniel Chalobah, which I brought to you a few moments ago, has swapped Fulham for West Brom for an undisclosed fee. So that's just a roundup of some of the news today. As we just have a look at some of the news. As we just look at some of the news coming through as we get a few people on, as we just looking at some of the more deals coming through. In a moment or so, as we're looking forward to bringing you some deadline day news. And we're just going to take before we get more news in a moment, we're just waiting for the news for Diego Llorente moved to leave Leeds to join Roma on loan. We'll get that in a few moments' time as we get ready for more deadline day news. But we're just going to take a quick break. But when we return from that break, we're going to get into the interview with Richard Bond. Don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Common Trubs Deadline Day special. Welcome back to our Deadline Day stream. We're going to bring you now the interview that I did with Richard Bond a little bit earlier on. So if you just want to sit back and listen to that one, and then we'll try and get Barry Swain on a bit after to discuss Fulham's Deadline Day deals. But let's take a listen to Richard Bond on Everton's situation. To deadline day here on the commentary up to JB Sports, Storm FM, and Turton Talks Football. We're also live on our Twitch channel as well, and I'm delighted to be joined by Everton fan Richard Bond to discuss Everton's transfer window, the season so far, the sacking of Frank Lampard, and the appointment yesterday of Sean Dyche to Everton Football Club as the new manager. So let's first of all fetch in Richard Bond, and we say very good afternoon to you, Richard. Good evening to you, Richard. And first of all, Richard, let's discuss the Everton transfer window so far. What have you made to the transfer windows at all so far, Richard? And obviously, you lost Anthony Gordon in the last 24 to 48 hours to Newcastle United. What have you made to the window so far? And where do you think Everton need to strengthen before the 11 o'clock deadline tonight?
Good afternoon, everybody, and good afternoon, Russ. Yeah, well, it's been a tricky old couple of weeks for Everton at the moment. Going through a bit of transition after struggling so much last year. Really, they come back in. The sacking of Lampard really hasn't come as a surprise with the club struggling down in 19th place really this season. Once again, it's going to be a bit of a long day for Sean Dyche. He's come in and his main job really, I think, Russ, is going to be to look at sorting out the defence, which has conceded so many goals this season. Really, as such, they got one of the worst defensive records in the league. It was too much really for the board. They had to really look for change after the defeat against West Ham. Really, in that match, really they were saying really such in the media that it was probably going to be one of the two managers, whether it was going to be Moyes or Lampard, that were going to go, whoever lost the game. But the thing is, I'm still positive, really looking at it, because there is only 2 points that separate the teams outside the relegation zone. They're down in 19th position, but you can look as far up as Leeds, West Ham, and Leicester, 3 points in front. They're 2 points behind Bournemouth and Wolves. So and Wolves, yeah, with Saints down the bottom. So it's all to play for in the second half of the season, but it's Arsenal away is not going to be a great game to start really for the Toffees on the weekend. So yeah, you're on about who I'd like to see in really as such. Well, they've been linked with Conor Gallagher yesterday, so I think it's a lot of money really. Seeing Anthony Gordon go is a big blow, but for that money to be made available, it sounds like it is. Conor Gallagher would be a good addition to the midfield, but I think really looking at the side not really scoring a lot of goals, is going to need to try and bring in a forward before the end of this window. We've heard a little bit about Victor Gyökeres from Coventry. He's having a really good season in the Championship, in double figures there. I'm not really sure whether that's going to be the answer though. But Andre Ayew is another one really with a bit of Premier League experience, and obviously at West Ham and Swansea as well. So he's been through a relegation battle before, but no doubt Dyche will have a few players in mind coming into the job, and he would have discussed this with the chairman before he signed. So it's going to be a busy old day for Everton, I feel. And but the one thing is, I'll have to say, is they will need to bring in players before the end of the window today.
Yes, and Richard, you were just mentioning there about Lampard sacking and Dyche appointment. First, we'll touch upon the Lampard sacking. Do you think it was the right time for Lampard to go? I've seen some people mention possibly the World Cup break was the right time for Lampard to go, or do you think when he went it was the right time for Lampard to go? When would you have signed Lampard if you was in the chairman and owner's shoes?
Well, I'm never a fan of someone being sacked. Frank, it seems to have the idea really was to give him the season, but the results have just been purely so bad that change has been needed to happen at the club. You're looking at now, there's still plenty of games left in the season, but in the transfer window, you'd have thought after that World Cup break, if they could have brought a change in, it would have given that new manager a lot more time to assess his squad and pull up a list of targets really to go forward with. This couple of days isn't much at all for a manager to really make a lot of change. But at the same time, the results haven't been good enough. So it's you're probably going to have that game against Arsenal now and the Merseyside derby really is two games where you're not really expecting much out of, but the fans will be demanding change, and results. So you'll be looking to make an early inroads in before they have winnable games then against Leeds, Aston Villa, Forest, and Brentford. This it's a big run coming up. So was it the right time to make the change? I think yes. The timing though is not particularly great with the end of the window.
Yes, and obviously yesterday you mentioned it in earlier on that Sean Dyche came into Everton Football Club. It was between him and Marcelo Bielsa, who's the two front runners for the managerial job at Goodison Park. Do you think you've made the right choice in Sean Dyche? Or would you have ever seen someone like, say, Bielsa come in and with his methods that you saw with Leeds I did in the first season when Leeds returned to the Premier League after 16 years, you saw what he was able to do there. Do you think he would have done similar and helped Everton away from the relegation zone? Bielsa, if he came in, or do you reckon you've got the appointment right in fetching Sean Dyche? And what's your overall thoughts on Dyche coming in as well, Richard?
I think Sean Dyche is a good appointment. I think he will bring solidity at the back, and he's been there and done it with Burnley in the same sort of fight. So he's kept Burnley in the league for a good few years before eventually losing his job last season. But it's that kind of character around the place, I think, which will help. And try and get the best out of a young group of players now which are coming through, and just add in that working ethic into the team. Bielsa would have been a strong candidate as well if he'd come in. He'd done a great job at Leeds, obviously taking him back into the Premier League for the first time in 20 years. Uh, it would have been interesting to have seen what kind of play he would have used within that Everton lineup. But if you're looking at the players that Lampard's got on, I don't really see the amounts of potential flair that like a Bielsa side would play with. I see this more as a kind of a workmanlike side, maybe that Dyche is used to. So maybe not the best first choice, but I think could well be the choice that does the job for Everton and keeps them in the Premier League.
Yes, obviously, I think Dash will keep Everton in the Premier League, and obviously, you're an Everton fan as well, Richard. And when you look at some of the fixtures coming up, as you mentioned, a few winnable fixtures in that run for Everton towards the back end of the season, coming up in the next few weeks as well. Tough to first couple of games is tough to start from in Arsenal, and then the Merseyside derby in the first couple of games for Sean Dyche at Everton. But do you think where come the end of the season, Richard, with Dyche coming in, if he can get a couple of players over the line before tonight's deadline at 11 o'clock, where do you think Everton will finish come the end of the season if Dyche can get the players he wants in and get the system right and get the players playing for him all virtually straight away? Where do you think Everton can finish this season?
Well, I think you realistically now you're looking to try and just stay up in the league, and so there really is a bit of a divide at the moment. I'd see 7 or 8 teams fighting for these 3 positions. There's going to be ups and downs throughout the campaign now, so gaining a victory is huge. We see a lot of draws. Um, Earning those points away from home as well, with Everton last year having such a dreadful record away, is carried into this season at times too. And I think the first win will be really important for Dyche, and that game against Leeds is going to be huge in a few weeks' time now. So I think they haven't won since October. I think it was since Crystal Palace. They won at home against in October, so they haven't won since the resumption of play. So getting the confidence back in the team, and I think it's getting the players fit that they've got. We need to start getting more out of Dominic Calvert-Lewin, who's had his injury problems over the last couple of seasons, and then trying to find these additions now to come in and support him. Really, they brought in Neil Mopey in August. We haven't really seen much of him in recent times, but I think a few additions today, and I think things will be a lot more positive amongst the fans.
Yes, obviously, Richard, as well. Dyche already knows a couple of players at Everton Football Club in Tarkovsky and Dwayne McNeil. A lot of people that have been listening to on YouTube, on different podcasts, and I think you can get a tune out of potentially Michael Keane, Connor Cody as well. Do you reckon Dash can get a run out of those players? And obviously, having two already there, do you think that will help him settle into the club as well?
I think so. You got to look at your leaders in a state of relegation battle, and with like you say, Michael Keane, Tarkowski were with him at the back. For his Burnley teams that did pull off a few good recoveries to stay in the league. Connor Cody's been exceptional, really, as such, since he's come on loan from Wolves beginning of the season. So his partnership with Tarkowski's been particularly strong. Dwight McNeil, yeah, he's a good worker in the midfield. So he's got that little bit of quality at times. But yeah, it'll definitely help him having players he knows and works with. But he'd be looking to inspire and get the best out of players like Alex Iwobi, who's he started the season quite well, maybe dropped off a bit more recently. And like I say, Calvert-Lewin himself is just such a key factor in this Everton team.
Yes, a big thank you then to Richard Bond for his contribution to the show today. Hopefully, Everton can get what Richard said they need, and Everton can find their way up the table under Sean Dyche, and hopefully, my team, as people can see, probably behind me, Leeds can stay up as well. So, big thank you to Richard for coming on, and hopefully, you've enjoyed that one. Let's see what more people say later on in the window, and let's see what the window brings for all of us. So, thank you very much, Richard, there.
Fab.
Thank you very much then to Richard Bond for getting in touch and agreeing to come on the show earlier today as well. And there was the thoughts of Richard Bond on the Everton situation. Do you agree with Richard Bond on what he said there regarding Everton? Or do you disagree? Let us know. You can get involved in the comments on this on this live show in the comment section below, and also you can get in touch to us as well using our Twitter handle at Commentary Live One to tweet us and let us know what you think about Everton's transfer window so far and whether Sean Dyche can keep Everton in the Premier League we've got some more breaking news stories while those was coming through to us there as we bring you the deadline day stream coming up right through till between now and the end of the window at 11 p.m. UK time as we're going to bring you some more breaking news stories which have happened in the last few minutes while we was listening to Richard there. In fact, just to tell you about just a bit of news, a bit more news on Marcel Sabitzer to Manchester United. We understand that he is flying into Manchester to sign for Manchester United. Looks like a loan deal, and it will be completed in time, from what we are told as well. Big news from Liverpool on this deadline day, and it's not a news regarding a player coming in, but Liverpool have made an approach and are trying to buy back Melwood for Liverpool's women's side, which is a big bit of news there. We just told you about that a few moments ago regarding Enzo Fernandez. Some breaking news from Tottenham Hotspur, and Tottenham Hotspur's Jed Spence has joined League One side Rennes on loan for the remainder of the 2022-2023 season, having joined Spurs from Middlesbrough last summer. The England under-21 international, the right back, made just 6 appearances and now going out on loan for more first team opportunities there. In that one, as we mentioned just a few minutes ago, Manchester United are pushing really hard to get Marcel Sabitzer through the door. Just a bit of news as well from some more news which is just coming to us as well. According to Sky Germany, Manchester United are close to agreeing a deal with Bayern Munich for midfielder Marcel Sabitzer. Sabitzer was seen catching a flight to Manchester around about 30 minutes ago. The deal will be a loan with a buy clause, and we have been told all parties are optimistic of getting a deal done before the deadline this evening. Carl Lafferty, remember him? Of Northern Ireland fame. He has left Kilmarnock by mutual consent. That's where he was last. So that's just been a bit of news there. Roma striker Nicola Zaniolo had agreed to join Bournemouth earlier this window and set to join the Cherries in the Premier League. But Bournemouth owner Bill Foley blocked the move as he felt the Cherries had spent enough in this January transfer window. Crawley manager Jake Essenthaler, the son of former manager, football manager, manager Andy Essenthaler, his son Jake has joined National League side working on loan for the remainder of the season there as well. So that's just some more news just into us here as well as we try and get some more news here. As we just tell you that PSG, so it's not just English clubs, are having deadline days. Paris Saint-Germain as well, the Ligue 1 side, have reached full agreement to loan talent Aman Kara to Lorient with a buy option clause. Deal done to be announced soon, and we understand PSG will have a priority clause to bring back Amakara back to the club in the future, similar to the Yavi Simons one as well. And with the Jed Spence one to tell you about, there is no buy option included in his loan to take him to the Italian side where he is just joining. We're expecting Diego Llorente to join Roma from Leeds United in the next few before the 11 p.m. deadline and join Roma as we look forward to bringing you that as we count down to the deadline. We've got 5 hours, 22 minutes, and 40 seconds remaining on deadline day. We'll be bringing in Luke Turton and Paul James around about 6 o'clock, maybe just after where Luke comes in. But Paul will be with me from 6 o'clock and we'll bring you his take on the deadline day moves that's happened so far and potential moves which have happened for for Burnley as well, and we'll touch on some of Burnley's business with Paul a little bit later on as well when Paul gets to us as we bring you more news here on deadline day. Aberdeen have signed defender Angus MacDonald from Swindon Town on a short-term contract. That is a permanent deal as well for Angus MacDonald, the former Rotherham United man. We'll be keeping an eye on what Rotherham United do in the window as well. We'll keep an eye on what Sheffield Wednesday do. All the local clubs to me, as well as Leeds United as well. So we'll keep you across all of that one on deadline day today as we keep you across that one. In the weekend we heard some brilliant FA Cup games. This Carabao Cup action later where we have Luke Turton joining us for updates on the game this evening between Newcastle and Southampton. And just to bring some news for Rotherham United, we're told things are happening behind the scenes as things stand. There's like to be at least one Rotherham standing before the 11 o'clock deadline this evening. So we'll see what happens with that one there. So that's just a bit of update there for Rotherham United, as well as we look to bring you the deadline day news and views there as we bring you that game all the way through as we watch all our games, which will be, and we'll keep you up to date with some of the other matches taking place. Some FA Cup replays taking place today as well, so we'll keep you across those replays, the replay as well, which has got the Birmingham City against Blackburn Rovers replay. We'll keep you across that one. Tonight, a couple of replays have been scheduled for television next week, which will hopefully bring you at least one, maybe two of those commentaries on the channel as we guide you through the action there. Big thank you to for people tuning into the deadline day stream as we bring you right across our partner channels. We're on Commentary Hub 2, JB Sports, Storm FM, and we're also live on our Twitch channel as well. When I'm in we're in the Yorkshire-based studios. Here we'll be joined by Lou from the Midlands-based studios as well. And we've just got some breaking news just into us right now. Nottingham Forest have returned to the negotiation table with PSG trying to sort out a last-minute loan deal for Keylor Navas. The deal appeared to be dead 3 hours ago, but there's a possibility of a compromise over his wages being discussed. Navas is still in France, but there's optimism for a loan for the rest of the season can be agreed, and we are told that Keylor Navas wants to join Nottingham Forest as well. So that's just some more breaking news stories as we get them here on the commentary hub. But more news to come throughout the evening. Stay with us as we bring you that deal later in. More deals later in the deadline days. We bring you the commentary as we at the commentary guide you through till the 11 o'clock deadline. And well, there's no news coming through for anyone at the moment. As Brentford just announced that their midfielder Sergi Canos has joined Olympiacos on loan until the end of the season. I just want to put a message out there for on our deadline day stream to one of our senior members of our commentary team, JB John Stuttard, and he owns the JB Sports channel as well. So I'm on there as well, I'll put this message out there. And I don't think JB will mind. He's struggling a little bit in the in his with some personal bits happening to him. Not going to go into detail, but just want to say to JB, and I put this message in earlier, JB, if you're listening to this, my friend, whether you listen to it now or listen back to it later on, you're an amazing person and an amazing presenter and commentator on the commentary hub, and you're a top man as well. Without yourself, Trevor from Trevor Sports, who's also a part of this channel as well, and Barry Swain, who support and faith in me, I don't think I'll be doing commentary, presenting, or even owning the commentary hub, which we're also on right now. So just want to say a big thanks to JB for that. I know he's been struggling recently himself, but I thought put that message out there on here, and which will probably cheer him up, even that out there. So we're just waiting for some more news to come through as we try and keep you up to date with everything that's happening on deadline day. Today we'll be here. I'll be with you till around about 6 o'clock, maybe just after 6, and then I'll be back from around about 7 o'clock, and then I'll be coming back in, and then I'll be with you from 7 o'clock right the way through till the end of the deadline day windows. Some news from the women's Super League deadline day, and that is Natasha Dowie's return to Liverpool on loan from Reading for the rest of the season. That got done before the 5 p.m. deadline in the Women's Super League there as well. Huddersfield Town forward Aaron Rowe is heading out on loan. He has joined Stockport County of League 2, so that deal has just gone through in the last couple of minutes as well. Be interesting to see what you think your club needs to do between now and the end of the window, and if you want to get involved, then feel free to do so. You can tweet us commentary firmly last this Leeds United would like to wish Diego Llorente all the best as he has completed a move to Roma. So good luck to Diego Llorente. Who's gone out on loan to Roma. So good luck to Diego Llorente. and it's a view to a permanent deal as well with for Diego Llorente. So it looks as though he'll be leaving Leeds United on a permanent basis as well as a loan as well. So he's going to go out for Leeds United. Jack Harrison's future is still up in the air as well, but Diego Llorente has joined AS Roma. As we bring you the deadline day, as we try and bring you more news for Leeds United very, very soon, as we keep you up to date with the deadline day deals here on the commentary hub as well. So that's just some breaking news. Roma have signed Leeds United defender Diego Llorente on loan until the end of the season with a view to a permanent deal as well. So good luck to Diego Llorente. There, so that's just some more breaking news, and breaking news is reaching us all of the time here on the commentary as we bring you on our deadline day special, as we bring you the deal all the way through until the end of the window. The permanent deal is expected to go through in the summer as well. So it looks as though Diego Llorente has played his final game for Leeds United, and that deal will see him play his last club there. So good luck to Diego Llorente, who joins Roma this evening as we bring you the news on deadline day. Some breaking news more, so we'll keep you up to date with all of the deadline day deals between now and the end of the window as well. If you want to tune in and listen to it as well, feel free to do so, as well as we guide you through the window between now and the end of the windows. The keep you across the channel as well. We have joined by Paul James, and we'll fetch Paul on in a minute or two to get his thoughts on some of the deals that have happened for Burnley in this transfer window, as we've just got some news from Bradford City before we do that. And centre off Sam Stubbs has joined the Bantams on a free transfer from League One side Exeter City, signing an 18-month deal, as we guide you through the transfer window right through to the end of the window. We're just going to take a quick break, but when I return, I'll return with Paul James, who joins us all the way from Canada to give his thoughts on deadline day. So join us very, very shortly. You're listening to the deadline day special here on the commentary hub. Welcome back to the Commentary Hub's coverage here on the Commentary Hub this evening. We are joined now by one of our good friends in Commentary Hub HQ in Calgary, in all the way in Canada right now, and that is Paul James from joins us from Commentary Hub HQ Canada. Paul, very good afternoon to morning, depending where you are, depending what time zone it is for you right now. And welcome to the Deadline Day stream. Have you what deals have interested you so far, Paul, on this Deadline Day?
Well, hi Ross, hi everybody. It's actually just still late morning here. Actually, I'm in the Mountain Time Zone, 10:52 in the morning. Well, what's interested me, and it's I don't believe the deal is done yet, but Kaylan Navas going to Nottingham Forest is definitely an interesting one. I believe he will be going there on loan at least until the end of the season. It'll be the first world-class goalkeeper that Nottingham Forest have had since Brian Clough signed Hans van Breukelen. So it'll that's an interesting one, and I think it's a must for Nottingham Forest to sign a replacement goalkeeper at this time.
Yes, and Paul, obviously, I mentioned there before we fetched John, before I went for that quick break, that you're a Burnley fan, and Burnley have done some good business in this window, I would have to say, for myself, even though I am a Leeds United fan, but I don't like the teams from the other side of the Pennines, from in Lancashire. But Burnley have done some good business, Paul, for me. And what have you made to the deadline day deals, or the deals that Burnley have done so far, and what potentially they could do on deadline day?
Well, the of course it's been fairly quiet on deadline day today so far, coming out of Burnley. There's been rumours, but it's not really meant much. It's been fairly quiet. A lot of people are expecting it not to be too busy. They've really filled a lot of the holes that they were concerned about, particularly in the forward positions. They've signed Lyle Foster and Michael Obafemi on loan from Swansea City. So with an option to buy at the end of the season if they wish to do so. But it's to be honest with you, it's going to be a quiet deadline day. Cabrani was mentioned that he may come in, and that was a transfer that was resurrected from the summer. One I desperately hoped we might have got through, but we never did. He ended up it didn't go through, and it doesn't look like it's going to go through this time either. Time is really running out, but that's one transfer I would like to see happen. And of course, they've showed up at the back as well with Amin Al Dakil coming in from an undisclosed fee, and also, and I can't pronounce this name, so I'm just going to say the last name is Ekdal from Djurgården for Hajmar Ekdal, if I pronounced that correctly. He's come in as well. And of course, they've got Lewis Richardson as well on loan. So there's not been. I don't think they've had to do a great deal of business this window. I think most of it was already done in the summer, where they basically replaced the entire squad with new players. And so it kind of worked out quite well. I think it's been an amazing job that has been done replacing an entire squad of players with a new one. And not only that, but being top of the league and 17 points from third place is an incredible, incredible accomplishment.
Yes, absolutely, Paul, absolutely. And just getting some word in here now from regarding Arsenal midfielder Albert Sambi Lakonga. So I'll just get this breaking news strap across the screen as we just get some breaking news in here. Arsenal midfielder Albert Sambi Lakonga is expected to complete his loan move to Crystal Palace before the deadline. The loan includes will reportedly include an option to buy for the for the midfield for the midfielder to go to Selhurst Park. And before we fetch in Luke Turton as we go for another break in a second, what have you made to that news there, Paul? on Albert Sambi Lakonga potentially going to Crystal Palace. Do you think that's going to be a good move, or do you think that's one that could fall flat in Crystal Palace, or do you think that's a good move for Crystal Palace and all parties?
I think it's a good move for both the player and Crystal Palace. It'll give Sambi Lakonga the opportunity to get first-team football, regular first-team football, which he's not currently getting at Arsenal. He's often on the bench. And sometimes he doesn't even make appearances from the substitutes bench. So I think it's a real. I think it's a really big bonus for both the player and Crystal Palace, because Crystal Palace are not away from the relegation zone as of yet. It's very tight down there. So I got to say that right now that is a really, really good move for both Crystal Palace and Albert Sambi Lakonga.
Yes, absolutely. I would have to completely agree with you there, Paul, and that's going to be a good one for which they could get through the if that deal is to get through in the end. So it'd be interested to see is at
Looks
the end
like
with
looks like terms have just been agreed for Manchester United's Sabitzer loan deal from Bayern Munich. The German giants have allowed Sabitzer to go on loan to Manchester United. Looks like terms have been agreed there. Doesn't look like it's final yet, though.
yes, and that's I was just going to go on to that next, and it says Manchester United have agreed terms for Marcel Sabitzer, according to local reports. Reports claim that the deal is expected to include an option to buy rather than an obligation. There are the conflicting reports around whether the deal will include an option to buy or a straight loan. So that's one is to keep an eye on to see which one that is going to be in the end. There, we're going to take another quick break, but when we return after the break, it's going to be you won't see me for another hour. We're going to bring in Luke Turton for the break after the break alongside Paul. But thank you for everyone who's tuned in to listen to the one with me for right now. But we're just going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll bring in Luke Turton alongside Paul James, stay through till 6 o'clock, till 7 o'clock UK time from 6 o'clock. So we'll just take a quick break, and then when we return, it would be Luke Turton and Paul James.
Yes, hello, welcome back. Good evening to you, Paul. Paul, you're on mute.
Yeah, there we go. Good evening, Luke. How are you?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. You?
Pretty good, pretty good. Just keeping a close eye on what's been going on. And it looks like there's been some movement in the women's game. Dowie has returned to Liverpool on loan from Reading, completed about 10 minutes ago. and up to date so far, Lukonga is expected to join Palace on loan, and Sabitzer has agreed his loan deal. Terms agreed at least, but it's not completed yet with Bayern Munich.
Yeah, there's still lots of deals to actually get put through because it seems like there's a lot of little intricate bits that still need to happen, or like one of our deals, they're just making us wait.
I got to ask you on that, Luke. These deals, of course, transfers are never simple. We know that. They're very rarely straightforward. But what is if you get somebody like Navas as a goalkeeper? Do you expect to sign him permanently at the end of the season?
Well, let's just backtrack slightly because I'm gonna take this one by one. So if we go on the two deals that Forest are more or less done with, it's just awaiting confirmation from the clubs, is John Joe Shelby,
Mm.
which I think brilliant. I'll give my thoughts a little bit later as they also get confirmed, so people may get a little bit bored of me talking about it. But I think I think it's going to be an okay signing. I'm not going to go as far as brilliant, actually. I'll go as far as okay signing because we're signing him because we have injuries. Yeah, he's also fairly injury prone.
Mm.
Then the next one is Felipe from Atletico. I think we're just doing that because they've got the links to Lodi. We've got a Brazilian in midfield, another Brazilian just to the side of him. So it makes sense to have like a Brazilian square.
Now, I think one of your guys are on the way out, possibly to a championship side on loan. Lewis O'Brien.
Yep.
Sheffield United, Blackburn Rovers are interested, and there's another Championship club, West Brom, that are actually interested in that one. How big of a loss do you see that would be?
Well, if you asked me this, say September, I'd have said, yeah, it'd be a big loss because of how he started the season. But since Man City away, he hasn't really been at the same level, and I just don't think the relationships between O'Brien and Cooper is quite there. And it's quite telling that you have both of them on the bench, yet when a midfielder wants to come off or is being replaced, you're putting Jack Cole back on ahead of O'Brien. So I think yes, maybe a deal on the outs for O'Brien is probably about right. It's not worked. And you know, if we can get better quality players in, then why not?
Mm. Just an update as well. It looks like Sabitzer is now on his way to sign for Manchester United. He's on supposedly on a flight on his way to Manchester now, leaving Munich.
Cool, cool. And then obviously we saw that news on Navas that Russ bought at the start of the program. That was said 4 hours before. Yeah, that's not happening. Finances just aren't gonna work. Now we're going to a straight loan. The question you actually asked me about at the end of the season, I think it'll be a choice between which lone goalkeeper you go for, Kayla Navas or Dean Henderson.
Which would you prefer?
That's a really hard question because I've not seen Keylor Navas play for us yet, so it's hard to judge. I'll answer that question if and when it comes down to him playing a few games for us. Then you can really judge which one you really want. Because if you're judging Dean Henderson's Forest performances and Keylor Navas's past performances, then you've got to say Keylor Navas is a Champions League winning goalkeeper. So
Mm.
you've got to opt in that way. But in another aspect, currently as it stands, I'd want Henderson more because of what he's done for us this season. And he
Younger
knows the
goalkeeper
squad.
as well, I suppose.
But it all depends on how crucial Navas is and whether it does actually get done.
No, it's only 5 hours to go, Luke. It seems like a long time to get a deal done, but as we know, it's very rarely straightforward when there's agents and clubs and players involved. But we'll see whether that one gets done. That one intrigues me more than most today. I'm a bit of a Navas fan, so I've always thought he was a fantastic goalkeeper. So it would be nice to see him in the Premier League.
It certainly will. I mean, I get the impression that we'll still sign a forward option. Don't ask me who the forward option is. I mean, it could be that Angelo Gabriel that also I sent in earlier, but I wouldn't put money on that one being a concrete one. It's one that's been rumored for a long, long time. So with Forest, it's all a bit up in the air. I mean, if we go more into the wider footballing network, Paul, there are some major deals still to be done. Obviously, there's Enzo Fernandez's deal with Chelsea.
That's looking like it's supposed to be a record £105 million deal. Is set for a medical. That was the last information that we got
Yeah.
about an hour ago. There's been no further update on that since then. Um, Now, Jorginho completed his move to Arsenal earlier today, I believe. Yeah, and then there's the Sabitzer one. And so far, we've fairly quiet in terms of what's going on. I'm waiting for the updates to come through on Sky Sports, but we're not getting much more at this point.
Yeah, and then there's also Pedro Porro for Spurs. It was on, then it was off, then it was on, then it was off. Now it's on again. Classic transfer kind of dealing toward the end of the window. You have to have an on, off, on, off, on, off. A bit like a light switch.
I think it's safe to say that the Casado deal with Arsenal is dead in the water now that they've signed Jorginho, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that they basically stood their ground on that one, didn't they? Brighton was like, yeah, no, we're not letting that happen.
I don't think they can afford to. This is the thing. People look at Brighton and they don't expect much, but this is a very good team. This is a strong team. This is an organised team. They play good football. They've beaten Liverpool twice this season. I know that doesn't seem too hard this season, but they've beaten them twice. It's no mean feat. So it's they're a good team. Why should they let these better players go? Why should they? You're talking
Yeah.
about players that are going to make or break their season. They want to stay in the Premier League. They maybe want to challenge for European football. It's certainly not beyond the reaches to get into the Conference League, maybe even the Europa. Who knows? Especially the way Spurs are playing.
Yeah, I think with Brighton, you've got to think that if they lost Caicedo, then really they've lost that midfield because I think it was evident that during the game with Liverpool, they had gaps in that midfield, and it was only when they switched it to McAllister or Mitoma that they really had that bit of an edge.
Well, I was watching Matoma in the FA Cup game against Liverpool, and he was outstanding. I'm surprised nobody's tried to snap him up.
I think Brighton has took the same approach with that one, Paul.
Yeah, I would expect so because that is he's been outstanding. Sky are asking, can Manchester United get the Sabitzer deal over the line in time? A flight from Munich to Manchester is about a 3-hour flight, so they have got just over 4 hours to get the job done. So I don't know whether they're going to do it at Manchester Airport. I have no idea, or whether they're going to do it in the back of a limo. I have no idea. But it's going to be a tight squeeze for Manchester United to get the Sabitzer deal over the line.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose they're hoping that Sabitzer gets here quick enough, and then wherever the location he's flying from and to, they'll have somebody quickly there to get him to where he needs the medical to be taking place and get that medical done. But also, what we are forgetting here is it finishes at 11 o'clock, but if all the paperwork is done, they can still submit a deal sheet to get an extra hour.
Well, yes, but they also may have done the medical in Munich as well. They may not have. They may
Mhm.
not be completing the medical in Manchester. Um, they may do it in Munich. I mean, that's what some of the deals have been done, bringing in players from abroad. I
Mhm.
know there was one in Portugal today. I think in Lisbon. I can't remember the name of the player exactly, but he was having a medical done in Portugal as opposed to
It's
waiting for the flight.
it's um it's Enzo Fernandez.
Enzo Fernandez. Okay, yes. Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, of course. He had his medical
Well,
in Portugal.
at this late stage, if we do a foreign transfer, we're probably going to get them to do the medicals over there and then get the deals signed, and then they can just fly over afterwards,
Hmm.
kind of thing. I think that's kind of what we'll do if it gets down to it. But I mean, what is surprising me currently, and well, actually, no, it's not a big surprise at 13 minutes past 6, but as we go through the evening, there was going to be deals we do not even know about yet.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Because I always sit here and watch Deadline Day, and a couple of the deals you think are going to happen don't happen, and a couple of the deals that you had no idea were going to happen have happened.
You
So
sit there and watch Deadline Day and watch your hair fall out at the same time.
that wouldn't be a bit of a problem for me today, Paul, because I have lots of hair.
Oh dear. Well, that's an
But
interesting one anyway.
if you look at teams that still, I personally think, need to change their squads, I think Bournemouth will be looking to add somebody, because I mean they lost out to Nicholas Jackson the other day because
Mm.
he failed his medical. So I think they'll be looking somewhere maybe. Then I think Everton, they'll be definitely looking to change the squad if they can. We still want at least probably one more plus the 3 that still need to get done.
Just to interrupt you a minute there, Luke. Sorry, Albert Sambi-Lokonga to Crystal Palace is done and sealed after the medical was done this afternoon. So Albert Sambi-Lokonga is now a Crystal Palace player on loan. Just to take another look at that, I think the loan deal is until June, so it's until the end of the season. And that has been completed.
Nice. In case anyone's wondering, that was a tweet by Fabrizio Romano.
Yes. Yeah.
So
It's
yeah,
not been
I
announced by Sky yet, but I suspect it will be shortly.
they'll get to it. Don't worry. They'll be a
Yeah.
little bit behind. They were on the Navas news. We were both digesting the Navas news, and then they went to Rob Dorset on Sky a little bit later to give it. So they're not always up to speed, but they
Mm.
are sometimes. But also, if we look at other outgoings for us, we've still got Cafu, Lyle Taylor, Steve Cook could go out on loan
Mm.
or out permanently. So that's 3. Lewis O'Brien, another one that we touched on. So we've potentially got 4 to go out, and I think 4 to come in.
Oh, and sorry, Luke. Manchester United have made an inquiry to Eintracht Frankfurt about Japanese international Daki Kamada, The Daily Mail has reported that, and the 26-year-old midfielder is out of contract at the end of the season. So what could potentially happen there is they could have the player signed, but for it to take effect at the end of the season.
Interesting. Like I said, deals you didn't even know were going to happen, Paul. They're starting to come out the woodwork. Another interesting one that I was going to bring up at the start of the show, but I hadn't. Andre Ayew is having his contract terminated wherever he is, or it's been terminated, and he's flying over tomorrow to discuss talks with one Premier League club, or Premier League clubs, of which one is in the bottom six.
You
But it's an
thinking it might be
unnamed Premier
Forest?
League club. Paul, at this stage, I could not tell you, but if it is, the link's there. Former Swansea player, former Swansea manager, the link's
Well,
there.
true.
But
Yeah.
say, at the same time, I probably would look more towards the more bottom than with us because we are 13th.
The Southamptons and Evertons of this
Uh,
world. Because I think
yeah.
Andre Ayew will be very much a Sean Dyche type of player, wouldn't he?
Definitely.
Well, we've got some comments coming in by fans. Aaron says Arsenal fans a joke moaning about Jorginho, quality player with Premier League experience for 12 million. Great for the squad and end run of the campaign. Not sure what all the fuss is about. Stuart B says I'm concerned for Everton. I've been an Everton fan all my life and run a fan page on social media. We need an extra outlet up front as DCL isn't reliable with his DCL, I suppose, is Dominic Calvert-Lewis. Isn't reliable with his injury history. I would expect Dyche to get to grips with the defence and make us harder to beat with the players we have. Comments? What's your thoughts on that one, Luke?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the one on Dominic Calvert-Lewin, and they need another outlet. I mean, they lost out on Danjuma to Spurs, so I'm surprised that Everton haven't managed to pull anything off yet. Then again, not a lot of deals have been done. A lot of deals seem to be in the pipeline in various places, like we've been saying, but again, can Everton pull off one of these surprise moves? I mean, there's been links to of Loftus-Cheek going from Chelsea. Could they be interested there?
Well, that is an interesting one. I don't know whether Loftus-Cheek would be quite so interested, knowing that they are in a relegation battle at the moment.
Oh, the other one I do want to bring up today that I'm really happy about. Jed Spence has gone out on loan to Rennes.
Oh, what? I thought he was at Spurs on loan, wasn't he? And then
No, he signed for Spurs and has now gone out on loan to Rennes. And I'm really happy for Jed Spence because he needs to be playing football.
Yeah.
Somebody with his kind of talent cannot just be sitting there looking depressed, being wasted by Antonio Conte.
You know, I mean, I will always wondered why Jed Spence didn't make more of an appearance in the Spurs lineup than what he has been doing. He just wasn't perhaps didn't perhaps catch Conte's eye, or do you think Conte has a different way of playing?
I don't think he believed in Jed Spence as a player, Paul, to be honest. I think he looked at it and thought, yeah, you've not got the defensive attributes I want for my attacking fullback, so we'll just go with, well, Matt Doherty, who's going out to Atletico Madrid on loan, again, by the looks of it. And he also was looking at playing Emerson Royal. And I mean, he hasn't been very popular with the Spurs fans. So, I mean, that's probably why they're going after Pedro Porro.
It makes sense as well, given the fact that Spurs do play a very defensive style of football, but they're not very good at it. I hate to say this, but Spurs defensively are an abomination right now. And having played the way that they do and the style that they do, one would expect them to be a little bit more efficient at it. Another comment coming in from a Fulham fan, Josh. Fulham should be really pushing for Sander Berge. He is a brilliant player, and with Onama and Chalobah both leaving, that leaves 4 midfielders, 5 with Lukic. My pronunciation of names is terrible, so I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can see the Fulham fans worried there if you've lost 2 midfielders and not replaced anyone. But I mean, Sheffield United will be really, really, really difficult to deal with right up until I'd say the last half hour of the window, because they're going to sell Sanderberg because they're going to want the money in to get rid of the transfer embargo.
Right,
But
right.
at the same time, or they've got financial fair play thing they're looking. I can't remember which one it is.
Ross has
Russell
just
says no
informed
players.
us that Sheffield United have said no players will be leaving the club today.
Well, then that means that Sheffield United probably won't bring in any players today, because I was reading on Twitter that Sander Berge had to go for additions to come in, so that basically rules them out of Lewis O'Brien.
Oh, well, that's good, because I don't want Sheffield United getting Lewis O'Brien. You don't want your nearest rivals getting a player like Lewis O'Brien, trust me.
So, okay, let's do this then. Talking of Sheffield United rivals, is it all quiet over in Burnley?
Yes. Just some news coming in. Oh, this is exciting. Hellas Verona sign Abdilgard from Celtic. Now it's in Danish, so I can't really read it. But this is the information. This is a tweet from Hellas Verona FC, and they have secured the signing of Abdilgard from Celtic. That has just come through now, and I would just like to be able to find out exactly how much is gone for. So I'm just going to take a look and see if I can get that information for you. Okay. Okay. No, it's all in Danish. So I don't know if you speak Danish, Luke, but I don't, I'm afraid. So we got
No, not at all.
okay. All right. Well, he's joined Celtic. Sorry, he's joined Hellas Verona FC anyway.
Mhm,
And yeah, that is that. And yes, in answer to your question, um,
mhm.
I it is all quiet right now at Burnley. There isn't much going on. Um, there was talk that the Cabral deal may be resurrected from the summer. That was rumored yesterday and this morning because he was supposed to be joining an Italian club, Saminatella, I think. I'm sorry, I'm going to pronounce that one. I butchered that one. Saminatella, I think. And well, they had to sell some players, so it essentially opened the door for Burnley to come in and try to steal him, if you will. But it doesn't look like that's happening now. I think that's we're at an advanced stage in the day now. I think Burnley have really covered all the bases that they need. Really, it was forwards and maybe a couple of centre backs they were looking at. Well, they brought in Michael Obafemi and Lyle Taylor, and of course they've brought in Al Dakil and. The gentleman from Sweden, which I keep forgetting his name, Hajalmar Ekdal. And again, I apologise for my pronunciation. It's probably not that great. Habajal Ekdal and Amin Al Dakil was brought in for centre backs, and Lyle Foster and Michael Obafemi was brought in. So I don't anticipate there to be much going on at Burnley between now and the end of the day.
Who was the guy you said after Obafemi, Paul?
Lyle Thomas. No, Lyle Foster. Sorry,
Okay.
Lyle Foster. Oh boy. Yeah, Lyle Foster. I don't know why this is Lyle Thomas. It's Lyle Foster. And he was signed. Now it's an undisclosed fee, but rumours are circulating that it could be closer to 4 million or 5 million. I don't know whether that's true. It has officially been described as undisclosed. He made a brief appearance in the FA Cup match against Ipswich at the weekend. He didn't really get long enough to kind of make any sort of appearance on the game. I suspect Michael Obafemi will not start against Norwich at the weekend either. Because he's been out of the Swansea lineup for quite some time now. So the questions on whether he's match fit will come into play.
I've just been listening to Carve Solicol on Sky Sports on the Enzo Fernandez deal.
Mm-hmm.
Although Enzo Fernandez is having a medical, the deal still isn't done between Chelsea and Benfica for how they are paying the release clause. So currently, this deal isn't actually happening because although he's having the medicals try and speed it up while they discuss it, the financial side has not been sorted.
Right, right, yeah.
Although
That's
we have seen.
sorry. Go
Go
on.
on.
No, I was
Go ahead.
I was just gonna. Yeah, it's that those are the ones that are the tricky ones, aren't they? This is why the transfers can sometimes never get done because of things like this, and it must be terribly frustrating for the player.
Yeah, but I think as well though, how many times have you seen a deal with 4.5 hours to go not being agreed, and then it gets to like 2 hours to go and or an hour to go, and everyone's rushing around trying to get the deal done because they've finally agreed a price.
Mm. Yeah, I mean, I think that they should get if they can get this matter done quickly. I suppose they could scan documents and send documents by emails to, contract information to sign and what have you. And it's not beyond the realms of 21st century technology to get it done. But when it comes to money football clubs, oh boy, release clauses and legal aspects of it, and it just goes on and on and on. It's like nothing is ever so straightforward anymore.
Just a tweet from Fabrizio Romano. Um, he says Matt Doherty has signed the contract to complete loan deal to Atletico Madrid from Spurs. So that looks like that one is definitely now going to go through. Just officially wait for it to be done, but I would say that is on the same level now as Sambi Lakonga's deal.
Yeah, if it's done by Fabrizio Romano, it's you can pretty much rubber stamp
Yeah.
it, can't you?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
usually work on the principle of three: John Percy, Fabrizio Romano, or Daniel Taylor. That's more or less it for me.
Yeah.
So
But I mean that's a good move for Doherty, and it's just something's just updated now, so we're going to get some information. Well, I thought we was going to get some information, but guess what? We're not. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, they've no. It's just a quick update on the Lokonga expected to join Crystal Palace, but there's nothing further from that. So we wait. On that one, there's nothing further, and nothing further on the Sabitzer deal either. I think he must be on a plane now to get to Manchester or wherever he's going to sign this deal. For Manchester United, it's desperate for them. They really haven't got the transfers that they really wanted. Um, they resorted to signing Weghorst.
oh yeah.
But now this Sabitzer deal, I think, will be a good deal for Manchester United. So they'll be wanting to see that through.
Yeah, and talking of big strikers, we signed Chris Wood.
I can't. Don't make me laugh. You know what I'm like when I start laughing? I'll just roll around the floor laughing my head off at that. It's very hard not to. The fact that you're playing him in a one-year position is very, very disturbing because that's not the type of player he is. Um, when he played for Burnley, he was a goal scorer. He could score goals, but he didn't move very often. He wasn't somebody that you could inject for pace or anything like that. And I think it's that's a risky move on Forest's part, mate. I'm sorry to say to you.
Although currently we do need a striker's presence, and he'll give you a striker's presence in the
Oh, he'll
box.
definitely do that. Yeah, in the number 9 role, Chris Wood will be fine. Especially with the way Forest play, but it's just that at the moment, a Wanya seems to be more of a, I would say, like a left or a right-sided forward rather than a centre forward.
Well, my thoughts on it is, and this is why I think that our deals don't stop at Shelby, Felipe, and Navas. I feel like there's a fourth to come because if you have a pace player that can do the job up there, and then you put Chris Wood on, that is a nightmare.
Mm.
But if you're just doing Chris Wood and then Surridge,
Oh,
they're a
an
little.
update. I'm sorry, Luke. I apologise. I keep interrupting you. Simon Murray has joined Ross County from Scottish Championship Queens Park FC on a permanent deal. Sorry.
That news is for all the Scottish fans out there.
Of course. There's some.
I know. This is what I say.
That's a move for them.
But yeah, I think if we can get the deals right, I mean, we need to confirm this Felipe deal, like I'd say within the next hour and a half, for Steve Cook to go anywhere.
Do you
'Cause we're
want
in a
him to
little bit.
go?
I don't see what use we have for him because we play Worrell and Bolly. We then have Scott McKenna. If we're going to sign Felipe, Steve Cook is pretty surplus to requirements.
Well, yeah.
And if he wants to, if he's wanting to go somewhere, the way of saying, well, we need to sign our player first. Well, announce our player as being signed first, then.
Mm.
No, but
Okay.
I think the hours of 8 till 10, it's gonna be absolute wall to wall. I think done deal after done deal because there is a lot of silence so far.
Yeah, there is. There's a lot. There's so far a lot. There's not much coming in. I mean, we've had this one from for Ross County, Murray joining Ross County. Prior to that, we had the announcement that Celtic had signed, not Celtic, sorry, Hella Verona has signed their player from Celtic, and that has kind of even gone off the the website, the web page now. It's not even there anymore, and it's gonna click on this thing here. We're waiting for some stuff to come in. Yeah, and so it's interesting. I think I think yeah, you're right. I think between 8 and 10, I think it's just going to go crazy, and there's going to be deals kind of flowing through. At the moment, we haven't had much, at least not what we've been on. But I think, like I said, between 8 and 10, those deals will fly through.
Yeah, just a bit of news for Portsmouth fans. They've signed Deshaun Bernard from Manchester United. I believe that is a loan deal.
Oh, that's not bad, is it? And in their attempts to get out of League One. That's not a terrible deal. That's not a terrible deal, is it? That's something to strengthen their squad a little bit.
Certainly is. Oh, I've got another tweet from Fabrizio Romano.
Okay.
Southampton are closing in on deal to sign Paul Onuachu. Here we go. He will follow Kamaldeen Suleimana as new signing. Both Suleimana and Onuachu are now undergoing medical tests.
Hmm.
So
And
Southampton are not just getting one player, but two. Go on,
oh,
Paul.
well, we got another one now. Isco, Saul, Awa, and Karasako offered to Manchester United. Manchester United were offered Isco, Saul, Niguez, Niguez, if I pronounced that correctly. I'm sorry once again if I haven't.
Sal
Uh,
Niguez.
Sal Niguez, yeah. Is it Niguez or Niguez? I'm not sure how it's. Who's
I go Niguez.
okay? Who's Awa and Yannick Karasako, among others, on deadline day. United decided not to pursue because they wanted Marcel Sabitzer. So if they don't get this Sabitzer deal over the line, they're going to have really missed out in this transfer deadline.
They were offered Husam Awar and they didn't go for him.
Nope.
Forest, wake up.
Poke,
Sorry.
wake up.
sorry. I had to go there.
No, you were right to go there. Like you got to. I mean,
the fact is, Husam Awar was one that I was talking about at the end of the last window that we could have had done and we didn't. So if he's still available and Leon still want to get rid of him, poke Forest, come on. We want a player to play in that takeaway role.
yeah. I just hope I hope for your sake they haven't settled on Chris Wood for that position. You're trying to stay in the division.
That would be a travesty, wouldn't it? Now, I know I'm going to bring up these names to Phil, who's going to come on a bit later. Yes, double Forest in one in a complete stream. How are people going to cope?
They'll find a way.
The other names I know about that have been linked very, very tenuously, but they have been linked. So I'm going to put them out there now of players to watch. There is Zaniolo, who wants to leave Roma. He was supposed to be going to Bournemouth, didn't want to go to Bournemouth. Sorry, I was just reading a private chat thing from Russ.
Yeah, I read that as well. I was like, I was waiting for your reaction.
the other one is Demirel, who's a Turkish guy, I think. Angelino or Angelo or Angelo or that one I'm talking about, the Brazilian striker. Or now you thought you had a task with your names. Brynhilderson from PSV has also
Can you
been
type that in the
linked.
private chat so I can read it? Because I I'm so bad with names. It's so embarrassing. Like I do commentaries. Okay, Bryn Hildson.
Yeah.
There you
Him.
go. I'm not that bad. Something's just come in. I am sorry. Arsenal women suffer a blow in striker search. Update. Understand Leon aren't budging on their position and don't want to let Signe Brun move to Arsenal today. I can't see that changing before midnight. Arsenal will need to look elsewhere away from Brun and Russo if they want to get a striker in before the deadline day. And Everton explored Batshuayi deal, but striker is happy at Fenerbahce. So a couple of things there. Sorry.
It's not a deadline day without Michi Batshuayi. I still have nightmares about the fact that the journalists let me get so excited about signing an actual striker on a deadline day, to then Forest not signing him because he failed his medical or something. I can't remember what happened exactly. Collapsed. And then he went to join Fenerbahce. And
Seems
he's
he's
just
still
come up
happy there.
again. Oh, good. I'm glad he's happy over there. You enjoy it over there.
It's warmer weather. Oh.
Warmth isn't everything, Paul. Anyway, we digress.
Yes. But yeah, well, he's scored 12 goals in 19 appearances for Fenerbahce this season, so he's obviously enjoying his football.
That's all right then. Oh, talking of that Nicolo Zaniolo,
Hmm
there apparently has been a late approach from Everton to sign him, so he could be going to Everton.
A
Not sure about that
relegation
one,
rival.
but
That's not going to please you, is it?
I'm just not sure whether he's a Deitch type player.
No,
But
that's it.
okay, we'll
Yeah,
we'll we'll, we'll roll with it because Deitch may play totally different.
it's unlikely. Dash doesn't know how to play any different than the way that he plays, in my opinion. One thing that the biggest criticism I have had him of at Burnley was his unwillingness to change the way that he was playing. Leeds were linked with Zaniola earlier in the day, apparently. But yeah, it was just his inability to change the style of play that he was playing, even when it was so obviously not working and he'd been found out. So I'm not sure, to be honest, and I'm not sure how many of those Everton players are Dyche players anyway. But I mean, we'll see. It'll all be unfolded in the course of time.
Sorry, I just kept getting spammed on Messenger.
The block button's really good.
I can't do that.
Why?
Yeah, I'll tell you later.
Okay.
I thought I was finding something else out then, but I was just trying to read my Twitter that moves that fast on Twitter deck. Which is now crashed.
Yeah, so yeah, obviously Batshuayi is definitely not uh, leaving Fenerbahce and going to Everton. So that is a big blow because I'd say that Michy Batshuayi would kind of be a Sean Dyche type player.
Yeah, but there is still time, small amount of time, but there is still time for Everton to go and consult the striker directory and see if any more are available. Or they could just use WhatsApp and contact clubs and see who's available.
That's a Sean Dyche approach. No, I mean they could take Chris Wood back off Nottingham Forest.
Well, no, because I think he's played for 2 clubs already now, and we have him,
Okay.
and it's a loan deal. But he could go for somebody from Burnley, I suppose.
No.
No,
There's
no,
none of his
okay.
players left. They can have Ashley Barnes, and I'm reluctant to
Well,
let
that's what
him
I was
go as well.
But that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, but I mean, I think given the strikers that Burnley have signed, I think it does kind of spell the end for Ashley Barnes. I'm very. I don't want to sound, I'm okay with him going. I'm reluctant, but I'm okay with him going. But that doesn't mean I don't think he's been an excellent servant to the club, because he has been an excellent servant to the club. He's been outstanding. Iosa Perez is on his way out of Leicester. Now, Ross has just sent that in to us, but we don't have any further information on that just at this time. But Iosa Perez is apparently on his way out.
That could be the player that I was just listening to the reporter talking about, and it looks like he could be going to Real Betis. If it's the
Really?
same player.
Well, it's nicer weather.
I'm not totally sure. That's just what I've been kind of listening to. But it was a Leicester player I was listening to and listening about, and yeah. So that's generally who I think it is. But putting 2 and 2 together,
Yeah. Yeah, but
Not-
that's bad news
not
for
so-
Leicester because have they brought anybody in yet? I don't think so. St Mirren have signed Southampton defender Thierry Small on loan for the rest of the season. So Thierry Small leaves St Mary's and goes to St Mirren.
I wonder how he's going to be at set pieces.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen him play before.
Right. Okay.
Am I the? Did I miss something? Did I miss a joke or something?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You said Thierry Small, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Set pieces, Small.
It's not dropping. I'm sorry. I've only had 3 hours sleep.
Okay, it's lost.
I'm sorry. I've
Oh,
only had.
oh, another bit of news I'll bring in just to get us away from this fact. We loaned out Brandon Aguilera, who was at the World Cup, to Estoril.
Oh. And we've got some news about something holding up the Fernandez deal, and it's what you said earlier. Chelsea and Benfica still can't agree a payment structure for Enzo Fernandez. The Blues want to pay 6 installments over 5 years, while Benfica want 3 payments in 2 years. Good grief. Chelsea's reply was that to pay in 2 calendar years, they want to pay less of a fee up front. Benfica have so far not answered to this offer, which was received at 6:15 p.m. This is why Fernandez did not travel to a medical on Monday. It is also why he has been doing his medical in Portugal. So they want to pay. Well, this is a complex subject because it kind of comes down to the time value of money. Is this whole issue of paying over 2 years or 6 installments over 5 years? So it's they've obviously done the numbers and figured out that it's worth more to do it over Benfica have determined that it's worth more to do it in 3 payments in 2 years. So it's complicated mathematics that I am not getting into now. But it's probably related to the time value of money.
Yeah, I think with the Enzo Fernandez deal, it's more the fact that they've already brought in Fofana, Mudryk, Maduke, Jao Felix. They're pushing the budget, and if they go all out in one go for Enzo Fernandez, they could be pressing over financial fair play.
Could be that, yeah, could be. But I mean, this is the way Benfica want it to do, and of course they're calling the shots in terms of getting the player. So at this point now, that deal may not happen now. Frustrating for the player.
Yeah, but there's a lot of players that probably want to move that probably aren't able to move. So, I mean, that's just the January transfer window, isn't it? I mean, I'd like us to go out and sign a fast, pacey player that can replace Taiwo, but I mean, time's ticking.
Yeah, it is. It is. I think the interesting point on this as well, though, is that I'm intrigued as to why he wants to join Chelsea in the first place because they're not going to be playing Champions League football next season. I don't believe so. Um, and they're not. They're not. They're likely to be in Benfica. There's a good chance they'll be playing European football next season. Chelsea might not even make European football next season. So it's
Yeah,
there's.
I don't know. Briefly on that, I think it depends on how Mudryk and Madueke work in Chelsea's system. If it takes them a while to sort it out, then I totally agree. But the top two kind of competitions in Europe, maybe a bit of a push with the likes of Newcastle and Brighton pushing their way in ahead. But you've still got that Europa Conference League, so I mean, they
Oh
still
yeah.
could potentially get in there. But I can't see many players getting the law into that unless you're coming from a club which hasn't played in Europe consistently forever.
Okay, here's another tweet. This time by Julian Lawrence. I don't know who Julian Lawrence is. Chelsea's Champions League conundrum. It's worth reminding everyone that you can only include 3 new players in your Champions League, Europa League squad for the knockout stages. So 4 out of João Felix, Mudryk, Enzo, if he signs, Maduek, Badish, Badiashile,
Bradishili.
Badashili, thank you. Fofana and Santos. Excuse me, I apologise. Fofana and Santos will not be involved in Europe for Chelsea, so there is that. There is that to consider as well.
Yeah, I mean, that is one I have that already they have that headache because they have Madueke, Felix, Mudryk, Fofana, and Bradishili before they even get to Enzo Fernandez. So they already have the headache. So if they want to make this headache even more complicated, then I mean, why not? I mean, you're already having a decision between the players you've got. Just add one more to the mix to make it even more difficult. I'm glad I'm not making that decision.
Yeah, me neither. Because there's some talent right there, isn't there? Um, I think I'd be pushing to have João Felix in the lineup at least, but yeah, I would not want to be making that decision. That's not for me. Yeah. Um,
Yeah, mm,
let's just see if there's any more rumors on Twitter. I'm just going to have a quick scan on Twitter and see what is being thrown around there.
yeah, just before we take the break that Russ wants us to take.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just going through. It's all quiet at Burnley. Um, there is nothing further seems to be happening today. Um, Amadou Onana has indicated to all suitors that have inquired that he would prefer to stay at Everton and see how the club pans out under new manager Sean Dyche. Now that's big for
Interesting.
Everton because he's been one of their key players. That's massive for Everton.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
I
aside from
agree.
that, there is nothing else kicking up a fuss. What's this? Crystal Palace have completed. Well, this was 10 hours ago, so it's probably already been announced. But in case it's not, Crystal Palace have completed the deal for Stuttgart midfielder Nouru Amada. He joins on a 12 million euro deal. Okay, eight
Oh,
minutes ago.
just ju- just before you do that, Paul, breaking from Russ, Lewis O'Brien to Blackburn Rovers from Forest, loan with a view to a permanent deal. That's news. I don't know whether that's actually done or not, but that is news.
Okay, right. Well, I hate him now. Um, no love for me for Lewis O'Brien.
I can just
Uh,
bring you a bit of more update on that, Luke. I've just heard it
Okay.
on Sky Sports News regarding Lewis O'Brien, and it is set to happen, and Forest could get some money should Blackburn Rovers get promoted as well. So it could be subject a permanent deal should Blackburn get promoted as is the deal for Lewis O'Brien, which has just come through from Sky in the last few minutes, and is also being reported by one of the local Blackburn Rovers reporters as well regarding Lewis O'Brien.
Michael Hector has also joined Charlton Athletic, just announced. And 8 minutes ago, Fabrizio Romano said Marcel Sabazza to Manchester United. Here we go. Full agreement reached on loan deal. No buy option confirmed. Deal set to be signed with Bayern in the final hours as personal terms have been agreed to. And that was 8 minutes ago. He's now, according to Fabrizio Romano, boarded a flight to Manchester on Turkish Airlines. That's
All
me.
right. Well, we are now going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, Russ, I believe you'll be taking over. So me and Paul will see everybody a little later. So, but until then, I'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back to the Current Chubs Deadline Day special stream on Transfer Deadline Day. I'm Russ back with you now until the 11 p.m. deadline, which is 4 hours away till the deadline, and we'll be keeping you across all the Deadline Day deals that we have got coming up in the next few minutes, and we'll be joined by a couple of people very, very shortly to discuss their window for their club and their season so far as well. We'll be joined by Matthew Key, who's be covering Arsenal for us. And then we've got Alistair coming on as well, which is the from Exeter City as well, which is going to be good to see as well. So as we bring you that in there, as we bring you across all of the deadline day deals. Let's fetch in first of all Matthew, who's with us. And Matthew, how you doing, my friend? You okay?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Thanks for having me on.
No problem, Matthew. Good to have you on, and good to get your thoughts on Arsenal this season, currently top of the league and doing very, very well in the season so far. Then, Matthew, what have you made to this season under Mikel Arteta so far, Matthew? And are you first of all, what's your thoughts on the season so far, Matthew?
I've been absolutely delighted, to be honest, Russ. It's gone better than I or anyone I think could have possibly imagined. I mean, look at the stats: 50 points after 19 games, drop points 3 times all season, and it's remarkable when you compare it to last year as well, and the expectations we had going into this season. I mean, for me, I was looking at Champions League. That was sort of the big goal. That was getting back, whether it be by getting into the top four or, of course, winning the Europa League. But now we're halfway through the season. That's completely changed. We're looking at that as sort of almost a guarantee now. The champion getting back to Champions League football, and we're looking at winning a league title, which is something that just never thought would happen at the start of the season. Credit's got to go to so many different people. I just, as I say, couldn't imagine it going this well, and I'm absolutely delighted with it. I've absolutely loved basically every game this season.
Yes, obviously, Matthew, as well. You've doing, as you mentioned, doing very, very well in the league there. In number of people are to credit to one person I think should deserve a lot of credit, and this is because of how Arsenal fans were towards him, towards when you were down near the bottom of the table early on in his managerial tenure, is Mikel Arteta. The Arsenal board told you to stick with him, stick by him, trust the process, so to speak. And look at him now; he's doing very, very well for you. You're top of the league now. How good has Arteta been with this young Arsenal squad, which has added a few to this window, which we'll touch upon in a few minutes as well?
Well, I'm sort of a person that can look at this whole season very smugly because I've always been someone that's backed Arteta, that felt that the problems that were quite obviously there were far deeper than the manager and how we were playing. And early on, I could see what the aim was. So you look at the FA Cup run in 2019. It was very ugly at times, but you could see then the what was trying to be done, and the pieces have just sort of continued to fall into place. And what you've got to remember is that last year, although it was very disappointing to miss the Champions League places in the end, we'd finished eighth the season before. So getting back into the Europa League was a successful season, and that season you could tell that the starting 11 had almost been put into place. It was just the sort of lack of squad depth in the end that sort of cost us. And then you look in the summer transfer window, Jesus and Zinchenko coming in, both adding great quality to the starting 11, and also that sort of winners mentality that we've lacked and that Arsenal have lacked for many, many years. And yeah, you see the relationship they have with Arteta as well. They obviously, people are interested in coming to the club because they know how good a coach he is, how good a motivator he is, and how good what he was doing at Arsenal. They could see it coming together. So yeah, having those two has been brilliant. And yeah, as you say, full credit has got to go to Mikel Arteta because he has transformed this team from a sinking ship to back where it should be.
Yes, and just a couple of to touch on now the January transfer window, two late ones and potentially a third on the way as well. Leandro Trossard's in from Brighton for 20, for if he believed to be £21 million, and then Jakub Kiwa in as well for 17.6 million, and then it looks as though you're getting Jorginho in from Chelsea as well. What have you made to the? Obviously, I know no one's really seen Jakub Kiewar yet. But what have you made to Leandro Trossard since he's coming in January? And what do you reckon about the impending arrival of Jorginho, which from what I've been hearing all day is just a matter of time before Arsenal announce that signing?
Yeah, looks like that's going to come at any moment. Well, firstly on Trossard, obviously he wasn't the number one target originally. That was Mudryk. We all know what happened with that saga. It was sort of long, complicated, dragged out. But I think Trossard as a consolation prize from that looks to be like an absolutely fantastic signing. Just in these sort of couple of cameos that we've seen this season against United, he made a real impact. And then City in the FA Cup the other day, he was probably our best player, certainly in the first half. So yeah, I really like what I've seen from him and what I saw at Brighton. Pacey, direct, can play on either wing, so really does help with that squad depth and giving Saka and Martinelli a rest. And he's going to be fighting for their places. You know, he's not someone that's come here to have 20 minutes when you're winning a game 2-3-0. He's come to make an impact and try and force his way into the starting 11. So yeah, absolutely delighted with Trossard. And then Jorginho, there's been a lot of criticism about this signing. Again, looking at Caicedo, someone that we've been linked with, someone that we've obviously had an interest in. But what I've really liked about Arsenal this transfer window is we've got to the point now where the starting 11's there, and we're in this we've transformed from this looking ahead to the future to this win now sort of mentality. And you look at Trossard, 20 million from Brighton, knows the league, you're going to have an instant impact. That's what you need for these last 19 games of the season. And similar with Jorginho as well. He's not going to be starting games if everyone's fit, but then I don't think Caicedo would be either if he came in, because I still think Partey would have that spot. But Jorginho is a Premier League winner, a Champions League winner, a European Championship winner. He brings the experience and he brings a winner's mentality, which, as I mentioned earlier with Zinchenko and Jesus, has had such a great impact on this team that adding another one of those names into the mix isn't going to be a bad thing at all.
Yes, absolutely. And well, there's a potential outgoing as well. And then after that, we'll round off and see where you think the season's going to end for Arsenal come the end of the season in a minute. But there's a potential outgoing as well. Albert Sambi Lakonga's been linked with a move away to Crystal Palace. That deal looks, according to Fabrizio Romano, in the last hour or so, he said that the deal is done and sealed after medicals were done in the afternoon. He says Arsenal have accepted a loan deal for Lokonga until June. So he's going to link up with former Arsenal midfielder Patrick Vieira at Crystal Palace. Do you reckon that's going to be a good loan move for him?
Yeah, I really like that. Came on full Partey the other day in the FA Cup. Really struggled. Was obvious he hadn't played much first team football, and as I say, with the place that we're in now, he's not going to have many opportunities to get a lot of minutes. So send him out on loan with Vieira, with a talented Palace team. Hopefully he'll learn from that and get some Premier League minutes under his belt, because I'm sure there is a good player in there, but we haven't quite seen that at Arsenal yet. But yeah, nice loan, plenty of football, good thing for him, definitely.
Yes, and obviously with the players that you've fetched in and looking to fetch in, and the players that you've already got in the squad as well, with people they signed in the summer, like Gabriel Jesus came in the summer, Zinchenko came in the summer, some more winners in there that came in the summer to Arsenal as well. And Martino's done well in the league. One player that did go out on loan as well as Marquinhos. And I was speaking to another friend of mine who's an Arsenal fan who says he really needs game time and it'll do him good to go out on loan. Same with Rekic as well, who's gone on loan from the academy to Wigan Athletic till the end of the season as well. But just touching upon the players that you with the squad that you've got so far, and Jesus, Zinchenko, and early on in the window, Fabio Vieira, another one who's been a key player for Arsenal this season. How do you think this rest of the season will go? Do you think Arsenal have got enough with what you've seen so far? And what you've seen in Manchester City as well. Because I think it'll be Arsenal, Man City probably for the top two. Do you reckon Arsenal have got what it takes to win the title this season?
There's key word to this question, and it's injuries. I think if Arsenal manage to keep the starting 11 that's played for most of the season so far, and we have been really fortunate actually with the injuries. Apart from the one to Jesus, and Eddie's obviously come and done brilliantly, succeeded everyone's expectations. So yeah, that's the key. I think if we lost Thomas Partey, that would be a massive blow. But if we keep everyone fit, I think currently we're playing better than Man City, and people keep talking about this run, this 15-20 game win streak that they're capable of going on, and they are. But I'm not sure this Man City team is as good as what I've seen over the last 4 or 5 years, and we know how desperate Pep is to win the Champions League as well. So that might mean rotation for Saturday, Sunday in the Premier League games for the Champions League quarterfinals, semi-finals. So I don't know. I just got a feeling that it could be our year this year.
So interesting stuff there from Matthew. Big thank you for coming on, Matthew, and thank you for taking time out of your Tuesday evening to come and give your thoughts on Arsenal season here on the commentary of JB Sports, Storm FM, Turton Talks Football, commentary upto, and also on the commentary of Twitch channel as well. So big thank you for coming on, my friend.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
So that's the thoughts of Matthew Key, who's an Arsenal fan, to give his thoughts on the deal as from Arsenal and Arsenal's window as all as well in the season so far. We're now going to fetch in Alistair Yates, or Al Yates, who's an Exeter City fan. And Al, very good evening to you, my friend. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. Can you hear me okay? Thanks for inviting me onto the show.
Yes, I can hear you fine, my friend. I'm glad to have you on. So we'll just touch upon the season so far then, Alan. First of all, Exeter City started off with Matt Taylor in charge, and then he left to go to Rotherham United, and then Gary Caldwell coming. What have you made to the start of the season under Matt Taylor, and then the transition into Gary Caldwell, first of all, Al?
Well, in terms of the season this far, we've come back up to League One. And under Matt Taylor, we were doing absolutely fine. And then him and his backroom team basically all got taken under a package, shall we say. So Gary's come in. I think he's done about 7-8 games now. He has definitely steadied the ship. We've started to pick up some good results. One at the weekend away at MK Dons, and I think our last 5 is 1-3, drawn 1, lost 1. So we're presently sat around about 10th in the league, and obviously with the window, it's the worst time of the year as an Exeter fan because we are battening down the hatches and waiting to see who goes. And no doubt most clubs will take half our players and even our groundsman Chaz, no doubt. So we'll wait to see what happens by the end of the evening.
Yes, and touching on the transfers that you've done already this window, Will Amoson's come in, Kevin McDonald came in earlier today as well, and Dimitri Mitchell came in on the 26th of January as well. With those 3 signings, what have you made to the signings Gary Caldwell's made? Obviously 2 from Scotland, 1 from Bolton. So what have you made to the players that's coming in this window? Do you think they were the players that you needed to, and the positions you needed to strengthen?
Yeah, definitely. And you've undersold it because he's been quite busy. So if we go through it to make sure I get it right, we've where are we? We've had Sam Stubbs leave. Alan Stubbs, his lad. He's just gone off to Bradford City on a free to League Two. Great player, stalwart centre half, but unfortunately had a bit of an injury, so hadn't featured very much. We also lost our captain, Matt J. I say lost. He was, I think, sold to Colchester United in League Two. We also lost Tim Dieng, another central midfielder who scored 14 goals during our promotion season last year from central midfield. So that was always going to be a bit of a risk. He went on a release clause being activated by Gillingham. So therefore, we in our eyes, we've been quite weakened. But then saying that, we've had Kevin McDonald come in from Fulham, 34-year-old central midfielder, 6'4", I think he is. And we definitely need a little bit more height in the team. And he no doubt is going to have loads of experience. So that'll be an interesting one. You've mentioned Dimitri Mitchell. He's coming from Hibs, and it's quite interesting where Exeter are starting to get players, because I would say 5-6 years ago it would have been players coming in as free agents or from lower leagues, or shall we say potentially carrying injuries. But at the moment we seem to have gone up a level, because we've got a James Scott's come in who was sold for £1 million, I believe, from Hibs to Hull. He's also Scottish. You made the good point about we're bringing in quite a lot of Scottish players for a club in the southwest of England, which is unusual. And I think Gary's been looking around the Scottish under-21 scene and his old players, because if you look at, we've also had Joe White come in from Newcastle, and he came in on loan about 2 or 3 games ago. He has got a wand of a cross and has been unlucky not to have a few penalties and score a few goals. So he's coming from Newcastle. And then, as you mentioned, we've got Will Amison come in as a centre-back. So we've had a lot of centre-backs and central midfielders come and go. And I think we've signed one striker in James Scott. But the big worry this evening, and I would like it to be midnight as soon as possible, is that we've got Giovanni Brown, who's, I believe, agreed terms with Portsmouth, but the club hasn't agreed a fee, which is interesting because he's got 6 months left on his contract. So I think Exeter might stick their feet in, which we haven't done for many years, because we've actually got a little bit behind us now, so we don't need to sell players. And he's quite influential. He scored 2 goals at the weekend, and he's scoring a lot of goals for us. We're also at risk with Josh Key, a brilliant wing back, right back, who's played occasionally at centre back, would you believe? And he can play at right midfield. He's being looked at by Luton Town and Swansea, although I don't believe fees have been agreed. And then we get to another big risk, Sam Numbe, who is a striker, a big pressing striker, and I believe Bristol City are looking at him at the moment. So it's absolutely manic at Exeter at the moment, and I'm hoping my phone doesn't get more lively.
Yes, and Bracedus 1979 has put in the comments, decent transfer business from Exeter. Caldwell knows what he's doing, so that's obviously a positive one there. And I was going to ask you about Giovanni Brown, because he was linking up with Matt Taylor of Rotherham United when he first came in, and he said he weren't going to probably raid him straight away when he first came in, but he may look, if there are any deals towards back end of the window. Do you think that could be something to look out for if he doesn't go to Portsmouth
I am
in for the summer?
Potentially for the summer. I'm led to believe, and Matt Taylor is an absolute legend at Exeter, and he's what we call a proper chap, and I think he has been very respectful in terms of not coming back for players. I mean, it's understandable that he took his assistant manager and a strength and conditioning coach and a few other people, but that's not been too detrimental. So I think, yes, there's a risk, but I would guess that Giovanni Brown, for example, I would expect him to want to go to, it's going to sound awful, Rotherham, a slightly more sexy club. So I think there'll be a lot of suitors for his services come the end of his contract.
Yes, and obviously, Al, with Exeter as well, with the season that you've had so far, where do you think Exeter could finish under Gary Caldwell now after you started out under Matt Taylor and you said he's improved you? How do you think the season will finish and whereabouts in the table do you reckon you could finish come the end of the season?
It's very hard to say at the moment. I think we're 12 points from safety as we're looking at it at the moment. And it's very much a case of, I think most Exeter fans would be happy if we were not in the bottom 6 or bottom 8. But as things stand, things are not looking too bad. That said, we've got a horrendous sequence of fixtures coming up in March, I think. And therefore it's in the balance. So I would put, if I was going to say now, and if these signings all come through, I think we'll be a very steady mid-table. We may be above mid-table, and if we get a bit of luck, there's no reason why we couldn't be on the edge of the playoffs. And I think we'll take consolidation this season with a view to pushing on next year.
Yes, so just before you go, Kevin Benson, one of our listeners has said Scottish players generally not up to Premier League level, but then Brace has just come in and said he's confident Exeter can finish in the playoffs. So he thinks Exeter have got a real good chance of finishing in the playoffs. Would you think that? Do you think that's a good possibility, Al? Playoffs for Exeter?
Look, I mean, you've got to look at the finances in our league. I think some of the teams, their turnovers and budgets are 3, sometimes 4 times higher than ours, and it will always be a battle against the Ipswich Towns, the Sheffield Wednesdays, those sort of clubs, the Derby counties. We're going to give it a good go, and we're very lucky that we've got a lot of academy players still on the books, and I haven't mentioned, for example, Hartridge centre back, Chek Diabate centre back. Fortunately, nobody's come in for them yet. Archie Collins, central midfielder. So we've got a good core, and if the good core can be supported and helped by the Kevin McDonalds, and as our Scottish friend has suggested, some of these lads find their feet. I mean, I thought it was quite awful that a local Hull paper talked about one of the players being linked with as a bit of a flop when he's in his early 20s, and I hope that he uses that as fuel to prove a few people wrong, which I'm sure he will do. So let's hope for the playoffs, but I'll be happy with mid-table.
Yes, so a big thank you then, Al, for coming on, and thank you for taking some of your time out of your Tuesday evening to come on this Transfer Deadline Day special.
Absolute pleasure. Hope it goes well. Take care.
Cheers, Al. Take care, mate. Al Yates there, Exeter City fan, discussing all things Exeter City and their season so far. We'll be getting Barry Swain on in a minute or two to give his thoughts on Fulham's deadline day in season and window so far. Was just some news in as well. And Charlton Athletic have announced the signing of former Chelsea and Fulham defender Michael Hector on a free transfer. It looked at one stage that he was going to join Sheffield Wednesday, but he is now joined Charlton Athletic. Also, just to bring you some news from Preston North End, they have signed Josh Onomer on a short-term deal till the end of the season. He was released by Fulham earlier today. Chelsea and Benfica have come closer to each other regarding the structure and agreement for Enzo Fernandez, but still no agreement as of yet. Watford have just signed Wesley Odette from Anderlecht. He's a former Southampton defender, signed a 2.5-year deal at Vicarage Road. Some breaking news regarding Nottingham Forest to tell our listeners and to tell Luke Turton as well. Lewis O'Brien, Forest are close to agreeing a loan deal for him to join Blackburn Rovers, which I mentioned a few moments towards back end of Luke when Luke was on. Steve Cook, though, will be staying at Nottingham Forest. We are hearing this evening, and Leicester have announced that Jose Perez has joined Real Betis on loan till the end of the season. And Barnsley have just announced the signing of Ollie Shaw from Kilmarnock for an undisclosed fee. The 24-year-old has signed a 2.5-year deal with the League One side. Right then, let me bring in to, let's go across to a man who's been who's covers and supports Fulham, is one of our good friends, is Barry Swayden. Very good evening to you, Barry. How you doing, my friend? You okay?
Yeah, good evening, Russ. How are you?
Yeah,
you
all
hear
good,
me?
mate. Thank you. Good to have you on, and I can hear you fine, my friend. Good to have you.
Good.
Good to have you on. So, first of all, then, Barry, with Fulham season so far, what have you made to the season and so far for Fulham, and how do you think the season's gone as a whole so far, Barry?
Yeah, it's gone very well, isn't it? You know, we're punching well above our weight. You know, we've been in the top six up until recently. A couple of defeats hasn't helped, but no, we've done well. It's still in the FA Cup. Just survived Sunderland last week. Tricky away fixture there, of course. If we come through that, we've got Leeds in the fifth round, which would be a really good game, and still in there with a hunt. Most Fulham fans would love another season in Europe, having reached the Europa League, 12, 13 years ago, the Europa League final, lost to Atletico Madrid. Love to have another adventure, but having said that, realistically, you know, that would probably drain our resources, and you know, our survival is our number one priority at the moment, and that's what we've got this year, and that's what we'll probably be aiming for again next year.
Yes, and obviously Barry just mentioned some news in there as well with Fulham player Josh Onema leaving earlier today. Just some news just reached us as well, where you were just mentioning there that Fulham are expected to finalise a deal for Cedric from Arsenal, the fullback, to come in on loan, and it requires Fulham to make one of their existing Premier League loan deals permanent. And the Athletic, which is reported about regarding Cedric, has claimed that it was Shane Duffy from Brighton. What do you make to that bit of breaking news there coming out of Fulham right now, Barry?
But they're signing him or letting him go again, Duffy?
They're signing Duffy on a
They're signing
permanent.
that's what I heard. Yeah, he's not played a lot, Duffy, but he's a bit of backup there. You know, we've got Tim Ream at 35, and he's been great, but he is 35, and you know it's easy to pick up an injury when you're 35. And we've got Diop, and we've got Adebayo. Tosin. It's easy to say that, isn't it? So he, you know, he's that Premier League experience, and I think that's what we probably will need him at some point between now and the end of the season. Cedric will give us a little bit of competition for Tete at right back, so that's good. I know it's been a deal that's been on and off for probably about 2 weeks now. And it always goes to the wire, doesn't it? It could have probably been done a week ago, but it does look as if now it's going to be done. So that will certainly you know, that shape us up nicely at the back, as long as we can keep hold of Anthony Robinson. Understand Manchester City sizing up a £20 million bid for the American international. Whether that's now, whether that's in the summer, we'll wait and see. But I think Fulham will be reluctant to let the American fullback go this side of the end of the season. And we've got a couple of other, obviously with Josh Onema going, as you say, Preston North End. It looked like he was going to possibly go to QPR just down the road, but he's resided in Lancashire with Preston North End. He's a good player, Onema, probably a Championship player rather than a Premier League player. And the same with Nathan Chalobah, and that's exactly where he's gone, West Bromwich Albion. So he's moved on to better things, and that's freed up a place in the midfield. Sander Berg from Sheffield United is one option. Sasha Lukic, the Serbian from Torino, is another. It's more likely to be Lukic. The latest I heard is that the Sander Berg deal was faltering at best, so that might not happen. But you know, it's still time to reignite that deal yet. But it's the midfield area that's still uncertain. And of course, ask any Fulham fan what they would like in the transfer window, and it's another striker to back up Alexandra Mitrovic, because keeping him fit at the moment is a big problem, and the backup that they've got isn't, in the eyes of most, quite good enough. Although they have got firepower coming from the midfield, which is keeping them alive. But they'd love another striker in, but that's not easy business to do. So we'll wait and see if there's a surprise. But I can't see there being another striker coming in this side of the deadline shutting in a few hours.
Yes, and there's some just breaking news coming in from Fulham right now, Barry, as you were talking there, and you mentioned Sasa Lukic during your piece there, and I can tell you, Barry, that Fulham have just announced the signing of Sasa Lukic from Torino, so that deal has just gone through. So with the squad that you've got so far now, Barry, with the addition of Lukic and what could be Cedric coming in as well, how do you see the end of the season going for Fulham? Do you think you can push on and finish a bit further up the table, or and continue finishing above Liverpool and Chelsea like you currently are, or do you
That
think you
would,
could finish around about mid-table with what you've got
I
with the?
think Yeah, I think top 10 would be great, wouldn't it? I'd love to finish above Liverpool and Chelsea. But listen, we know that Chelsea have spent so much money. They're going to come good at some stage. And Liverpool as well, you would have thought they'd probably have too much for us in the long run. But, top 10 would be great. I think we need one more win, and we're on the same amount of points that Burnley went down with last year. So, that's our number one priority, is to make sure we don't crash and burn and go sailing down the table and get into a relegation battle. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we've got too much quality, and sometimes like Paulino, the midfielder, it just needs that one player. Like Paulino and Mitrovic to be fit and on form. Those two have been, the key for Fulham this season, and they've got the combination right at the back, got a good goalkeeper, and just that spine of the team is better. Whereas the last 2 seasons in the Premier League, they got it all wrong. Too many loan signings. Tactically, I didn't think Scott Parker got it anywhere near right, and I think now Marco Silva's, he's playing exciting football, and the Fulham fans are turning around saying this is arguably the best ever Fulham we've seen. And we're talking about some good Fulham teams down the years. Europa League final, the team that won the championship back in 2001 with about 100 points, with the likes of Boa Morte and Saha. They've scored many goals. Last season's team were great in the championship, and most of them are still there. So there's been some good teams down the years, and now they've got to try and kick on and become an established Premier League side that they were up until about 10 years ago. And it all started to go wrong when Martin Jol came in, left. They were struggling, and succession of managers. Mullenstein was in for a short while, wasn't he? And Felix Magath, and it just all went horribly wrong. And it took them a long while to really stabilise, best part of a decade to really stabilise, up and down. And they seem to be getting it right now. So hopefully, fingers crossed, this is our year to, well, certainly survive. But it'd be lovely to have the FA Cup as well, or go into Europe. But at this moment in time, I would just take top 10 realistically. I would love just an FA Cup semi-final, a Wembley appearance would be great. So I'm already going to both semi-finals, so I know that I'll be there. I don't even have to get a ticket.
Yeah, absolutely, Barry, absolutely. But some news there, some fantastic acquisitions for Fulham, and some good season form so far in the window, and some good signings coming in. And I've just seen the tweet that Fulham put out with Sasa Lukic in, and they've put our looks in
Yeah,
as the as a welcomed him in. I've
they
just seen
always
that
have a
come through.
play in words. It's got me kind of thinking today, if they signed Sander Berg, would there be a kind of Burger King? That will probably be the strapline, but don't know if that's going to happen now. So I've been thinking all day. I was driving along earlier, thinking Sander Berg. What else going to be? Burger Relish. But they do play on words. I think it's quite funny. Burnley. I like the Burnley. I don't know if you've seen the Burnley social media video that was produced for their new signing. If you haven't, have a look on Twitter, wherever it is, on and search for it. And it's done off the cartoon. I can't remember what cartoon movie it was, but very, very, very funny. And I have to take my hat off to Burnley. 10 out of 10 for that absolutely sensational
Yeah,
piece of transfer news revelation. It's to how to unveil your new signing. Brilliant the way they've done that.
yes, it is, Barry. And just so a big thank you for coming on, and You mentioned earlier by Sanderberg there, Barry. Sheffield United only came out earlier on in the day and said none of their top players, like Sanderberg and Menjai, will not be leaving this window. And he also said to the Sheffield United fans, because there was rumours that they had to sell one of them to get out of this transfer embargo. He did say at the end of during February that situation will be resolved with the EFL to get them out of that embargo and FA ready for the summer transfer window to sign players in case they go back into the Premier League, which is looking like a possibility alongside Burnley at this moment. So it looks like Sanderberg will not be coming in. So your Burger King or your Burger references will not be coming true this window, at least maybe in the summer. Who knows?
Yeah, he's a good player, Sanderberg. But Sheffield United are in a good position with Burnley. You've got to say they're likely to go up. They only need to be consistent now, and they're quite right to keep hold of these players and say, look, why get rid of a player to lift the transfer embargo? They might as well keep the transfer embargo and keep what they've got, rather than put the money in that. If they get to May and they're promoted in the top two, the stakes are enormous. Then the money's coming in, and everyone will start easing off on Sheffield United because they'll see that there's a massive revenue being in the Premier League, and suddenly from a transfer embargo in May, they'll suddenly be spending money to try and strengthen things. I think they're in a great situation at the moment. I don't think there's anyone in the Championship that could probably chase that top two down. They're just that little bit better than everyone else. And there's a lot of Premier League experience. Sanderberg is one of the players that, can play in the Premier League. So what's the point of getting rid of a Premier League player if you're on the verge of joining the Premier League? To me, it never made sense. As a Fulham fan, it'd been great to see him come to Fulham. It didn't make sense, second in the table. If they were 11th in the Championship, yeah, it all makes sense. But they've got a brilliant chance of going up. They should go up, and they need to keep hold of the likes of Sanderberg, definitely.
Yes, a big thank you then for Barry for popping on the deadline day stream. We earlier on, Barry, as you know from Football Live, that we partnered with as well as our partner channels here as well. I've already had one of your people on from there. Mackie came on a few minutes ago to speak regarding Arsenal. I've got Leon Jones coming on a bit later on, and he's going to be discussing Manchester United. And obviously, Isaac, who's a Arsenal fan, he's going to come on a bit later as well to discuss Chelsea's window and season so far. So we've got a few people on from there, and Luke's got a few messaged a few and got a few people on as well. So we've had a few people on, and I've got earlier on in the broadcast as well. In the first hour, we got Richard Bond on as well. So
Rich, yeah.
so we've had a few people I know you know as well
Yeah.
as discussing Everton in the departure of Lampard and the appointment of Dyche and the season moving forward as well. So we've had a few people on. So big thank you for you to come on as well.
No problem at all, Russ. It's an absolute pleasure.
Yes, sir. Cheers then. So thank you very much then to Barry Swain for popping on. We're always good to get Barry on the show when he's available to do so. Big thank you to Barry there. And just while we was speaking to Barry, some breaking news came out of Rotherham United, and Rotherham United get it right on deadline day with the capture of Bailey Wright from Sunderland on loan till the end of this season. The Australian international defender has penned a deal till the end of this season. That looks like to be one of two players potentially, maybe three players potentially coming in to the ASL New York Stadium this evening. And Bailey Wright, well, I mean, I say Bailey Wright will wear the number 28 shirt whilst with Rotherham United. So that's just a bit of news then. 3 interviews in the space of a few minutes. So what we're going to do, we're just going to take a quick break, and then when I return, I'll bring you the team news for Newcastle against Southampton. And a bit later on in the programme, Luke Turton will be with us, and he'll be guiding us through that game and telling us all about that one as the goals go in the game between Newcastle and Southampton in the Carabao Cup, and we'll get Luke's thoughts ahead of that one to see how he thinks the game's going to go. Newcastle currently leading by a goal to nil from the first leg in the transfer in the Carabao Cup semi-final. So we'll get the thoughts of Luke in a few minutes regarding that. So what we'll do, we'll get ready to bring Luke on in a minute after the ad break. We'll be first of all, we're just going to take a quick break, but then when we return, we'll be cutting live to Luke to get his thoughts on the game this evening and some more of the transfer window. Welcome back to the Common Chubs coverage on our Transfer Deadline Day special live stream as we bring you the deadline day right up till the window closing at 11 o'clock and beyond. We'll sell until 11:15 to give you any late deals after that as well, but we'll be with you until past the deadline at 11 o'clock. The Scottish window doesn't close until 11 till midnight tonight, but we'll get those a bit later on as we get ready to guide you through that that action a little bit later on. We'll go through the team news in a minute for the game for you, and then we'll get the thoughts of Luke Turton on that game and how he thinks the game will go this evening between Newcastle United and Southampton in the second leg of the Carabao Cup. And we'll just run you through the Newcastle side first of all. Is Nick Pope in goal, Kieran Trippier, Sven Bondman, Fabian Schär, Dan Burn, Bruno Guimaraes, Sean Longstaff, Joe Willock, Miguel Almiron, Joel Linton, Callum Wilson. The bench is Darlow, Dummett, Lascelles, St. Maximin, Ritchie, Lewis, Isak, Murphy, and Anderson. As for Southampton, excuse me, as their team comes in, is in as well as Bizunu in goal. James B makes his debut. Lycano, Ben Narak, Salisu, Walker Peters, Diallo, Alcaraz, Ward-Prowse, Armstrong, Adam Armstrong, and Shea Adams with Caballero, Perot, Kalatakar, Lavia, El Yunusi, Orsic, Aribo, Edoze, and Mara amongst the substitutes there. Let's cross live then to Luke Turton, who's going to be bringing updates on that one. And first of all, very good evening to you again, Luke. How you doing, my friend? You okay?
Yeah, not too bad, Russ, not too bad.
Good to have you on. And like I said, the Carabao Cup second leg, Newcastle leading by a goal to 0 from the first leg. I just see that game going. Obviously, the teams I've just read out the teams there. How do you see the game going this evening? And do you think it'll be Newcastle or do you think it'll be Southampton that'll make it into the final against either Nottingham Forest or Manchester United?
I think Newcastle will edge this one. I just think they've got far too much quality, to be honest, Russ. And I think with the team news, I think it's very telling that Darlow and St. Maximan are both on the bench for Newcastle. That probably means they both will be staying at Newcastle for the remainder of the window. So that's two more that we can rule out of disappearing anywhere.
With regards to, you mentioned there called Darlow, there was news in which come in yesterday, and Darlow is going to Hull City after this game. The paperwork was already done earlier on today between the two clubs. His medical was done yesterday, but that's what he said. They wanted him to be on the bench today before going out on loan for the rest of the season to the Championship. So Hull City will be signing Caldolo after the game. So with Newcastle then, with their season that they're having, do you think they've got a good chance of getting to the Carabao Cup final then, Luke?
Yeah, absolutely. I think they've got the best chance they've had in ages of winning a trophy, never mind getting to a final. I've been really, really impressed with them since they've got rid of Mike Ashley and brought in these new owners. I've been really impressed.
Yes, with that then, where do you and on looking at Southampton with the team that they've put out tonight, do you think they've got a chance, or do you reckon the chance is not that good and they won't be going to Wembley this season, or do you think they've got a chance of overturning this deficit? But we all know what Newcastle are like at home. They've lost in quite a while at home. Do you think that's going to be a tough ask for Southampton to get the win?
I think it's definitely a tough ask to get a win, but I'd never rule out anybody in football, Russ. I just think Newcastle have got the quality, and Southampton are just they're in the bottom three for a reason. And I think getting to this stage has been really impressive, but I just think this may be a step too far.
Yeah, so the kick-off for this one is it's about to get underway very, very shortly. 15 minutes or so away from kick-off is the game between Newcastle and Southampton. We're back with Luke a little bit later on to give you the thoughts of deadline day. So big thank you there to Luke Turton for giving us his thoughts on transfer deadline day ahead of that game, which we'll be bringing to you a little bit later on. We'll try and keep you up to date with all the news and views for the games coming up. And we've just got some news just in regarding Nottingham Forest. So we'll bring Lou back in on that in a second as he's covering the game this evening. But the news is just in. Nottingham Forest and PSG have verbal agreement on Keylor Navas. Deal but still waiting on documents and paperwork. It's a crucial step. Navas already accepted days ago. Player side not an issue. Luke, with you being a Nottingham Forest fan, are you happy with that signing, or would you have rather guessed somebody else in, or are you happy with the signature of Keylor Navas's caliber?
I think you've always got to be happy with a player of Keylor Navas's caliber. I mean, I went into today basically thinking that we'd get Felipe, Shelby, potentially a goalkeeper. I still think we may even get a striker in, but for the most part, I think, yeah, I've got to be happy with Keylor Navas. I mean, there wasn't many other goalkeepers thrown around that I thought had any but credibility of potentially coming in with the same quality that we had with Dean Henderson. So yeah, I'm really happy with Keylor Navas.
Yes, and with Keylor Navas, and well, you just steal Luke. I know you were speaking a bit about it earlier. Are you happy with what other deals are you expecting to happen from Nottingham Forest between now and the end of the window?
Well, we've still got to announce John Joe Shelby's deal because that's not been done yet. It's done, but it's not been announced. We're still also waiting for confirmation of Felipe from Atletico Madrid. Again, I think that's just a matter of time to get that one announced. I think obviously Forest have got deals to the stage where they're just at announcing it stage and moved on to getting another one done. So I definitely think there's potential to still have one more after Keylor Navas. But obviously with Navas, Felipe and John Joe Shelby, that definitely helps out with the numbers because we definitely do still need numbers. But also, it's not just ins. We're also looking at outs as well for the likes of Lyle Taylor, Cafu, Lewis O'Brien looks like he's going to Blackburn. I keep forgetting the fourth one. I feel like there's a fourth one in there, but yeah, So there's still ins and outs for Forest to get done because, like I said earlier on another stream, we technically have a transfer activity of 0 so far.
Yes, and do you think Forest will act in the window then, Luke, or do you think you won't get anybody in before the end of the window? Say if that Navas deal doesn't get done, and obviously Shelby's done, and that, but say if Navas doesn't come in, do you reckon it'll just be Shelby for today, or do you reckon it could be a late surprise from Nottingham Forest?
I think Shelby and Felipe are more or less done. They've just got to come out. So we'll have 2 at least. The amount of coverage now from reliable journalists we are getting about Keylor Navas again, I think that is nearing on completion. Again, it won't be announced. But if we're talking about a surprise, yes, I still think there's a surprise to come. We are a very surprising football club, so don't be surprised if we come out with a late name for maybe Angelo Santos. Is it Angelo Gabriel from Santos? I can't remember the exact order of the name. But he was one that was put out earlier today. But even that one, if that doesn't get done, I still feel like we'd have had a kind of cover backup plan that we've been saying, well, if that doesn't get done, we'll go straight to that one and get that one done at a very rushed pace. So I think, don't ask me who that player is going to be. I just get that inkling with Forest that we'll have another situation of a Mishi Batch Y type deal that we try to get done, but hopefully this time it actually gets done.
Yes, and Luke has just sent us the deal which I've just read out regarding Keylor Navas, which I've just read out and we've just spoken about. So Paul has just sent that one through to us as well, just to confirm that deal there. So we'll get back to Luke a bit later in the program, and we'll keep going across to him around about 8 o'clock, just after 8 o'clock, when the game has just got underway, to keep across all of that deadline day deals there as we bring you the transfer deadline day special. We've got Luke Turton keeping across the game this evening, which is taking place very, very shortly. We'll keep you across that one, and we'll keep you across the last 3 and a bit, just over 3 hours to go now, just until that deadline shuts. 3 hours it'll be as soon as it's 8 o'clock this evening. We're going to go for a break at around about 5 to 8, just to catch all, make sure we can catch our reps, and then we'll get people on a bit later on. We've already had 3 people, well, we had 4 people joining us so far today. Richard Bond earlier, then we've had Alistair and Matt, and then Barry join us as well. We've got Phil to come between 8 and 9 as well, so hopefully he'll be with us soon. And we've also got Leon Jones to come later, and Isaac Dilks to come later as well, and hopefully Michael will join us a little bit later on as well. And Paul James will be back in round about an hour or so's time there. So we'll be bringing you, keeping you up to date with all of those action as with the game, and we'll keep you across the game this evening, as well as there is as the transfer deadline day ticks down towards its conclusion, and we'll keep you across all of the day's news and views as we bring you all of the deadline day deals coming through. And when I mentioned about Bailey Wright deal earlier for Waltham United, I don't think Luke was impressed with the way I announced it on the channel. He's just shaking his head. Then there's just some news in, and we'll just see some shots on our monitor here on the side of me on my TV in the studio here of Anthony Gordon and Ashby Hammond coming out onto the pitch ahead of kickoff to clap their fans as Newcastle United players. We'll be back in around about 5 minutes' time to guide you through all of the last 3 hours or so on deadline day and keep you across all of the things that's happening as well. Make sure you don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Commentary Hub. Welcome back to the deadline day stream as we bring you as we into the final 3 hours of the show, which will guide us till the deadline day deal. Last deal as well will bring you the final 3 hours of the deadline day stream, and we'll keep you across what's happening in the Newcastle game as well. We'll get the news and updates throughout that game with Luke Turton bringing us regular updates in the game as well. We'll go across to him very, very shortly. Players are just out on the field getting ready to kick off for that game as we get ready for action between Newcastle and Southampton as we get ready for the game this evening as we watch the game. The players are just out, just doing the huddles. The team are coming out onto the field of play. They're just going through the last minute huddles ahead of kickoff as we get ready for the final few hours of deadline day. We'll keep you across everything that's happening on deadline day, and we'll keep you across everything to see how the game is unfolding on deadline day between all the clubs up and down the country. Man United have ended talks with Arsenal. This is in the Women's Super League of potential world record sale of forward Alessia Russo, England's Alessia Russo there, as well as we get ready for, as this game has just got underway. St James Park will cross live and get an update very, very shortly of the update as we just getting ready to see what's happening on deadline days. We've got some breaking news just in from Arsenal to tell you about in just a second, and it is Arsenal have just confirmed the signing of Jorginho from Chelsea. You may have heard me mention talking to Matt Key regarding the impending signing of that when we spoke touch on Arsenal's window a few hours ago. But just to let you know, in the last few minutes, Arsenal have signed Jorginho from Chelsea. That deal is done. As we get ready to try and get a few people on to give us updates. A minute is already gone in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. Remains 0-0, 1-0 to Newcastle on aggregate. We'll keep you across that as and when the deals go on. As I just mentioned, Jorginho has been signed for Arsenal. It cost Arsenal £12 million as we try and bring on a few people as throughout the day. Southampton and Newcastle game is underway. We've played one. We'll get an earlier exchanges of that one very, very shortly from Luke Turton, who's keeping us across that one this evening, as well as all the other some deadline day news, as well as we bring you across all the deals there. And Jorginho is an Arsenal player now, and for £12 million, as we keep you across that deal. And João Cancelo left Manchester City earlier and joined Bayern Munich, as we bring you across, or keep you across the game and updated as well, as we keep you updated for deadline days. We just see Newcastle just attack down the far side. Luke will give you an update on how that game's started in a minute or two, so we'll keep you across that one, and we'll try and get the thoughts of Phil, the Nottingham Forest fan, on try and get his thoughts on the Nottingham Forest transfer window a little bit later in this hour to keep you up to date, and we'll keep you across everything there. We'll just keep you up to date. There's also some other football matches taking place, so we'll keep you across everything that happens in the games this evening. We've had around about 3 or so minutes gone between Newcastle and Southampton. Remains Newcastle 0, Southampton 0, 1-0 to Newcastle as the early exchanges in that game as we see the game unfolding in a few minutes time as we keep you across everything that's happening in the game between Newcastle and Southampton as we watch the game unfold. Real Betis, as I mentioned earlier, signed Jose Perez from Leicester on loan for the rest of the season. As I was on phone, well, not on the phone, as I was in conversation with Barry, Fulham completed the signing of Serbian midfielder Sasa Lukic from Torino for £8 million. So that deal has gone through, and Newcastle just on the counter-attack kick, and they get the first goal of the game. We'll see about that in a minute as Newcastle going towards the penalty on the right-hand side, cushion inside the box. And I think there's been a goal in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. And we'll try and get the thoughts of Luke, get across to Luke Turton in a minute to get which way that one has gone. And we can go across to Luke Turton now, I believe, to see about a goal in that game. And let's see which way it's gone with Luke Turton to tell us about that one. Luke. Just having a few technical problems with Luke there. We'll
Sorry.
get back in a second. We've now got Luke back. So, Luke, which way has the goal gone between Newcastle and Southampton?
Yeah, sorry about that. My mic was on mute. He's gone to Newcastle and Sean Longstaff. The ball comes out to the left-hand side and played into Longstaff, who just basically sweeps it into the far corner. So 1-0 to Newcastle, 2-0 in aggregate.
Yes, good finish as well from Longstaff. Good goal from Newcastle, and they're leading by 2-0 on transfer deadline day. In the Carabao Cup is Newcastle 1, Southampton 0, Newcastle 2, Southampton 0 on aggregate as we keep you across all of that this evening, as long with the other news as well on deadline days. We try and bring you the deadline day news first and the quickest as we can, in the goal alerts as best and quickly as we can. Fabrizio Romano confirmed the news about Jorginho as well. He says official confirmed Jorginho signs as new Arsenal midfielder on 10 million plus 2 million add-ons deal from Chelsea. That deal has now been given a here we go sign from Fabrizio Romano there as well. And we're just getting some confirmation of a person who's going to be coming on the channel to talk with Nottingham Forest with us in a second, and he's here with us now. We'll fetch him in just a second to chat with him. And here is Phil, the Nottingham Forest fan, who's joining us here on transfer deadline day. And Phil, how you doing, my friend? You okay?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you. How are you? Everything good here. How are you?
All good, mate. Thank you. So there's been some news coming through earlier from Nottingham Forest. Luke, we're bringing some of the news through, and I fetched some news earlier that Lewis O'Brien, who was looking like to go to potentially Sheffield United earlier on in the day, is now looking likely to go to Blackburn Rovers on loan with a view to a permanent should Blackburn get promoted. What's your take on that one, Phil?
A bit disappointing, really, because I thought last season Lewis O'Brien was probably one of the best midfielders in the Championship, and I would have thought he would have moved on his career. So, a bit disappointing. And with the injuries what we have got, it shows that he hasn't either done enough in training or done enough to warrant to keep in the squad. So. I think it'd be good for him and Blackburn for him to get some game time as well. But as a Forest fan, disappointed. But if we can get a sell-on price for 10 million, I don't think that's not a bad deal out of both of them, to be honest, him and Toffolo. So, but yeah, I'm just a bit disappointed that it hadn't worked out for him at Forest.
Yeah, obviously, he's not, as you said, it's not worked out for him since he joined the Forest the City ground from Huddersfield Town. And why do you think that is, Phil? Why do you think he's not worked out for him? Is it injuries, or is he just not been in the right form that he was in at Huddersfield, and Steve Cooper's just not fancying him? What's your reasoning why he's not worked out for you, in your opinion?
I think sometimes, like the step up as we've known, has been massive from the Championship to the Premier League. It's a huge step up, and I think we've changed a little bit tactics, like what we was doing before. I think before we came in and thought we could do like what we did in the Championship with the formation, but we got found out we was too open and we was conceding a lot of goals. So Cooper had to change tactics around. So I think that hasn't really suited him. And when he has come on, he hasn't really played in the position what he normally did for Huddersfield. So I think changing tactics for ourselves, which is proving that we needed to do because we've been picking up some points, and I think the step up has probably been a bit bigger than what he thought.
Yes, and obviously with Forest as well, struggling a bit this season, then pulled away in the last few weeks with the goods after the World Cup break, and it looked like Toffler may have been going out on loan, but that may have now been scuppered with Lodi being injured. What's your take on that? Do you think Toffler would have benefited from a loan out, having not played as much this season?
Yeah, probably, but I think when Harry Toffolo's come in and played for us, has not really let us down at all. Blackpool, you could say probably eight of the players who played at Blackpool didn't play very well, but previously he has played really well for us. So I think for ourselves, yeah, it would have been good for a loan move for him to get some regular football, but our history of injuries at the moment with Forest, when someone gets injured, you never see him again, or very rarely you see him again. So we've got a really bad injury trouble at the club where, with the players who are coming in, it looks like we won't see them this season, like Nick Carter and stuff like that. So, we need the strength in depth, and I think Harry Toffolo is a decent player, and he's done really well for us when he's played for us.
Yes, and there's been a chance in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. I was talking there first. So I'm just going to quickly go across and get the which way that chance has gone, and go across to Luke Turton, who can bring us that update. Luke.
Yeah, there's been a few chances actually, Russ. It's hard to document them all. The main one was from Sean Longstaff again. He's been all over the place in this game. Basically hit it past the far right hand post. Then Joe Willock put the ball across, which went out for a corner. Trippier played the ball over the top. And Newcastle's only chance, no, Southampton's only chance, sorry, came from an Adam Armstrong breakaway, but that went straight into keeper's hands. The game turned another corner coming up there. Apologies. Yeah, another corner from now Linton. But still 1-0.
Yes, we'll go back to Luke in a few minutes to see how that corner develops and see how the game unfolds in the semi-final of the Carabao Cup, second semi-final there, and be interesting to see how that one goes. We've got that on there while talking about the transfers as well, so we're keeping people across that. And looking at the window that you've got with the business that you've done with this window so far, when players have been linked as well, Phil Keylor, Navas deal that could be very, very close now. I was asked Lou this earlier, and he thinks it's what you need. Do you think Keylor Navas is somebody that you would need coming in with, especially with Dean Henderson being injured at the moment?
Absolutely. Hennessy is probably a championship player. I would worry very much if Henderson's out for a long time and we've only got Hennessy as a backup. It's a strange one, really, because when we played Spurs in the Cup before the World Cup, he played really well. The couple of games, what he did actually play for us. But when he came back from the World Cup, I don't know if that sending off really affected him. But he looks really, really bad, to be honest. And I think that we do need strength in goals. Our other goalkeeper, Jordan Smith, is out of contract at the end of the year. And there's been no signs of the club offering him a new deal. So looking at the goalkeeping, what we've got, unfortunately, if Henderson and Henderson being out, if he is out for a long period of time, Hennessy and Smith, I think it will drag us really back into really dangerous situation in the relegation area. So I think it'd be a good move for us, and I think it's something what we need to do as a club.
Yeah, and Phil we just touched upon a few other transfers. There, no, Luke's got some transfers he wants to mention to you in a minute or so, and we'll get Luke to do that in a minute. But just talk to me as well, Phil, about the season as a whole for Nottingham Forest. What have you made to this season so far, and where do you think the season could take you with the additions? Should you get them over the line, along with John Joe Shelby as well, who's had his medical, and Felipe, who's having his medical as well.
I think with it, any Forest fan can't complain because we haven't been in the Premier League for a long time. My son has never seen us till this year play in the Premier League. He's seen us in League One in the Championship. So, and with it, we've been a big part of that, and I'm really glad that the game when we lost to Leicester at their ground, and there was rumours about Cooper being sacked and everything. I'm glad that the club stood by him, and we've got that bond at the club, and it's a really good environment. People don't like coming to us, and I've always thought, and I've always said to Luke, and Luke's very similar. When you do go up and win the playoffs, with the World Cup being early, we was miles behind on everyone else in that league because you don't know what division we're playing in, and two, when you're signing players with the amount of players who left us, it does take time. So we've always thought that wait till the World Cup and then you see a different side to us. I think the signings what we're doing are getting a more of an improvement of the team and making us more stronger. The Brazilian lads look absolutely awesome as well. And I think it's like everything else, like we are moving in the right direction. So everyone should be really proud and really happy about where we are. We're back in the big time, like, where we belong. And I do think that, with the club around and especially some of the new signings, we did need a little bit more experience in there because when you've got a very young side, as you know, youngsters, 1 minute they can be world beaters, and the next minute they can be absolutely the worst players in the world. So I think that will help us, especially in the next part of the season coming up, which is vital that we don't, we can soon start moving away and getting into more of that mid-table thing. It is nice that, even on Sky and everyone, a lot of media is on mentioning us about, oh yeah, we're going to be in the bottom three. And I think one thing which I've noticed that at our club we are very supportive. It's a really positive thing. But when you have a look at teams like, say, Everton and like Southampton, probably in the teams at the below, there's a lot of seem to be fighting within the fans and the club, and I think that really puts more pressure on their players. So I think for us, I'm really happy with the season so far. And I think we're improving all the time. And I think massively with the positivity around the club, and that really is from Cooper, the board, the club. It's really positive.
Yes, some really good positive news there. Just going to break off a minute from talking about Nottingham Forest as we've got some transfer news just reaching us from Fabrizio Romano. A couple of bits of news there just to keep us all up to date. He says Pedro Porro has just signed his new contract as a new Tottenham player valid until June 2028. Saga for that is now over. He also has just tweeted as well regarding the signing for Sporting Club de Portugal, and he says former Arsenal defender Hector Bellerin has joined Sporting on loan not too low, should I say, and he understands this is going to be a permanent deal for Hector Bellerin, so he's left Barcelona and gone there to Sporting there, which he's replacing Pedro Porro at Sporting there. And Jorginho will wear the number 20 shirt. I've just seen some photos just in regarding that on Sky Sports in front of me right now as well. Before we get to your questions, Luke, for Phil, because I know you wanted to ask him a few questions in a minute or two regarding Nottingham Forest. Let's just get another quick update from you, Luke, and then we'll take a quick break, and then I'll fetch you in to ask for some questions. So, just a quick update on how the game's still panning out between Newcastle and Southampton. Is it still 1-0?
Yeah, still 1-0, Russ. Not really a lot's happened since. The corners are pretty uneventful. Both went one went out for another corner, and then the next one went straight out of the box and then blazed over the bar. But then really it's been a bit scrappy in midfield. Not really a lot else to really talk about. Newcastle corner got the ball just inside Southampton's half. Been intercepted. Still 1-0.
Yes, so still 1-0 there between Newcastle against Southampton, 2-0 on aggregate. We'll be back with Phil and with Luke in just a minute or so to get some more thoughts from Phil on the Nottingham Forest transfer window. So we'll be back after this short break. You're listening to the Commentary Hub, and it's the Deadline Day special here on the Commentary Hub. Also live on Commentary Hub 2, JB Sports, Storm FM, and Turton Talks Football, and also on our Twitch channel as well. Welcome back to the Commentary Hub's coverage on Transfer Deadline Day, our Transfer Deadline Day special stream. And while we was away taking a break, we might as well keep going for breaks, look, if there's going to be goals coming about. There's been another one in the game between Newcastle and Southampton, but which way has this one gone? Has Southampton gone way back into it, Luke, or is it 2-0 to Newcastle?
No, Southampton have not got enough way back into this for us. It's 2-0 to Newcastle. It was good build-up play between Chillington and Joe Willock. He then played the ball into Almiron, who pulled it back to inside just about penalty spot. And Sean Longstaff again slots in for his second of the game and Newcastle's third on aggregate. So it's now 2-0, 3-0.
Yeah, so 2-0 to Newcastle on the night, 3-0 on aggregate in the game against Southampton. So it's looking like Newcastle will be the ones going to Wembley. But who will they face? We'll find out who they're going to face tomorrow when it's Nottingham Forest against Manchester United in that one tomorrow, which hopefully will be bringing you alternative commentary on here on the Commentary Hub YouTube channel and our partner channels as well, Commentary Hub 2, JB Sports, Storm FM, Turton Talks Football, and also on our Twitch channel as well. Now you just heard from Luke there. Now Luke's going to be asking Phil some questions regarding Nottingham Forest transfer window and the season as well, and some of the players which have been linked to get Phil's thoughts on those. So let's cross to Luke and to Phil. Luke.
Yes, so Phil, we always know that transfer windows are renowned for throwing up the late surprise deal. So could we see a forward player come in?
I'd hope so, because Dennis is definitely not one for us, and I think that, looking at it, depending how how long the injury to Morgan Goodwhite is as well. You've got Tyro injured, haven't we? So that means really we've only got Sam Surridge really as a striker. So I think if we can get one, I think they will try. Because unfortunately, playing when Dennis has played for us, it's like playing with, might as well have a player sent off, to be honest, because he hasn't really done enough for the transfer fee to warrant a side in the squad.
So if we just come across a couple of the names that I was looking at earlier today, Phil.
Yeah.
The first one that came around was Angelo. Now it's probably Gabriel, I think. Angelo Gabriel from Santos in Brazil.
Yeah.
Now, how likely do you think that one is?
Well, at the moment we've had a lot of dealings with Brazilian players, haven't we? So I think, I've seen some parts where it's a loan deal with an option for an £18 million buy on there. So I think, the club will probably try and do something like that if they can get it over the line. So, the Brazilian lads who what we've got so far have been really good. So the scouting over there has been really good. So, I think if the club thinks it's worth it to bring him in, I think someone coming in there, I would imagine that you could see Dennis getting dropped out of the 25-man squad.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Dennis is pointless. I mean, he just gives the ball away, but so less so on him, the better.
Yeah.
So I mean, the other ones aren't as concrete. I mean, one of them I listed on the list has actually been rumored to be going to, I think I said Everton earlier in the show. So we'll see on that one, which is Zaniolo.
I think if people are going to Everton, unfortunately, I think they're going to. Well, I think they're still in a very, very tricky situation. I can't see him coming out, to be honest. I think they will go down, even though with Sean Dyche being not the manager. So, I think with it as well, with ourselves, I think we're a really good option for some players to come. So, and I think with Cooper, Luke, I think he would really want somebody who can fit in our style, kind of thing. So I haven't really seen a lot of him to see if they'd be a good fit for us or not.
Well, really, we need to be looking for a player that is in the similar mould to Taiwo, where he can get the ball and carry it. I mean, you've got Johnson for one side, you've got Gibbs White in the middle.
Yeah.
And if we're going to try and play what we did against Man United in the cup, where we have three behind a striker, we're going to have to make sure that the three behind the striker have insane, intense pace.
Absolutely. And they've got them three behind that striker have got to be really hard working to be forward and backwards to help that midfield out as well. So yeah, I totally agree on that one. I think with it, personally, I'd rather, if the right striker and the right person isn't available, I'd rather save our money till the end of the season, and then we start again from there.
But on that though, can you actually see us being able to do that and surviving through with Lingard, Johnson, Scarpa, Surridge, and Dennis?
Dennis is one what disappointed me. I mean, Scarpa is a really good player.
Yeah.
The problem is at the moment is every time we get an injury and you think, oh yeah, it's going to be a couple of weeks, it tends to be forever. So
Yeah.
that's the worrying thing of if that is the case, then we definitely need a replacement. And I think as well, it'd be interesting to see who we can get out the door as well, because I think that's another thing to think about, that 25-man squad. I think we still need 3 or 4 players to get moved on. But everywhere on Twitter they've been saying that Angola Gabriel was at medical in Brazil for us. So it, it could happen, and I do think that I don't think our chairman and the club would put us in a position where, because Bournemouth are spending a lot of money, Southampton spending a lot of money already, haven't they, in this transfer window? So I don't think they would want us to be in a position where we're not strengthening the team to give us that opportunity to stay up in the division, Luke. And I think, when you have a look at the teams below us who have spent like 25 million, 23 million on players, I think it's something that I think the club will be working really hard so we can get another. We definitely need another striker. I think Philippe, the defender, what we've just got, is hard. Worry about him, he'll probably knock everyone out and get a record, you know what I mean? But he's a strong player. But I do think that a striker would definitely, or a winger, would definitely be on our hit list to get one in.
Yeah, I think the other thing that is important with this is if we're signing players in positions where we have injuries, that clearly states that we don't think those players are going to be coming back anytime soon.
Absolutely, because if you have a look at, we'll take Neil Carty out, for instance. Yes, they're saying that he's back in training, but he's been out since West Ham game, hasn't he? Like first home game what we played at City Ground, and it's all right coming back from training. Then he's got to get game fit, then match fit. So time that happens, we could end up with like 2 or 3 games left at the end of the season. So I think what you probably might find is some of the players who are injured afterwards may be dropped out the 25-man squad, because then that will give them an opportunity for them to get fit for next season. And I think that what will definitely happen.
Yes, so we'll go back to Luke and to Phil in a second, because we've got another update in the game between Newcastle and Southampton, and there's been another goal in this game. But which way has this goal gone? Has Newcastle 4-0 up on aggregate, or has Southampton got way back into the game? Luke Turton can tell us, Luke.
Southampton have got a goal back. Newcastle playing the ball around at the back and just gifted it straight to Che Adams, who smashes it straight across the keeper into the bottom corner. So it's now Newcastle 2, Southampton 1, 3-1 aggregate.
Thank you very much there to Luke Turton. We'll get back to Luke and Phil in just a second, because Bournemouth have announced the signing of Ila Zabrini in the last few minutes, and PSV Eindhoven have also announced the signing of Thorgan Hazard as well in the last few minutes as well. So they're just a bit of breaking news in the world of transfers to tell our listeners about there as well. So now let's get back to Luke and Phil's thoughts on the Nottingham Forest transfer window. Luke, back to you.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we're saying about the injury list.
Yeah.
And you're saying about Niakate. Yeah, they've got to get back up to speed in training, and I totally agree with them on registering these players. But how many players do you judge that off? Like, all right, you can probably take out Omar Richards, although he's coming back.
Yeah.
He's trying to get back. But again, I think if you're gonna be harsh about it, you've got to think: are they going to get in ahead of the players we already have playing? And if you've got Loddy, Toffolo, and Nico Williams that are all playing over that side,
Yeah.
you're hard pushed to think even if they're all fit would to get in. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I can't see us signing too many more after the 3 we have. I just think if the right quick player up front comes available and has become available, because I think it's even now a little bit too late to be trying to push deals through, but
Yeah.
there could be ones that haven't been reported out yet.
Absolutely. And I totally agree with you, Luke. I think the club will be working off a winger come kind of player, striker winger, because it's obvious that Cooper doesn't trust or have well we don't have any trust in Dennis, because when he comes on, you can tell that he gives the ball away too cheaply. He doesn't fight back. He's very Maudie on rolling around, and I'll be glad when he's gone, because I can't see the on Sky neither one about voice at the moment. So they've not said nothing yet, but on Sky they're at voice ground, training ground at the minute. So they've not said anything at this present moment. But like you saying, I think with it, if we can get a winger striker in, that would be, I think, the cherry on our cake with the goalkeeper as well, because I think a lot of fans will be saying, well, what would happen if when Henson's back fit, and if Neves is on a short-term loan, like a 6 months loan, I think that he would be a good reserve goalkeeper, to be honest. But again, it's like how bad the injury to Henderson is, as well as. So I think with it, I think the club's doing really good in strategic kind of like signings what we've got in, and I think it's important that that we get that into the club to strengthen our club out and to give us that perfect opportunity to stay in the division, because I think it's vital that we do stay up this year.
Oh yeah, totally. The amount of money we've committed to this, we cannot be even contemplating going down, because we're literally taking now players from Atletico Madrid to our club, and
Yeah,
you can't thinking, oh, we'll sign with like Lodi and Felipe to play in the Championship.
yeah,
It just doesn't
yeah.
happen, does it?
No, I mean that Felipe though. I mean he will give us a bit of strength in that defence, because he is hard, isn't he? Do you know what I mean? He's a hard guy.
Good.
He is. So,
Good. Hopefully, it'll stop players like Rashford running past us in the first 7 minutes of a cup tie.
absolutely. And we've got again, like looking at the club and where we're going and moving forward, we have still got a lot of players who will be out of contract at the end of the year. Like McKenna, he's one. And someone was saying to me, "Oh, it'd be a shame about him going," but football moves on, and if you don't step up the gear, you're going to get left behind, because we have got to, really proud that they did a really good job for us to get us up. But some players, like I say, some players just can't make that step up. Because especially in defence, I think in goals, if you make one mistake in the Premier League, you're going to get a goal against you. In the Championship, you might get away with it more likely. So I think with it, it's like there's definitely a massive step up. Compared to what we've seen in the Championship, but I think as well some games what we've played. I think we just gave them a little bit too much respect, and when we have thought, we're not even forced yet, let them worry about us. We sort of like not been million miles. I think as a team, we're not million miles away from getting it all gelled together to be a really good, like mid-table Premier League team. You know, because I do think that we are very, very close to getting that around in some of the signings. What we've got as well, Morgan Gibbs White, what a brilliant signing he's been. You know, as well. So, you know, I'm very, very confident, and I think with it as well, it's, you know, it's been a good like transfer so far for us as well. So, you know, I'm quite happy where we are. But what, like everyone else, one or two more players would really be appreciated, just to make sure that we get a really good strength. And also with it as well, if anyone goes out, you know, like Cook going. Also rumours about Jordan Smith going, and if he goes, then definitely I could see Neves coming in, because why would you want 4 goalkeepers at the club?
Oh, I don't know. We like to do stacking up in positions. I mean, we have 4 left backs at the contract of the club, if you count Nico Williams as a makeshift left back, and
Yeah,
only 2 of them are potentially fit. Only we
yeah,
could do that.
yeah,
And two more questions from me anyway. The
yeah.
first one, if I pushed you for a left-sided quick player that you'd sign, who would you want to go for? Making your head hurt now.
Yeah. Well, I'd like a player in the mould a bit like Antonio. I'm not saying Antonio, but someone a bit solid, hard to knock off the ball. That kind of style.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there was one about Maximo from Newcastle as well. That kind of player. I think we need
Mm-hmm.
someone with a bit of hard to get knocked off the ball, bit because, and also a little bit taller than compared to us, because we are not a very tall side in that front wise, and I think we need somebody who can get the ball, take it up, hard to knock off. You know what I mean? So I'd like that kind of player, to be honest, Luke.
Okay, and my final question. How many outs do you think we'll have by the end of the deadline?
I think Cook, O'Brien, Cafu, I think will go. Lyle Taylor will go. I think probably about 5 will leave, will go.
All right. Well, we'll see how close we get on that one then, Phil. All
Yeah,
right,
yeah.
I'll throw back to you now, Russ.
Thank you very much there to Luke and to Phil. Brilliant questions there. And Phil, I'm going to ask you one more question, then we'll let you go off, mate, if that's okay. Thank you for coming
Yeah.
on, my friend. But first of all, looking at the season, well, the players that you've got and players that we've just touched on there, if you get them in, where do you think Forest can finish this season? Do you think it'll be toward a top half finish, or do you think it'll be lower to mid-table in the bottom half? Where do you think Forest will finish come the end of the season, my friend?
Well, I would like to be another couple more places high up in the league. I do think that we've got a good opportunity, and I think with it, momentum is building at the club as well, especially at home. And I think, like anything, if you can get the points at home and a point away, I think we'll be all right. I definitely think we'll be all right. I don't think we get. You know, it's like everything. When we're the position where we are, you're looking up and you're looking down to see what, you know, results going our way. You know, if the league was going to finish now today, you know, where we are, I'd be really happy with. But I do think that we've got an opportunity to move up a couple of places.
Yes, so very interesting there, Phil. A big thank you for popping on the channel this evening and getting your thoughts on the Nottingham Forest transfer window and the transfer window as a whole, Phil. So a big thank you for coming on and sharing your
No problem.
thoughts and chatting with us this evening. So a big thank you there to Phil, who's been an fantastic guest on the show today as well. So a big thank you for coming on, Phil, and we really do appreciate that. And we'll get back to some updates in a second on the window that we've got coming up That's coming up in the get an update again in a couple of minutes or so on the game between Newcastle and Southampton. Southampton, while Phil and Luke was talking there, is got made a substitution. So big thank you there to Phil for coming in this evening as we get ready for the countdown towards the deadline. The yellow shirt is on, ready for the final hours of deadline days. The deadline is fast approaching, coming towards the final 2 hours of the deadline as we bring you all the deadline day deals that we've got coming up. And big thank you to Phil for coming in, and we'll hopefully chat to Phil another time on another deadline day stream, and hopefully having back on the commentary another time in the near future. Let's go back and cross to get another update on the game between Newcastle and Southampton with Luke Turton. And Luke, you mentioned a few minutes ago that Southampton had made a substitute a few minutes ago. What can you tell us about that? And what's the latest? Is it still 3-1 on aggregate and 2-1 on the night?
Yeah, the substitution was Kyle Walker-Peters got replaced by Samuel Edozie. I believe Kyle Walker-Peters picked up an injury. I wasn't quite aware of the incident at the time, but yeah, that's the substitution. Yes, it's still 2-1 and 3-1 aggregate. Not really a lot else has happened. It's been a bit of pinball around. And yeah, I mean, since Southampton have scored, Newcastle have had one chance, which has been basically blazed past in their post. Southampton had a very tame shot, just as you were coming to me. But on 45 minutes, it's still Newcastle 2, Southampton 1.
Thank you very much there, Luke, as we get back to Luke for regular updates throughout the second half as well. There's 3 minutes of stoppage time at the end of that game in the first half. There were some other matches taking place this evening, which I'll just tell you the scores of in those matches as well. In the Championship is half time there between Luton Town and Cardiff City. The score is 0-0 in that one. In League Two is Carlisle 1, Barrow 0, Crewe 1, Stockport 0, Salford 1, Walsall 0. In the National League, Aldershot 0, Bournemouth 0, Eastleigh 0, Barnet 1, Solihull Moors 1, Notts County 1, Woking 1, Torquay 0, Yeovil 0, Wildstone 0. There in the FA Cup is Birmingham City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0. That's the fourth round replay as in the game there. And because Blackburn are playing next Monday in the Championship live on TV, so that's why their replay is being played tonight rather than next week when the other matches are. Is coming up towards half time in the game between Newcastle and Southampton, as you've heard there from Luke. It's Newcastle 2, Southampton 1. FA Trophy action as well. Banbury 2, Coval 1, and Arrow 0, FC Halifax Town 1 is a latest score there. Scottish Premiership action as well. Ross County 0, Hibernian 1. Union with the goal in that game as we keep you across all the deadline day deals and transfer news as things happen as we watch deadline day come towards a close and the deadline gone fast approaching. This come towards half time any second now in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. Is 2-1 Newcastle on the night, 3-1 on aggregate as we try and bring you more games in the game to keep everyone up to date with what is happening there. John Joe Shelby is being pictured in the stadium at Newcastle this evening. He's been linked with a move away to Nottingham Forest. I'm wondering if Forest or Newcastle have had a change of heart and decided not to take him in that deal. There we'll see what comes of that in the last few minutes. And Lucas said he can explain that, so we'll get Luke's thoughts on it when he gets to half time in the game between Newcastle and Southampton, which is coming up very shortly as the 3 minutes of stoppage time have been played. It was a minimum of 3 minutes as the ball is cleared up towards halfway in the game, which we've got on in the studio here as in the Yorkshire-based studio here for the commentary hub this evening as we get ready to keep everyone across that deadline day deals. It's half time there, so we'll get the half time thoughts from Luke Turton in a moment or so's time. But we're just going to go for a quick break. Then we'll get the half time thoughts from Newcastle Southampton with Luke, and then we'll fetch Paul James back in as well for some more great chat for the final couple of hours or so on this transfer deadline day. You're listening to the commentary hub. Welcome back to the Commentary Hub's coverage of transfer deadline day. We're going to be bringing on Paul James in a second as well to deadline day to welcome him back for his final part of deadline day. He was on between 6 and 7 UK time alongside Luke Turton. But we're going to go quickly across to and get an update, which is at half time now between Newcastle and Southampton. And Lou, what's happened in the first half been like, and what's the score at half time, my friend?
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to say it's quite eventful in the first half, of it being a 2-1 scoreline, and Sean Longstaff has been all over the place in the first half. I mean, absolutely brilliant, scoring the 2 goals, top class finishes as well. Che Adams' finish was also brilliant for Southampton after Newcastle messed around with it in their own half, near their own box, and played it straight to him. You can't really be doing that in a semi-final. But after Southampton's goal, it kind of petered out a little bit, a bit niggly, but a few fouls. Apparently, there was a rumour going around from the Southampton end that somebody was shown a red card on their coaching staff, but I can't get any more information on that currently, so I'm going to keep looking into that. But yeah, it's still 2-1, Russ, 3-1 aggregate.
Yes, big thank you then to Luke for that. And Luke, you said you can give us an update on a incident which I saw on the monitor before I went to half time, which was about why John Joe Shelby was linked with a move from Newcastle to Nottingham Forest. He's in the crowd of St James's Park. What's the latest?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't stress too much if you're a Forest fan on the John Joe Shelby deal. Maybe you'd rather stress more after what I'm about to say if you don't really a big fan of John Joe Shelby. But the deal's still going to go ahead. He's just gone back up north after completing all the little bits he had to do to say bye to the Newcastle players and just basically watch the game there because he was playing in the first leg, I think, or he's played some part within this run, and he's been playing for Newcastle for quite some time. So I think he's just gone there as a sentimental value. I still very much expect the John Joe Shelby deal to go through. I mean, my point that I wanted to make at half time was that we've managed to go at least nearly 4 hours of the stream and we still haven't announced anybody yet. So, I mean, come on, Forrest, time's ticking.
Yes, absolutely, Luke. Time is ticking indeed, as you quite rightly said. Just there, we'll keep you across up to date if Forest do send anybody. Just a bit of news which came in a few moments ago while we was chatting with Phil, and Lou was chatting with Phil, and we'll get that in a second. Is that Felipe has passed his medical with Nottingham Forest and a potential move from Atletico Madrid is now trying to finalise personal terms. Chelsea target Enzo Fernandez is not in the Benfica squad tonight for their Portuguese game against Aruca. It's understood that Fernandez has been undergoing a medical in Portugal and of a potential move to Chelsea, as Marcel Sabitzer, the Bayern Munich man, is having has arrived at Old Carrington ahead of a deadline day loan move to Manchester United. Is expected to include an option to buy at the end of the season. Man United have moved quickly to find a midfielder after Christian Eriksen was ruled out till at least April with an ankle injury. The deadline closes at 11 o'clock. And other news, Luke, which might be interested of you and Nottingham Forest. Free agent Andre Ayew and his representatives will be in the UK on Wednesday to find a new club. The Ghanaian has been offered to both Everton and Forest in that one, as well as we bring you that one there. So, and as I mentioned a few moments ago, Bournemouth signed Ukrainian international Ila Zabrini from Dynamo Kiev as well. Harvey White of Tottenham Hotspur, young midfielder, is going out on loan to League One Derby County. Hibs have announced the signing of Middlesbrough striker Matthew Opp on loan until the end of the season as well. And Jorginho said Mikel Arteta was a big influence behind his move from Chelsea to Arsenal. We've touched on one of Manchester United potential player arrivals there in Marcel Sabitzer from Bayern Munich. And that brings in a very good segue into Leon Jones, who's joining us with us right now. And good evening, Leon. How you doing, my friend? You okay?
Hi, Russ. How you doing? Yeah, I'm not bad, mate.
Yeah, all good, mate. Thank you. So, first of all, then, Leon, the news came out earlier on tonight, and I've just mentioned it there that he's in Manchester having undergoing his medical and ahead of his loan move to Manchester United from Bayern Munich. Marcel Sabitzer, with Manchester United losing Christian Eriksen out to at least April with a ankle injury. What's your take on that one? Do you think that will be a good signing come the end of the come 11 o'clock if he gets done?
Yeah, I'm really, really happy with this. Honestly, Ericsson's out. I think April or May. He's out till now after Andy Carroll injured him in the Reading game. So midfield option was an absolute must today, and you know it happens every deadline day. Man United get linked with everybody. We've been linked to I think Isco today, Saul, Aouar, Carrasco. It always happens. But being linked to Sabitzer, I thought, it's just another one of those. But it moved really quickly. And if you look at Man United's midfield depth right now, it's Casemiro, Fred, and McTominay. With senior players, that's pretty much our midfield, and we're in 4 competitions. So bringing in Sabitzer is a huge move for United. Of course, it's only a loan with no option to buy. So you would think in summer we'll be looking for a permanent midfielder. Maybe we'll go back in for Frankie de Jong, who knows? But as of right now, Sabitzer coming into that engine room for United is a good move for us, and I think he'll play quite a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously another player that you mentioned United signed in this transfer window is a player which I know Paul James, who was on the stream with us as well, is wasn't that keen on when he played at Burnley. Wout Weghorst is joined Manchester United. What have you made to his move to Manchester United and what he's done since he joined
Well, Weghorst
from
again. It was really important for us to sign a striker in January. I mean, with Ronaldo going to Al Nassr, our only out and out striker is Martial. Of course, you've got Rashford, but he's shown his ability is best on the left hand side, cutting inside on his right. So bringing in another striker was critical. And I mean, Weghorst, he's not the best striker in the world, but he's got qualities that Ten Hag values. Is pressing particularly. I'm not sure if you've watched any of the recent Man United games, but you can see he presses from the front, and I think he's got some of the best pressing stats in Europe, which is a key component of the Ten Hag tactic. Same with Sabitzer as well. That both of the players we've brought in January are very good at pressing. So yeah, I do like Weghorst. I like what I've seen of him so far. He's a different sort of striker to Martial. He's obviously a much more of a threat in the box from whipped in deliveries, which will benefit Dallo and Luke Shaw, of course. But I do like the sound of Weghorst, and again, we haven't committed to a buy option or a mandatory fee, so it's a good deal for January, I'd say.
Yes, and just looking at Manchester United, well, the start of the season was very, very slow. Then they've come good in the last few windows, and not windows, last few weeks since the World Cup and since some of the players came in as well. What have you made to the season as a whole so far, Leon? And have you been impressed with what Eric Ten Hag has done at Manchester United?
Yeah, I've been extremely impressed. Of course, I'm biased, but Manchester United, I think, at the start of the season, top 4 was the ultimate aim. I don't think anybody expected to be comfortably top 4 or remotely close to the top of the league. I thought it was going to be a dogfight between possibly United, Chelsea, Arsenal for that 4th spot. But as we've seen, Arsenal top of the league. United, we had probably the shortest title charge of all time over the last couple of weeks. I think it would be exaggerating to say we're in a title charge, but to be where we are within about half a season of Eric Ten Hag's reign at Manchester United is incredible. I think it was Thierry Henry who said it after the Arsenal game, but we're looking at a Man United Arsenal game that's gone down to the wire. Arsenal only won it in the last minute. And that was a Man United team that had played midweek and were 6 months or so into their rebuild. The fact that we were able to compete with a team like Arsenal, who are 3-4 years into their rebuild now, it shows what improvement we've had under Ten Hag in such a short space of time. And I think, if the Glazers end up selling the club and we get an owner that will buy the players Ten Hag wants, there's no reason why Man United can't be back at the top again.
Yes, and Luke, Paul has just got a question which he would like to ask Leon.
Yeah.
So I'll just fetch Paul in. And Paul, very good evening once again to you, my friend. I know you was on a bit earlier on, but you've got a question to ask Leon. What's your question that you'd like to ask?
Yeah, yes. Hi, Leon.
Hi.
Hi. So you stress that you think Manchester United and Eric Ten Hag are now, are improving, that they've reached a level now that perhaps wasn't expected at the beginning of the season. What do you feel Manchester United need to do to reach the next level to maybe once again take the title?
I think it's all about consistency and getting that level of consistency. You see Arsenal this season, they've lost, what is it? I think one game, and it was to United. They're a strong, consistent outfit, and is like if we can get some consistency under our belt, then you'll see the results picking up. And consistency comes not only in games but in the dressing room and having players that are committed to the team. And I think you've seen over the last few years that when we've had a rough patch, it's been players that have drawn away from the club and become individuals. So Ronaldo, Pogba, of course. But you see under Ten Hag, there's a change. There's a change in mentality and players that are coming to Manchester United. They want to play for Manchester United. It's not for the money, you know. Everyone was talking about Casemiro coming for the money, but you see the passion he has when he plays for United. All you've got to do is look at that Chelsea game at the end where Casemiro's jumping in the crowd. He's not in Manchester for the money. So I think to get back to top level, we need consistency in games and we need the right personalities and the right type of player in the dressing room, because it's all good signing someone like Cristiano Ronaldo, but if he's not on board with the manager's philosophies and if he's not on the same page with the rest of the team, then we aren't going to succeed. We aren't going to win the league. And I just want to point out, like, you see the Cancelo to Bayern Munich deal that's happened over the last couple of days. It's come out of nowhere, but that is the ruthlessness of Manchester City, and they're a side that are winning and they're winning consistently. And he, like, Cancelo has been a key part of City over the last few years, but Pep sold him without even thinking twice as soon as he started to get away from the same page as everyone else. So if United can follow a similar level of consistency as the Arsenals and the Manchester Cities are doing, then we will be we'll be at that next level again. And I have no doubt about that.
I see. Do you feel you've benefited from Cristiano Ronaldo leaving? Do you think Manchester United have benefited as a team?
Yes, 100%. So the big debate was, how do you replace Ronaldo's goals? And I don't think we've necessarily replaced them, but Rashford particularly as after since the World Cup, he's really been the focal point of our goals. But you see the team, there's much more cohesion, and like I mentioned before, a key component of Ten Hag tactics is pressing, and you cannot press with a 37-year-old striker for 90 minutes. Ronaldo was not remotely in Ten Hag's philosophy or his plans. It just wasn't going to work. So yeah, I think the dressing room has improved since he's left. I also think the tactics are better. They're proving better results on the pitch since he's left as well. So I think we've benefited from Ronaldo leaving 100%. Yeah.
Thanks, Leon. I appreciate that.
No worries.
Yes, so going back then, Leon, to just discussing some of the more news as well, which we've gained coming through as well, and we'll have a look at some of the games in a moment or two. Some transfer news will come through in a minute, which we'll get on to in a second. But if you just look at some of the performances for Manchester United when Ronaldo was there compared to now, and as you mentioned, he's made a real difference, Ronaldo going. Do you think with Bruno Fernandes now having the captaincy when he plays, do you think that's given him a bit more responsibility to show what he can do as on the world stage as well? Like he performed really well for Portugal in their run World in the World Cup. Do you think that's given him a boost when being captain of Manchester United?
I do. I think there was an ongoing debate as to whether you could have a Ronaldo and a Fernandes in the team at the same time, and whether they hindered each other. And I mean, I when Ronaldo was playing, I didn't agree with that idea that it was one or the other. But since he's gone, Bruno is a very big personality, and when Ronaldo's on the pitch, he takes a lot of the the eyes, everything's on Ronaldo. You know, he's the man, he's the one on the pitch. He give him the ball. But now, like you said, Bruno is more of a center of attention, and I think Bruno, since he came in, has been a leader in the dressing room. Of course, with Maguire being the official captain for a lot of the time, it's been difficult for Bruno to show his leadership on the pitch. But now Maguire's been resorted to the bench. You can see the leadership within Bruno Fernandes, and it wears off on the other players. You know, they fight for the badge, they fight for the shirt, and that's all he's done since he came in. He's one of the best signings we've made post Alex Ferguson. I love Bruno Fernandes personally. I think all you need to do is watch a game of Bruno Fernandes, one game, and you can see it on the pitch. His tackles, he never stops running, either Fernandes. And yeah, he's a great player. And I think without Ronaldo and without Maguire, he can take that leadership upon himself. And I think it benefits him. Yeah, he plays much better.
Yeah, we're just going to take a quick break and just going to quickly check on how the second half started in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. And Luke Taylor can bring us up to date with that. And Luke, you mentioned you've got an update on you mentioned one of the Southampton coaches you saw that was booked. What can you tell us about that, my friend?
Yeah, so Alan Sheehan was sent off at half time on the Southampton coaching staff. That was the bit I was going on about there. There was also 2 substitutions for Southampton before the second half started, which was Perraud and Lavia have come on for Lianco and Alcaraz. But really, the second half is yet to really get started. I mean, both sides have just had the ball played around a bit. Nothing's really happened of note, so it's still 2-1 to Newcastle.
Thank you very much there to Lou for that quick update there. And we'll just go one final question, Leon, and then we'll let you go for more up for the rest of the evening. So big thanks for coming on first and foremost. But with what you've got in the window and potentially if you get that signing over the line tonight, the Bayern Munich man, if you can get him over the line, where do you feel Manchester United can finish this season moving forward?
I think third is the realistic answer. The dreamer in me says we can make a title charge, but we know that's not going to happen. Let's be honest. Newcastle are very, very solid, but honestly, I don't see them keeping up this consistency till the end of the season. I think it'll be United third, but I would be happy with third place and then a trophy. And I mean, no disrespect to Nottingham Forest, but we've got one foot in the final already in the EFL Cup. And we've got the Europa League as well, the FA Cup. I would be happy with one trophy in third, personally.
Yes, and one of our listeners who's tuned in as well, and Mox TV, who's tuned in on YouTube, big shout out to you, my friend. He says he's got a question for you, and then we'll let you go after you've answered this one. He says he's got a question for me. What sort of final would you want in the League Cup? Obviously, you'll play the winners of Newcastle and Southampton, which, as Lou mentioned in the moment, it looks like it's going to be Newcastle that you'll be facing in the final. But which sort of final would you want? Would you rather have say Newcastle or would you rather have Southampton? Which one would you rather have?
I think I would. I mean, Southampton would be the easier game, but if you want to be at the top level, you have to beat the best teams. If it is Newcastle, I mean, I think they're 3-1 up now on aggregate with most of the second half left. I think it's probably going to be Newcastle. We need to test ourselves. Newcastle, they've been very, very solid defensively. I know that they've conceded today, but they don't concede much, Newcastle. So that final will be a challenge. But yeah, ideally, I would have liked Southampton prior to the first leg. But I can't see it being Southampton now. So yeah, hopefully bring on Newcastle. But we have to get past Nottingham Forest first. You know, stranger things have happened. They might score 4 past us tomorrow. And, you know, might be a Nottingham Forest Newcastle final. But hopefully, yeah, we'll see out tomorrow and then beat whether it's Newcastle or Southampton at Wembley.
Yes, so big thank you then to Leon for coming on, and thank you for
Scoreful.
taking time out of your Tuesday evening to come on and give you a chance, give your thoughts on Manchester United's season so far, and answer some questions from Paul, and obviously the questions I had, and obviously Mox, who's tuned in as well. So a big thank you for coming on, Leon, and getting involved on the transfer deadline day stream.
Yeah, just before I go as well, quickly, I think there's about just under 2 hours left now of the window.
Yeah, 1 hour,
So
44 minutes, and
yeah, 1 hour
like
45 minutes.
almost 1 hour 43 minutes left. So call it 1 hour 45 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Yes.
So hopefully we'll get Sabitzer over the line. And I have seen a couple of things have happened just to close out. Axel Twanzebe has been linked to Stoke City, which would be good to see him go there and get some game time. Obviously, he returned to Man United after his loan at Napoli because he was injured. And the last thing, we've been heavily linked with Hassem Aouar in the last few hours. So if we could get Sabitzer and Aouar over the line in the next hour and 45, that would be one of the better deadline days in recent memory as a United fan.
Yes, a big thank you then to Leon, and thank you for that little bit of update there just before you did leave us. So big thank you there, Leon, and thank you for taking your time out and to coming on. So big thank you there to Leon Jones, who's been involved today. So just some big news coming there then, Paul. And what did you make to some of the points that Leon made there regarding Manchester United? And do you think he's got a point in there with some of the players I mentioned potentially coming in?
Yeah, I think so. I agree. I think Manchester United are in a sort of in a rebuilding stage, and they're sort of putting together now. I think they've got the right man behind the bench, in Eric Ten Hag. Certainly, they've been a much improved side from last season. There was a stage where I was looking at Manchester United where I was thinking, I actually felt sorry for them. I felt that a club like Manchester United, one of the biggest clubs in England, probably the biggest club in England, if we're being honest, certainly the best supported, should have players that were putting in that kind of effort. Used to make me quite angry, actually. And after the performance against Brentford, away at Brentford, where they lost 4-0, I was thinking to myself, thinking this isn't getting any better for them, but they've certainly improved. And I agree with his assessment. I think Manchester United as a team collectively have been better without Ronaldo.
Yes, and Mox has been on by your team as well, Paul, which I want to get your thoughts on this. He says Burnley have had an amazing transfer window in terms of players and announcement video. He says being on the second half of the season, he'd say. So what do you make to Burnley's transfer window in terms of players that you fetched in and the announcement videos that your media team have been putting out? And for me, I really like the one that was out of Shrek for Lyle Foster. I really liked that announcement video. What have you made to Burnley's transfer window in terms of players and also the announcement videos that were put out by the Burnley media team as well, Paul?
Well, I think we've had a very successful window because we've covered those areas that needed to be covered. Lyle Foster, Michael Obafemi, bringing in the two centre backs as well. We've covered those areas that we needed to cover, and I think that was the most important thing for me. The most important thing was to bring in a striker. Well, Vincent Company brought in two, so going into today, I wasn't expecting it to be a particularly busy day. If anything at all, I got rather excited when we were looking at Cavadiol earlier on, when that rumor came flashing up again, because I've been wanting him since the summer, and when we didn't get him in the summer, I was a little disappointed. So when that rumor started floating around today, I was getting awfully excited. But I have to say, it's a very, very successful window, isn't it? I mean, you've got a team there that is incredibly strong at the moment and a match for any team in the championship. And as I said to you in the last segment that I was in order to put a team together, replace an entire squad of players, replace an entire way of playing, And then not only to do that, but to be successful, so successful that you're top of the league in February, and 17 points clear of third place is an incredible, incredible job.
It is absolutely, Paul, absolutely fantastic job that Vincent Company has done at Turf Moor. 58 minutes gone in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. Remains Newcastle 2, Southampton 1. Will keep you across that game, which is taking place this evening. We'll also keep you across all the other games which are taking place as well this evening. So we'll just run you through some more of those scores that are games that are taking place this evening. First of all, in the Championship, it's Town 0, Cardiff City 0. In League 2 is now Carlisle United 4, Barrow 0. It's currently Crewe 1, Stockport 1, and it's Salford 1, Walsall 0. In the National League, it's Aldershot 0, Bournemouth 0, Eastland 0, Barnet 2, Solihull Moors 1, Notts County 1, it's Woking 1, Torquay 1, Yeovil 0, Wealdstone 0 in that one there as well. In the FA Cup, it's still Birmingham City 0, Blackburn Rovers 0 in that one. In the FA Trophy, it's now Banbury 2, Coval 1, Arrow 1, FC Halifax Town 1 as well to tell you about in those. Just there to keep you across those news there that's happening at this moment in time. We're going to take another quick break in a second, but when we return, we'll go back to look to find out what is in the game in between Newcastle and Southampton, see if there's been another goal which has been updated that's come through, and see how the remaining game, and we'll count down to the remaining matches of the transfer deadline day, minutes of the transfer deadline day, and go through some more news very, very shortly as well. So stay with us, listen to the commentary of this deadline day special, and we're just going for a quick break. When we return, we'll go straight to Luke to find out the latest updates in the Newcastle against Southampton game. Welcome back to Transfer Deadline Day here on the Commentary Hub. We're bringing you the last few moments of the deadline day. 1 hour, 35 minutes to go until the close of deadline day and the transfer window. Just quickly run you through some transfers. Blackburn Rovers are closing in on the signing of Nottingham Forest midfielder Lewis O'Brien. That's going to be a loan transfer with a view to a permanent should Blackburn Rovers get promoted. Just to let you know, Everton have had a £25 million bid plus add-ons rejected for Sheffield United's Iliman Ndiaye. Earlier in the window, as they look to bolster their midfield options, I mentioned earlier when I was speaking to Barry, when he mentioned about Sander Berger, that Sheffield United have said there's going to be no one leaving the club today. Crystal Palace, while we're speaking to Leon there, completed the signing of midfielder Naouri Amada from Stuttgart in a 3.5-year contract. Some news from Wrexham, and Wrexham are set to sign former Celtic defender Owen O'Connell. The club's Hollywood owners Ryan Reynolds and Rob McElhenney have already teased the signing on social media earlier today. Anthony Elanga was linked with a move away from Manchester United just yesterday, which Luke fetched to me. He's been told he was not being allowed to leave Manchester United this winter, despite being linked with a loan move to Everton. Fulham have agreed a deal in principle, as I mentioned earlier, to Barry as well, to sign Arsenal right back Cedric Suarez on a straight loan. The 31-year-old is having a medical ahead of his deadline day move to Craven Cottage. Fulham will make Shane Duffy's loan from Brighton into a permanent deal to free up the space for the Portuguese defender. Premier League rules state a club can only have 2 loan players from English clubs. Currently, Fulham have Shane Duffy and Daniel James currently on loan, so Daniel James will remain at Fulham on loan. Marcel Sabitzer's just been looking at some of the free kicks he can take at Bayern Munich. He was off the boil at Bayern Munich, but he was red hot in free kicks at RB Leipzig when he was there as well. And Sabitzer and his agent has been speaking to Sky Germany, and he says that some bits of news there, which I can just read you. He says, the most unpleasant person to be around when he's not playing. He hates it when he loses. That's the bottom line. The character-wise, the kid is a killer, while the players who always want to win look like. So that's what the new potentially Manchester United player, Marcel Sabitzer, is like, according to his agent there. Let's go get a quick update on how the game is going between Newcastle and Southampton. Is it still 2-1? The man to find out and to tell us is Luke Turton. Luke.
Yeah, Russ, it's still 2-1 to Newcastle. Again, not a lot has really happened. There's been a few little breaks in play for substitutions. Newcastle have brought on Murphy, St. Maximan, and Isaac for Almiron, Willock, and Callum Wilson. But really, nothing much has really changed from the last time you came to. Really, Newcastle have had a couple of half chances. Southampton have not really had anything, but I'm still waiting for the next goal, to be honest, for us. So still 2-1 to Newcastle.
Thank you very much. Then still 2-1 to Newcastle and 3-1 on the night. 3-1 on aggregate, 2-1 on the night, should I say, there regarding that one. And we'll keep you up to date with what is happening right through until the 11 o'clock deadline here on the commentary. We'll be with you right through till 11:15 when we finish on air this evening, as we're just going to the end of the English window. There is the Scottish window, which is open till midnight, which you can follow elsewhere online. But we'll be with you right through till 11:15, and we'll round up some of the news there. There may be some English ones which are got deal sheets in, which can take up to, I think, it's 1 o'clock the following day in the morning to get completed with come the end of the transfer window, and we'll keep you up to date and across that story throughout the evening. And it's going to be interesting to see what gets done and who gets done in the window which is coming up very, very shortly. The window is very much fast approaching. So then let's just have a look at the window then, and just some of the channels, and let's just fetch in Luke Turton on this topic first of all. And Luke, when you look at some of the deals that have gone through so far, obviously you've looking at the watch, Newcastle is not, none of the deals have gone through in Nottingham Forest just yet. What do you reckon needs to happen between now and the deadline for Forest? Obviously, you said Giorgio Shelby deal is going to go through. But what do you reckon is going to happen? And do you reckon Forest will announce that deal? If that deal's already been done and the paperwork's already been signed off and everything before the 11 o'clock deadline, Forest could announce it after. Do you think Forest will announce it before the deadline or after the deadline? When do you think Forest will announce it?
I think Forest will announce the deal at 10:01, Russ, or 11 or 10:59 or something really ridiculous, like when I've disappeared off streams or everything's done or just something really awkward. Because for 4.5 hours, Forest have done more or less nothing apart from break potential news and then potential outgoings. And it's almost like we're trying to set everything up for the kind of maddest finish ever, which makes everybody on social media basically break their fingers for the amount of typing they're going to have to do in a short space of time. Instead of gradually just breaking it out, I can see us doing it all in one go. And I don't know. I just feel like time's ticking. Get on with it. Put out the deals you know are actually done. Surprise us with a late deal that you've been working on, because you clearly are. Because if you're only doing the final touches of Felipe and looking at the Navas one, and you've still not announced John Joe Shelby, you're clearly working on something else we don't know about.
Yes, absolutely. And if there's any Rotherham fans listening to this, I know there may be a few Rotherham fans listening to this. I know I said they'll probably be listening to it. Said mind pop in and listen to it very, very soon. Just a bit of an update here from one of the local journalists, Andy Giddins. He has just tweeted in the last few minutes. Understand reports of Rotherham United's attempts to sign Watford's Domingos Quina are correct. Watford require international clearance to get the player recalled from Elche before subsequent planned move to the Airseal New York Stadium. Deal is still to be confirmed, but is close. So that deal is close for Rotherham United to get done before the 11 o'clock deadline is close. Just waiting the international clearance to get the player recalled from Elche so he can go out on loan to Rotherham United and be a Rotherham United player for the remainder of the season. Domingos Quina from Watford. So that's just a bit of news from Andy Giddins just there as we keep you across. That one, some news just in as well from Fabrizio Romano regarding Enzo Fernandez. He says Chelsea will try until the end for Enzo. Meeting still ongoing. No medical yet, even though it was reported earlier on that the medicals were taking place in Portugal. It would be completed in Portugal if the two clubs would be able to will be able to reach full agreement. The fight is on for Enzo Fernandez in the end there. And we'll just fetch Paul in on some of the new on that Enzo Fernandez deal. And Paul, do you think Enzo Fernandez will get done by 11 o'clock deadline, or do you reckon it'll be the one which they'll say it's the one that got away in the end? What do you reckon?
Well, it really depends, doesn't it, on whether they can come to an agreement on the payments. None of this stuff is straightforward. If they have to come to an agreement on the payments, they're looking at the value, what the money's going to be worth, how much that money's going to be worth after it's paid in full by Chelsea. It's my understanding that Benfica want 3 payments over 3 years. Chelsea want to do 5 over 5 years, I think, was what I read last time. And obviously, the payments that Benfica want obviously mean that there's a greater value in the money in that way. So that might be the reason why they're doing it. There could be other reasons, as Luca mentioned earlier on. There could be financial fair play, which is forcing Chelsea to do it the way that they are. It's very, very complicated, and time is running out. I mean, we've got less than 2 hours. If it does get done, they're gonna have to get a wriggle on. They really are. They're going to have to get a wriggle on because time is really running out for this deal.
Yes, time is actually running out for this deal. They've got just over an hour to get this deal done and wrapped up. You'll be interested to see if that deal does get done in the end, and we'll keep you up to date with that if that is going to be the case as we try and get people on. We'll be getting in around about 5 minutes time. We'll be getting Isaac Dilks on to talk all things Chelsea and touch upon that Enzo Fernandez deal and see whether he thinks the deal will get done. Isaac is an Arsenal fan, but was happy to come on and discuss Chelsea's window and season so far as well. If we can, and we'll keep you across some of the games, give you the results from the matches a little bit later on and we'll get another update in a minute or so as we bring more details on in the end, as we bring you to see if we can get any more deals done right through to the end of transfer deadline days. We'll be bringing deals there. We're just going to go quickly and get another quick update. We've around about 15 minutes left to play in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. In the game in the Carabao Cup semi-final second leg. Newcastle currently leading 2-1 on the night, 3-1 on aggregate. Is there any change in the scoreline there? Look at what's just happened in the game.
We just had a shot from Sean Longstaff that was saved by Bazunu. Oh, there's a potential handball there from Salisu. It's in the box. That's debatable. I'd say that's handball myself. And then the rebound was smashed towards goal. I think he's given a corner, but I don't know. I'd say. I'd still say I'd say it's handball, but you can never comment on these things. But it's still 2-1 currently, Ross. Ross, we have no sound.
Yes, thank you very much there to Luke Tatum. We'll be getting back to the very, very shortly with some more updates. Still 2-1 to Newcastle, 3-1 on aggregate in the game against Southampton. We're now going to fetch in one of our another guest in who's coming on to the show tonight. Isaac Dilks is with us now. He's a Arsenal fan, but he's here to discuss all things Chelsea this evening, which is good to see. First of all, Isaac, how you doing, my friend? You okay?
I'm very good, mate. Always happy to come on and chat some football. How are you?
Yeah, really good, mate. Thank you. Good to have you on, and thanks for coming on so far. Then, first of all, then Isaac, what have you made to Chelsea's season so far? Obviously, they started under Thomas Tuchel. He was sacked, and then they've fetched Graham Potter in. How do you think the season's gone as a whole for Chelsea? And how do you think the Chelsea fans will be thinking about that this season as a whole so far?
Well, I think rightfully so. Chelsea fans should be disappointed. Currently sat 10th in the league. I know they've got through their Champions League group with pretty much good ease, but 10th, 29 points from 20 games is not really good enough with the amount of money they're spending and the kind of caliber of player they've got at the club. So if I was a Chelsea fan, I'd be sorely disappointed with the way this season's going and looking like it's going to continue to go, unfortunately.
Yes, obviously a bad start and then picked up a little bit, will be indifferent to past few months under Graham Potter as well. Not as much as fluency to his game as he would have liked, like he had a Brighton. With some of the transfers that they've made in this January transfer window, how do you think they will continue? Do you think they'll be able to take Chelsea on to that next level? And do you think Potter will be the man to do that as well?
I like Potter. I think he's a very good manager. He's proven himself at Brighton. and in the Swedish League of Oslo as well. He's proven himself to be a top quality manager and a great developer of young players, which I think is why Chelsea, this window in particular, it's important to note that Chelsea brought in, I think it's Christian Vivel from the RB Leipzig group, so the Red Bull group, to be their new technical director just before Christmas. And I think you can see that in the transfers they've made this January. An average age of 20.1 years old, I think, of all the players they've signed this window. So going for those young players and physically strong players. Mudryk, really, really quick, top quality physical stats. Badiashile, very quick, very strong, top quality centre-back prototype. And Madueke as well, proper winger, very physical, very quick. So going for that sort of Red Bull recruitment strategy, young players, top physical prospects with really high ceiling. So I think if you look at it from a player perspective, I wouldn't say no to any of the players they've signed. Mudryk, Badiashile, Madueke, Malo Gusto from Lyon, who's just gone back out on loan for another 6 months. And then a couple of younger guys as well, Santos from Vasco da Gama and Datro Fofana as well from Molde. And obviously the Felix loan. Of all those players, I think they're all good players. From that perspective, the quality you want, the technical ability, it's all there to see. I think the question will be in the fees, spending 208 million this window already, and just whether or not they need to players in these positions. They've brought in 2 more wingers, another centre back. I know they've had injury problems, but this squad is getting quite full. And with only Jorginho leaving this window and possibly Ziyech, I think come the summer they might have some problems with the amount of squad depth they have.
Yes, absolutely. And just before we get back to talking about Chelsea, just seen a comment coming from Extra Streams, who was watching on our Twitch channel this evening. They say, any news on the Pedro Porro deal? Pedro Porro potentially going to Tottenham. I can tell you, Tottenham are close to finalising the deal. Signed Pedro Porro from Sporting Lisbon for £39 million. Fabrizio Romano said earlier that the deal was signed and sealed between Porro and Tottenham. Just waiting for it to be signed off of the Sporting end, and then that's going to be finalised there. So that's just the bit of latest there that we've got on that deal there. Just go back to Chelsea. They're hoping to try and get Enzo Fernandez over the line from Benfica. The payment structure is holding that deal up. Currently, no medical taking place just yet, as earlier reports were suggesting that had been the case, and be interesting to see if that one deal does get through. And if that does get through, do you think that could be a really good, strong window for Chelsea with Enzo Fernandez coming in as well as the others, Isaac, that we've already touched upon?
I think so. I think, again, from a player perspective, from a quality perspective, Enzo Fernandez is excellent. I know he's had very few months at Benfica, in a top 5 European league. But there was always talk when he was in Argentina of him being a top quality talent. And I think he's shown that at the World Cup as well, winning the Young Player Award. He's been brilliant. Obviously, the only thing that comes into question again is the fee. This is extortionate amounts of money to be spending on a guy who's had half a season of top flight, top European League football in Portugal. But if you like the talent, if you back your scouting and you trust the player that you think he is, then I suppose any fee is justifiable for the future. But 105 million going up to 120 possibly, I think is probably a bit high for me at the moment. But they're probably getting a jump on all the other big teams that will want him in the summer. So, like I say, if they want him, then you're gonna have to pay the extortionate money right now and go get the kind of player you want. But I think that'll make it a good window for Chelsea, especially if they're going to look to let Conor Gallagher go. There's still rumours he's going to go to Everton, I think, at the moment. They're going to need another midfielder. So whether that's Enzo Fernandez or Moises Caicedo, they just let Jorginho go, of course, as well. So a couple of spots might be open. And they're top quality players they're going after to fill it. So you can only admire the scouting because these are great young players they're going after to fill this squad up. But obviously the thing that will be called into question is the amount of money they're spending at the moment, especially in the last 25 days or so, just this window.
Yes, absolutely. We're just going to break off from talking about Chelsea at this moment in time because we've just had a red card in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. Newcastle are 2-1 up and 3-1 up on aggregate as it stands right now. But there has been a red card in that game. But a red card for who, Luke Turton?
For Bruno Guimaraes, he did a tackle where his foot went over the top of the ball into the kind of ankle of Samuel Edozie, a bit similar to Andy Robertson's the other day that wasn't given as a card. Portini gave it as a yellow card initially. VAR intervened trying to have a look at it, and Portini looked at it and said, "Yes, that's a red card." So, and now currently have a free kick, which I believe Ward Prowse is over. He takes it straight into the wall. I got way too excited about that fact. But yeah, so it's a red card for Bruno, but it's still Newcastle 2, Southampton 1.
Thank you very much there to Luke Turton. So Newcastle still leading 2-1, but down to 10 men now, 3-1 on aggregate against Southampton in the Carabao Cup. And Alexander Isak is currently down injured for Newcastle as well. I can tell everyone that he's still down injured at this moment in time. And Ward Prowse just being beckoned over by Nathan Jones while the treatment for Isak is taking place. Shadham's just come running across as well to get some instructions on board while the treatment is happening. Also, Jan Benarek come across there. So that's the latest there. Any more developments in that game will break off and go back to Luke Turton to bring us updates on that game this evening. We'll just go back onto Chelsea then, Isaac, and as the window comes towards a close, then and say Chelsea doesn't get Enzo Fernandez over the board, what rating would you say Chelsea fans would give that window for them with the players that have bought in? And what rating would you give them as an outsider looking in, as a neutral looking in on it as well?
I think I'd give them a couple of ratings. I think in terms of building the squad for the future, it looks like they're going to lose a couple of guys in the summer. Quite likely that some of the players who haven't quite performed, your Christian Pulisic's, things like that, might be at the door. Looks like Colin Gallagher might even leave today still. You don't know. So I think from a rebuild perspective, bringing in young players, high ceilings, good technical quality, good physical attributes, I'd give them a 9 out of 10 probably. But I think in terms of immediate impact, are these guys going to be what gets them to European football this season? I'm not so sure. These are inexperienced guys coming from foreign leagues. Some of them have played a bit of Champions League football. Mudrik's played a bit of Champions League football. Madueke's played European football. And Badiashile has obviously been in and amongst that France squad as well. So they've all played a high level. But I think coming into this league, especially at this time of year, is always really tough. So is this going to take them from 10th to 4th or 5th? I don't think so. So I think for immediate impact, I'd give them a 4 or 5 out of 10. But building for the long term, they're looking positive.
Yeah, they're looking positive with the signings that they make. And just another quick final one with you. When you look at the Graham Potter after where he did Swansea when he came in there, then moved on to Brighton, coming from Sweden, moving his way through the ranks. Do you think he could be the man to take Chelsea forward to that next level, or do you think Chelsea need to go for a more experienced manager, someone who's managed in the Champions League to take the club to that next level?
I hope they give him time. I hope they give him the opportunity to take what is going to be a young squad as far as they can go, because I think they've got the ability now. These players they've signed are top quality players with big ceilings, big high ceilings. And these are the kind of guys that are going to be self-motivated. You don't need a big character as a manager in the dressing room. We're not talking about the likes of Toni Kroos, Luka Modric at Real Madrid, and who might need someone like Zidane to sort of motivate them. They might need that player who's been there and done it. These young guys should hopefully be self-motivated and eager to learn. And I don't think there's many managers in the world right now better at developing young players and better at scouting those hidden gems than Graham Potter is. So I hope Todd Boehly gives him time. From seeing what he's done with American sport, his LA Dodgers franchise, the team manager over there has been in charge for nigh on a decade, I think, 8 to 10 years. So hopefully Todd takes something from that and gives Graham a bit of time, gives Graham Potter a bit of time to work his magic, get his fingernails into this squad and see where they can go from next season. If he can stave off all the media pressure, hopefully Burley gives him some time to do his thing, because we know how good a manager he is, how good a man manager he is, and how good tactically he can be.
Yes, absolutely. Then, Isaac, absolutely. Big thank you for coming on and giving your thoughts on Chelsea window. Just before we do go, just want to see if we'll just see there's some breaking transfer news which is coming. Bournemouth have just announced signing of Ahmad Traore, and while we was talking there as well, big news which Nottingham Forest fans will be listening to, likely to hear, and that is that Felipe has signed for Nottingham Forest from Atletico Madrid. That one has gone through now, so I think lots of Nottingham Forest fans will be very happy with that signing there as well. So big thank you there to Isaac for his thoughts, and Luke is, and Paul just said Luke will be jumping through the ceiling with the news of Felipe signing, because normally when we do these sort of streams, Isaac, Nottingham Forest don't sign any players until after Luke's left the stream. This time around, Luke is still on the stream, and Nottingham Forest have announced a signing, so he's going to be really happy with that one, with Luke being a Nottingham Forest fan as well.
Lucky
so,
him.
Yes.
What is that, number 25 now? Number 25 for the season?
I think it's something like 25. I think he's number 25, yes. I think number 26, maybe John Joe Shelby, which is likely to be confirmed a bit later on this evening as well, which is, I believe all the paperwork's done for that one there. So it looks like that's going to be done as well. So that's, but just want to say as a big thank you for coming on, and thank you for taking time out of your Tuesday evening to come on and chat with us this evening.
No worries, mate. Thoroughly enjoyed it. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, Isaac, thank you very much for coming on then, Isaac, and we'll hopefully catch up with Isaac again real soon, as we've got 7 minutes added time in the game between Newcastle and Southampton this evening. So then we're going to take a quick break in a second, and then we'll get ready for, and then we'll come back and get some updates, and we'll bring you some update on Rotherham United, who have just announced another signing while we were just finishing off there with Isaac. So we'll go back and bring you that in a second, or when we return from this short break in a moment. Just don't go anywhere. You're listening to the Commentary Hub. Welcome back to the Deadline Day special here on the Commentary Hub. We're also live on the Commentary Hub 2, JB Sports and Storm FM, and also live on Turton Talks Football as well, and also live on Twitch as well. It looks as though Isaac may need to go off in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. Last time I was with Luke, it was still 2-1 to Newcastle and still 3-1 on aggregate. Is that still the case, Luke Turton?
Yeah, it's still 2-1 and 3-1 aggregate, Russ, but Isaac's had to go off. Looks like Jamal Lascelles is going to come on to replace him. They're going to try and shore it up. Southampton have been mainly throwing the kitchen sink at it to try and get a goal back. I do think it's a bit too late now for them to get anything from this, but you never know. But yeah, it's still 2-1.
Thank you very much there to Luke Turton for that. Rotherham United have signed Domingos Quina from Watford. The attacking midfielder has signed for Rotherham United on loan until the end of the season from Championship rivals Watford. That deal has just been confirmed in the last few minutes, which is a big piece of news for Rotherham United, which is very big piece of news, and a big thank you to all people that's joined us today on the Deadline Day stream as well. Fabrizio Romano has just confirmed that Mad Dirty has joined Atletico Madrid on Australia. No option to buy them. We're going to be delighted to fetch on our very own, all the way from Stevenage, and in Stevenage H, in TC Hub H, TC Hub, another HQ of TC Hub in Stevenage this time, in England, which is in the UK as well, of Mike Ornament, who's going to be joining us right now. And very good evening, Mike. How you doing, my friend? You okay?
Yeah, good boys. How we doing? Everyone all right?
Yeah, all good, mate. Thank you. We're keeping up to date with all the Deadline Day news, and Luke's keeping us across the football game as well between Southampton and Nottingham.
It's been
Southampton and
busy down
Newcastle
here. I tell you, it
in
has
the
been
game tonight.
very
Who could
busy
face
down here at the
either
like
Nottingham
today.
Forest or Manchester United?
I was just saying, Russ, it's been very busy down here today.
Yes,
3 signings that have come in at Stevenage.
yes, and that's where we're going to go then, Mike. You've just come in, said been very busy down in Stevenage today. Mike's in the TCM HQ in Stevenage for us right now to give us all the latest on the deals that's happening at Stevenage. Mike, take it away,
Yeah,
my
so
friend.
actually, there's a few that have gone through. The latest one being a surprise one, which we weren't expecting, being a goalkeeper. Jokal Anderson, I think his name is, Icelandic goalkeeper, is coming on loan to replace Tejas Hammond, who's out for what seems to be a couple of months with a non-contact injury that was suffered in training today. So he's come in, 21-year-old goalkeeper from Reading. He also another signing that came in was another Reed, not Jamie Reed this time. It's Josh Reed that signed. He signed on loan as well. And also, who was the third one? I'm trying to remember who the third one was now. I think the third one was might have even been the permanent one, which I can't remember who that was now. It was because there was the one yesterday where Josh March came in as well. I think, was it just 2 today and then the one yesterday? I can't even remember, to be fair now.
Yes, I can't remember myself, Mike. I'll be checking on that in a second to confirm for people who it is as well from down at Stevenage. And Mike, Arsenal have made a signing today
Yeah.
in signing Jorginho as well. Looks like they're
Yeah.
not going to be signing Caicedo from Brighton. Let's take your thoughts on that as well, with you being an Arsenal fan as well as a Stevenage fan, Mike.
Yeah, it's a bit underwhelming, to be honest, when you look at the players that we were sort of going for originally in Caicedo. He's sort of a more young, hungry sort of player. Obviously, Jorginho's been there, done it. He's won things with Chelsea. Obviously, won the Champions League. He won the Euros with Italy, but he's sort of the wrong side of 30 now. But I suppose when you look on it, the positive from that is that it's only a 12 million deal. So they've not, Arsenal haven't gone in and spent big money on a signing, but and then kind of thrown everything at that signing. It seems like they've left a bit of money back for signings in the summer as well, which will probably be the likes of Caicedo and maybe a Declan Rice, who Arsenal go back for in the summer window. But yeah, it's a bit of an underwhelming one considering what Arsenal could have had. Yes, he's got the experience, but he's been successful at Chelsea and sort of for country and stuff as well. But yeah, I'm not overly convinced at the moment. I think Arsenal could have done a little bit more to get the Caicedo one over the line.
Yes, very interesting thoughts there. We're just going to break off a minute, Mike, and get the thought and go across and get some of the result which has just come through from the League Cup Carabao Cup semi-final in the game between Newcastle and Southampton. The full-time whistle has gone there, I understand, Luke Turton. And Luke, who is it that's gone through, and who is it who's won? Can you just can you use the information on there and tell us how the game was today, my friend?
Yeah, Newcastle have gone through 2-1, winners 3-1 on aggregate, but it really wasn't that clear cut. I mean, Sean Longstaff had the best first half I've seen for a long time, scoring the 2 goals. Then Che Adams got that goal back, which was gifted by Newcastle defence. The second half was fairly uneventful until the red card. I mean, there was a few different bits of play, a few shots here and there. There was the handball shout, which I thought was handball, but let's not go into that one. And then the red card was a clear red card for Bruno. And then really Southampton couldn't make the extra man count, and Newcastle finish up going through to the final.
Yes, Lou, with what you've seen tonight in the game as a whole, do you reckon Newcastle have got what it takes to potentially win the Carabao Cup final against either Manchester United or Forest?
Yeah, I think they've got a chance, but I mean, it all depends on how they turn up on the day, to be honest. I mean, they didn't do a lot second half, but that may be because Southampton changed a couple of things, made it a bit more difficult.
Yes, so very interesting stuff there. Just to tell everyone about there, as we're going to bring you some more transfer news in a second, as with the deadline day window comes towards a close. Big thank you there to Luke for his updates throughout the evening on the deadline day between Newcastle and Southampton for the past hour or so. Luke will be staying with us just for another little bit longer, just to touch on some of the transfers and some breaking news just into us, which has come from Matt Law of the Daily Telegraph. Chelsea have now reached a deal with Benfica, signed Enzo Fernandez. That deal and that saga is now over. It's a British record fee for Chelsea, with Enzo Fernandez moving to Stamford Bridge. We just touched on it towards the end there with Isaac when he was on, and Mike was just going to confirm that Stevenage have only had 2 signings today and 1 yesterday. Just to break another breaking news story, which is just coming to us literally just a couple of minutes ago. Arsenal midfielder Albert Sambi Lakonga has joined Crystal Palace on loan until the end of the season. That deal has just been confirmed. confirmed, and as we also mentioned as well, Matt Doherty has completed his move to Atletico Madrid from Tottenham. That deal has now gone through as well, and with Newcastle winning tonight, that deal, with that win, should I say, has helped Newcastle reach their first Wembley final since 1999. And we're just going to fetch on Luke Turton back in for a moment. Also, as I said, we're going to fetch you back in to discuss this transfers. And Luke, back in with us now. You're back with us after covering the game. And while we were covering the game, Nottingham Forest announced the signing of Felipe this evening. He signed a 1.5 year deal, and that's the 27th signing since the summer for Nottingham Forest. Deals for Keylor Navas and John Joe Shelby are still in the works, and looks like they may be getting done pretty soon. How happy are you with that signing of Felipe? And if Navas and Shelby deals get done, how happy will you be with those two signings as well?
Well, Felipe gives you that experience, and I mean, we all know what he can do. I think we needed that little bit more quality at the back, so that adds to that. I think John Joe Shelby, again, has Premier League experience. That's more or less done. He said bye to Newcastle this evening, so you feel well is coming to us. So again, that'll give us a bit of quality in that midfield. The only problem I have with John Joe Shelby is he's quite injury prone. Then again, he'll fit right into our injury department, so there you go. And as for Keylor Navas, again, need a quality keeper now that Dean Henderson's not there. So yeah, I'm fairly confident that they'll be top players.
Yes, and the news regarding that Matt Doherty deal, that deal is signed him on a free agent on a deal for the rest of the season after Tottenham agreed to mutually terminate the right back's contract to allow him to join the Spanish club. And look, if you get those deals over the line, like you're looking to get over Navas and Shelby, with the deal that you've already got over the line tonight in Felipe, where do you rank this window for Nottingham Forest? With the players you already got in the window early on, and then these three towards the end, where would you rank it in terms of windows? Would you say it was more successful than the summer window, or just the summer window just pipped this one?
Um, I don't know really, Russ. I mean, it's hard to tell. I mean, we've addressed a few issues, been forced into a couple of signings, and still think we're missing a front player. But yeah, I'd say about 8.5 if I had to grade it.
Yes, so a big thank you there to Luke Turton, who's been with us this evening for the majority of the evening as well. So a big thank you there to Luke for joining us this evening. Just a bit of line out of Everton, and Everton have had a bid rejected on deadline day to sign. Are you ready for this, guys? Sign former Arsenal and Chelsea striker Olivier Giroud from AC Milan. Sean Dyche trying to sign Olivier Giroud for Everton on deadline day from AC Milan, and I can see
That's just funny.
Paul James just laughing and clapping to himself in HQ there. Max has said it's funny there as well and laughing. And Paul, do you want to tell this one first? What do you make of that news I've just brought you there?
Oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. That's hilarious. Well, that is a very, very, very brave by Everton. I'll give them that. I'll give them that.
Yeah, Mike. Obviously, you've seen him play for Arsenal and play for Chelsea as well. What do you make to that one, my friend?
That's just like I was just reading about Everton just a second ago, saying about how their fans are so angry with. Obviously, they've been angry with the owners and stuff for a while. They've had the new manager. They've not signed anyone in this window, and it's like if I'm an Everton fan right now, like Limo, guys like that, to come out with what is it, like an hour or so left of the window, for an Olivier Giroud kind of rumor like that, that's just rubbing salt into the wound for any Everton fan.
It is, yes, absolutely. When I saw it, I had to keep a straight face. I thought,
Yeah.
am I reading this wrong? Are you sure I'm reading it? They're saying Everton, not someone say like Arsenal trying to get him back, or someone
No,
say
I think they were trying to sign Oliver Giroud.
Well, earlier on, I read on Twitter there was a rumor floating around that Everton were interested in Pierre-Emerick Aubameyang.
Yeah, well, that would have made more sense because at least he's sort of, out of favour at Chelsea and stuff. Would have actually made a bit of sense.
yeah,
Oh.
when Giroud is playing week in week out, he played at the weekend for
Yeah,
AC Milan.
yeah.
So someone who's playing week in week out at a club, you don't expect him to be moving to another club so close to the
Just
deadline.
imagine if Everton pulled that one off though in the last hour or so, like World Cup finalist, runner up, etc. And then he's playing in the Championship next season against Sheffield Wednesday or wherever, Sheffield United.
The Everton fans are going to be furious. They're going to be they're already furious. I'm already seeing them on Twitter because I'm kind of following them a little bit right now. I'm following their plight right now because I don't want to see them go down. But I'm looking at their plight right now, and if I was an Everton fan, I would be absolutely sideways right now. Sideways. It's embarrassing what is going on at that club right now, and it's the fans who are suffering.
And even to the point where obviously they've
absolutely.
sold Anthony Gordon as well, who, to be honest, a lot of Everton fans were raving about him as like the next big thing to come out of Merseyside.
Yeah, then he's been sold, and then they're going in for someone like Olivier Giroud. I would
How old's
understand.
Giroud as well? He's 36, 37. Like he's not young.
No,
Yeah,
he's not.
I could understand it. Say if Frank Lampard was still there at Everton because he knows about him. Because he's obviously been around him, played against him when he was playing in his playing career, towards back end of his playing career, and that potentially coached him when he was Chelsea before. So if Lampard was still at Everton, I can understand it. But for me, I don't know what you guys think, and I'll come to you, Paul, on this. But for me, I don't think he's a Sean Dyche type player, which would fit into the way Sean Dyche would want to play with Everton. And just before you answer that, just some breaking news in which you told you a bit about earlier with Enzo Fernandez. Chelsea have agreed a deal in principle to sign Enzo Fernandez from Benfica for 105 million, which is a British record transfer. The Blues agreed to pay the release clause of more than 105 million, which is 120 million euros. It's now a race against time to get this deal completely finished with less than an hour to go on deadline day. Say if the deal sheet went in, they've gone until 1 a.m. to get the deal UK time to get the deal done. So that is what is going to be there as we just seen some shots of Felipe leaving Nottingham Forest training ground after putting pen to paper this evening. But and some breaking news just as Luke's left us. Luke said they'll probably get they'll probably sign no one on when he's on and then plays when he's off. He got Felipe when he was on. I can just bring some breaking news to any Nottingham Forest fans listening right now. So let me just get this ticker up on. Let me just get this on the screen right now. We've been breaking news. Fabrizio Romano in the last few seconds, 22-14. Keylor Navas to Nottingham Forest. Here we go. His favourite phrase, here we go. Agreement in place on loan deal from PSG until the end of the season. Keylor has accepted Forest days ago and is now sealed. Documents finally signed. Boarding completed. And he's flying to Nottingham via Turkish Airlines. And then he's just put out a YouTube video that says Enzo Fernandez to Chelsea. Here we go as well. So those two very much done deals. Because when Fabrizio Romano comes out and says, here we go, and gives you the sign of approval, women being one of the top tier journalists out there, along with likes of David Ornstein and people like that was being around for quite a bit, then you definitely know that the deal is going to be done. So Keylor Navas to Nottingham Forest. Here we go. Just waiting the official club
Even
announcement.
Fabrizio Romano had egg on his face when it came to the Mudryk deal, though, because he put "Here we go" to Arsenal, and then the next day he put "Here we go" to Chelsea.
Yeah, and maybe with that, Mike, maybe day before he found out everything was already signed, sealed, and ready to go to with the player and Arsenal, and
Mm-hmm.
it was just down to the club structure of the payment with Arsenal, which is
Yeah,
what I've heard. Arsenal wasn't willing to pay up the full price or majority of the price up front, whereas
Mm.
Chelsea were willing to pay all the price up front, then an additional fee on top of that to get it to
yeah. Obviously,
to
on,
get
on
it
Twitter,
to
I think he got a
that
little bit of
5
stick. It's like,
million.
is the next day going to be "Here we go" to Manchester City? Like,
Well, they've just
Yeah,
announced it
but
on Sky,
even
Fabrizio Romano's tweet, and he's got a picture of Keylor Navas wearing a Nottingham Forest goalkeeping jersey.
there you go. Then that's it, done, confirmed, sorted. Yeah.
yes, and
That's
I can just
massive.
and then I can just show that photo to the people on our deadline day stream right now. In fact, if I just just open it up here like this right now, there's a photo from Fabrizio Romano of Keylor Navas in that Nottingham Forest jersey right there on deadline day. So there's Keylor Navas in that Nottingham Forest jersey, goalkeeper jersey, signed, sealed, delivered. He's yours.
I'm excited actually for Nottingham Forest, and I'm excited to see him in the Premier League. I'm a big
Yeah.
fan of Keylor Navas.
Yeah, and there's a deal. There's a photo again just for the Forest
Yeah,
fans
he's a
if they're watching.
superb keeper. Like for most Premier League teams, he's a very, very good signing. And for somebody of Nottingham Forest sort of stature, sort of where they are in the table and everything as well. Yeah, that's a big coup for them. That's a big deal. Like that people would talk about the Enzo Fernandez one being sort of a record fee and everything, but that's up there for sure because the fact he's gone to Nottingham Forest, like that shows that Nottingham Forest did have the pulling power of from being former European champions, etc. Even though it was all those years ago, it obviously still plays a part in somebody like Keylor Navas joining them, obviously knowing a bit about the history and that sort of stuff as well.
Well, given
Yes,
the
and
fact it'll be the
just
biggest
some news in
signing.
here. Just some news in here, Paul, as well. Just before you move on, continue with our conversation between you and Matt there. Just steering here from a journalist of one of the biggest outlets, BBC.
Mm.
They've just put out. Our nurse has just tweeted 5 minutes ago. Marcel Sabitzer almost done for to go to Manchester United. So Marcel Sabitzer is almost done, and that's almost done. And it looks as though that deal is going to be done. Some news just in as well from Bradford City. Levi Sutton has departed Bradford City. He has joined for the League Two side Harrogate for an undisclosed fee after a 2.5 year stay with the club. He made 95 Bradford City appearances to his name. So Levi Sutton leaving to join Harrogate Town. And only one thing problem with that, Mike, it should have been Levi Sutton is joining
Joining
Sutton.
Sutton, absolutely, I
That would
agree.
have been
100%,
that would have been
100%.
perfect way to finish this off. So, and as it is on Sky Sports as well, Chelsea have reached Enzo Fernandez agreement there. So that's just some more breaking news just to give you on that deal, and we'll keep you across all that the deals right through to the end of the window as well as we all in our offices here. And just to bring you a line from the FA Cup this evening. He's gone to extra time between Birmingham City and Blackburn Rovers.
Yeah.
And Burnley fans, cover your ears when I say this. He's finished Birmingham City 0, Blackburn Rovers 1 after extra time. And it was an own goal by Trusty. So not very trusty for Birmingham.
That's Trusty that's on
tonight.
loan from Arsenal as well, isn't it? The American, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he has scored an own goal in the 100th minute of the game to knock out Birmingham City of
Austin,
the FA Cup.
Austin, not so trusty.
Yes, but he was trusty. If you're from if you're a Blackburn Rovers supporter there to
Send
put
him
your
back
team
to
through.
Arsenal.
And we'll just bring you some more results as well, just before while we're waiting for some more deadline day deals to go through and be announced. In the Championship, Luton Town beat Cardiff City by a goal to nil this
want to hear that,
evening.
Russ.
Luton missed a penalty in the 70th minute before Adebayo, who missed the penalty, scored in the 89th minute to give Luton a 1-0 win over Cardiff this evening. In League Two, which is division that's Steven and Dream, marks and results in there for you. He's finished Carlisle 5, Barrow 1, Crew
Wow.
1, Stockport 1, and Salford 1, Walsall 0. In the National League, he finished Aldershot 0, Bournemouth 1, Eastleigh 0, Barnet 2, Solihull Moors 1, Notts County 2, Woking 1, Torquay 1, and 10-man Yeovil 0, Wealdstone 0 as well. As I just mentioned, that Birmingham City being knocked out 1-0 by Blackburn Rovers in the FA Cup. And as Luke brought you earlier, Newcastle United, and as you can see going across the ticker at the bottom of our screen, Newcastle United are through to the Carabao Cup semi-final, to the final after beating Southampton 3-1 on aggregate in the semi-final, 2-1 on the night. So that is all the deadline day. That's all the scores there to tell you about, and we'll bring you any more deadline day deals as and when we've got it in. Some just news just in here from Huddersfield Town, and another Huddersfield Town goalkeeper is on the move, with Gizzo Bilambe has joined Salford City on loan till the end of the season. Earlier on this evening, Huddersfield signed goalkeeper Thomas Vaklek from Olympiacos on a short-term deal for an undisclosed fee, and Ryan Schofield secured his second loan move of the season. He joined Crawley Town from Huddersfield Town earlier on today on Deadline Days. We bring you right up to date.
I just got a bit of news come out from probably about 7 or 8 minutes ago now, I think it was, saying that Spurs are getting close to signing Pedro Porro. That one should be, looks like that one's going to probably run to the wire, and they still might get that one over the line. And former Arsenal man Hector Bellerin is joining Sporting as well.
Thank you very much there, Mike. And a bit more news on that, news regarding Olivier Giroud that fetched you a bit ago, which you all laughed at. Well, you can laugh even more. Everton showed interest in AC Milan striker Olivier Giroud. However, the French striker has decided his future is not on Merseyside. So they asked, and Giroud knocked him back.
To be honest, what would have made that funnier is if Olivier Giroud just turned around to him and was like, Everton? Who?
I'll tell you what, that smacks of
Why
desperation.
would I want to go and play under Sean Dyche?
Yes,
but Burnley have signed teenage winger.
Yes, what I was about to mention.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so Burnley have signed 18-year-old winger Enoch Adjei on a 4.5-year deal from Anderlecht for an undisclosed fee. Adjei will immediately join Belgian side Mechelen on loan until the end of the season. Paul, are you happy with that signing? Obviously, you've probably not seen him much. Are you happy that you've signed another young player to the books?
Yeah, actually, Vincent Kompany was talking about him. He really, really wanted him. So I think they've loaned him out till the end of the season when his contract kind of, I think it's something might be something to do with his contract at Anderlecht. So he'll probably stay in Belgium until the end of the season. He'll rejoin Burnley in the summer.
Just in time for another push at the Premier League by the looks of things, Paul.
Yeah, it's looking like that at the moment, but I never say never. I have been a Burnley fan a long time, and I can tell you they are well capable of throwing away a 17-point lead.
Yeah, imagine, yeah.
Yeah, imagine, Paul, Burnley end up in the playoffs and your bitter rivals overtake you.
Yeah, we've been through this, Ross. We've been
through
this. We're not going to go through it again.
That will not happen. Just put it out there. The fact that Russ has put it out there in the universe means it probably will happen, but it's not going
to happen. That's probably our business done for the day, to be honest.
Yes.
They were talking about that since yesterday, so.
Yeah. Yes, just a bit of news in from Barcelona as well, and they're closing on a deal to sign Julian Araggio, agreement has been reached. This comes from Fabrizio Romano. It's understood as a permanent deal from LA Galaxy. Fee close to €4 million. Contract will be valid until June 2026 for Araggio, with the second team, Barcelona B. One step needed, which is MLS approval. So that's just the approval needed.
I did have a little laugh at this just a minute ago, though, or 20 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago, whatever it was, about Leeds signing Max Wober. He come out and said the move to Leeds came about while he was on holiday, and then the first line was, "My vacation was ruined."
Well, that's a nice thing to say, isn't it, about your new club?
yeah.
Oh dear.
I am sorry, I believe we've just lost Mike there for a moment. There it is. He's back now. Welcome back, Mike.
I didn't go anywhere, Russ. I'm still here.
Oh, what's
But
come
yeah,
on?
you were saying about Sammy Lakonga as well. That one, obviously, I think it did come up saying it's actually 100% confirmed now.
It is,
until
mate.
the
Yeah, I
end,
mentioned that
until the end of the season.
mentioned that a bit earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, and it says obviously that he's very excited to be joining there, and I think that that's a good move for him as well, and for Crystal Palace and for Arsenal. I think it's a good move for all parties. Actually, that one where I think Sammy Lakonga is sort of young, and he's learning his trade and stuff, learning the game. I do believe that Patrick Vieira will be able to sort of bulk him up a bit and give him some much needed minutes, which he wouldn't have got at Arsenal. He might have got minutes in Europa League or whatever, but I think to play regular Premier League football should do him the world of good. Yeah.
Yes, and big ball news on Enzo Fernandez. When that deal gets completed, which Chelsea could have put a deal sheet in now to get the deal done between now and 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. We'll be with you till about 11:15, just rounding up some of the deals. Then Fabrizio Romano just said Enzo Fernandez will sign with Chelsea until June 2031. Exactly the same deal agreed on the first week of January. Nothing has ever changed between the player and Chelsea. He's always been open to the move and happy to join. So that's just a bit more news just there on Chelsea as we bring you all the deadline day news as and when we can bring you the deals there. And we can I'm just getting some pictures in as well, Mike, because Arsenal signed Jorginho earlier today from Chelsea, as we mentioned earlier on in the show, and you touched upon when you came in.
Yeah.
Just some photos in just here now, which we're just getting through to us here at the commentary of Jorginho in his new Arsenal kit. There's the first one there with him sat down.
Yeah,
with
red suits him better than blue.
Then there's that one there with his number 20 with his name on the back.
Yeah.
Of his shirt. There he is again after signing for Arsenal earlier today. There he is again in another shirt and in the Arsenal kit as well. And Paul, just to memorise, just so I'm going to show you this once, Paul, and I'm going to ask you towards the end what number Jorginho has got at Arsenal. See if you can remember. See if you remember, because we were testing him the other week, guys.
We were doing it the other day, weren't we? A few days ago, yeah.
Who knew there's some of the numbers from the Arsenal squad. So I'm just going to show him this, and then he can do a test a bit later on. So Paul, if I just show you this number, if I just show you this there.
Okay, I got it.
And then we're going to test you a little bit later on in the show. See if he remembers what number he is. We'll test him just before we finish this evening, around about 11:05, 10 minutes before we finish. See if he can tell us what number he has got for Arsenal for the season. See if he recognises and remembers the number there. And just a bit of news in from Leeds United regarding Phil A of The Athletic, top journalist for Leeds United. He says, being an uncertain time for Jack Harrison, but as we are at 10:30 p.m., he stays at Leeds. Looks like the club are done this window for this window, and I must say I'm really happy with the business that we have done in this window. Some good additions, strengthened which play positions that we needed. Got a striker in which we needed in Rutter with Bamford's injuries. Got a defender in as well, which we needed in our back line with Max Verber, who can play centre back or left back, which is good to see as well. And then we fetched in that midfielder, just gives more competition for places in that midfield there as well. So Leeds United are now done for the transfer window, and I'm pretty happy with the signings that Leeds United have got. Obviously, people, if you can, as you can see just behind me, there's the Leeds United stuff on the wall just behind us there. So Leeds United fan that I am. So just so people know that, and this is an old Leeds United shirt that I've got on with one of the old
Looks like
badges
it's from before you were born, is it?
Yeah, well, it was one before I was born, my but one of Leeds' old shirts, yellow with it being deadline day, yellow shirt, because I've now got a yellow tie, and this is the deadline
You
day,
put yellow shirt on
and now
instead.
with
That's
me
fair.
dressing gown over the
Over the
yellow
top.
shirt on instead. I
Yeah.
don't think,
I'm
I don't think
impressed by
Paul
Leeds'
or
business, by the
Mike
way,
got the memo.
especially. Go on, mate.
I don't think Mike or Paul got the memo that they had to wear yellow today on deadline day. I don't think Lou did it earlier for his piece
You got
on
the yellow
deadline
background
day.
and the yellow names. That's good enough.
And the yellow ticker and everything as well,
That's
which
what I was going to say. But
is
no, I'm impressed by Leeds' business. I think Weston McKennie's a very good signing. I think he is a real talent. Obviously, he's played a lot of games for Juventus, for the US as well, the national team, and obviously for Schalke. So, in terms of him, that's a really good signing for Leeds, and I think he'll have a big impact in the remaining part of the season. Yeah.
yes, and I think with the signings that we've made, like I said, Mike, we've strengthened where we needed to, where we've been looking to strengthen, where fans knew we needed to strengthen in past 2 or 3 windows, which the club didn't do. The club now realise that this window and that deal looks like is going to be is being finalised.
I got just some news coming out of Stevenage as well. It's not a signing, but it's regarding Josh Reed, who signed earlier. Unfortunately, Stevenage fans, just because Matt Godden's tweeted and it's been retweeted by the club, doesn't mean he's re-signing. It just says look after Josh Reed because he's a teammate of his at Coventry. But if Matt Godden signed, I think we would definitely go on and win the league.
Yes, just big thank you there to Mike there as well for that. Just a bit of news in which I was hearing earlier on today as well, just waiting for that confirmation from sources that I know I can trust. And that source has just come out. One of the sources I know I can trust has just come out with the news which I heard earlier when we first started this broadcast at 5 p.m. this evening. So we've been going for just over 5.5 hours now. Well, I have for majority of it. Paul was on earlier, Luke was on earlier as well, and then Mike's joint was the back end. Big thanks to the people that popped on the show as well earlier. And I can tell you that David Datro Fofana will stay at Chelsea. There's no loan move to Nice or anywhere else on this deadline day. Datro Fofana will be staying at Chelsea.
Interesting. I've just got some news come through now. About 2 minutes ago, that Huddersfield have signed goalkeeper Thomas Vashlik from Olympiacos.
I mentioned that
And I
earlier,
think that's.
Mike.
I was just going to say that's an interesting one because obviously Huddersfield are in the relegation zone in the Championship, and then they've gone in for the Czech number one goalkeeper. So that's quite an interesting move on Huddersfield part. I think it's a really good signing for them, and obviously he's wants to play in England. Yeah.
Yes, and absolutely, I would have to say I agree with that as well. Just getting some more transfer news in, and we'll bring you all the deadline day deals as and when we can. just to confirm that what Paul has just messaged me through as well, Wrexham have confirmed the signing of defender Owen O'Connell from Charlton Athletic for an undisclosed fee. Defender is 27 years of age. The owners teased the deal earlier on, and now the club has now announced the signing. Hakim Ziyech is close to completing a loan move to Paris Saint-Germain. The Chelsea winger is in the final stages of completing a loan move, as I said, to PSG. John Joe Chevy was on the pitch at St James's Park this evening to wave goodbye to the Newcastle fans. He's expected to join Nottingham Forest before the deadline as well. Like Lou mentioned earlier, that deal was done. Just went back up to say bye to the fans and to the Newcastle players before being officially announced. There, just some news just in, and two big news coming in from out of Bristol City this evening. Chris Martin, and no Coldplay fans, no one, not the band, no, your band member, but the footballer Chris Martin and defender Tim Close have both left Bristol City by mutual agreement. Bristol City boss Nigel Pearson said, Chris and Tim have both come in today and said goodbye on behalf of everyone at Bristol City. I'd like to wish them both well for the future and thank them for the services to the club as well. So that's just a bit of breaking news which broke 7 minutes ago from Bristol City. So that's just a bit of more news there. With Enzo Fernandez deal, then guys, in the looking likely now that the deal may get over the line, or looks like it could potentially get over the line. I just want to ask you a question, and you don't have to say, and you don't have to say your club, Arsenal, in this, but when you look at the January transfer window as a whole and the players that people have signed or potentially signing in the last 21 minutes or so, who do you reckon has had the best window in the Premier League? And I'll come first to Paul James to get his thoughts. Paul, who's had the best window for you in the Premier League?
Probably Chelsea if they can get this deal to go through. They've added some younger quality players to the lineup, as Isaac, who was speaking for Chelsea earlier on, said. They've got some excellent players in there on the verge of getting rid of Hakim Ziyech, and this signing, British transfer record. It's going to give Chelsea a different dimension in the second half of the season, and we're really going to get a good look at Harry Potter and how well not Harry Potter, Graham Potter.
Oh my word! Like you just.
What's happened? What have I just missed?
I just called Graham Potter Harry Potter. What the hell, man? Oh!
Internet decided to drop out at the wrong time there, but there you go.
Yeah,
I think,
so
to be honest,
Paul,
if you look at,
so go, so 1 minute, Mike. 1 minute, Mike. Go on, Paul. So continue what you were saying without.
I was just going to say, if
Graham Potter, yeah, go on.
I was just going to say briefly as well, if you look at Graham Potter, being called Harry Potter, I think Chelsea need more than a magic wand to save them from their mess they're in right now.
Well, it'll be a good test on Graham Potter and his how he handles these younger players, and it might determine on whether he continues to be manager next season, doesn't it? But we'll wait and see. But in answer to your question, Ross, I think definitely Chelsea for me have had the best window, and it looks like Aberdeen have signed a player as well. We can confirm Vincent Bessulian has joined. I don't know. I can't even pronounce that team, but it looks like he's moved. Actually, it looks like he's moved from Aberdeen to Excelsior Rotterdam in the Eredivisie.
Yes, Vincent Bestrin has joined Excelsior Rotterdam on loan from Aberdeen. The Eredivisie side retain the option to buy the player on a permanent basis at the end of the season if they wish. So there is Paul's pick for who's done the best window. Chelsea under Harry Potter is his pick. There. Mike, would you
Oh, dear.
agree with Paul's choice of Chelsea under Graham Potter? Or do you reckon if someone else was at the best window, then I'll give my opinion at the end. But Mike, try not pick your team also after the signing of Jorginho tonight and the other signings that you made as well.
Yeah, it's interesting because Chelsea have done some really good business. I do think they're certainly in the mix. You know, I'm going to have to mention Arsenal because I do think Arsenal have had a really good window. You know, I don't think we've had the best window because I do think we should have got, you know, maybe Caicedo over the line, and that would have made it better than going for Jorginho, in my opinion, as I said about earlier. But I think if I'm being honest, you have to look at Chelsea for the younger players that they brought in. And in terms of a sort of signing, if I was to go for a signing that's gone to a club, it's going to probably be Nottingham Forest going to get Keylor Navas as well. Obviously, that one is a big signing. If I was to look at an individual signing, but for the window overall, yeah, it's Chelsea. I think, yeah.
Yes, and for me, I've got to mention Leeds with the signings that we made, especially Weston McKennie, Rutter, Verber. I know McKennie's not played for us yet, but you can see with that signing already, quality player, Champions League experience, big game player for Juventus in previous seasons as well. Obviously, Max Verber, I've seen him two or three times now, and yes, he's played against Cardiff and Accrington in some of the games. We can see the quality lifted and the helping boost around about the back line as well. I know he was only one game and he not played since before the World Cup. And Jorginho Rutter, who was signed as well from Offenheim in Germany, with the Bundesliga only starting back a couple of weeks ago now in Germany following the World Cup break and everything. But I think he could be those could be a big signing for us. I'm looking forward to see how McKennie does. But for me, like Mike and Paul said, I've got to go with Chelsea. They've made some fantastic signings. Enzo Fernandez, if that deal goes through, is absolutely
World Cup
fantastic.
winner, obviously, yeah.
World Cup winner there as well. Arsenal, I think they've had a good window as well, Mike, especially with the signing of Trossard coming in as well, and Jorginho. I think those two have helped Arsenal had a bit of quality. I thought Arsenal were going to win the league anyway, beginning of the season when they signed Gabriel Jesus from Manchester City, but then adding Jorginho, now another a Euros winner with Italy,
Champions League winner as well. Obviously,
Champions
he's won
League winner,
other trophies with Chelsea as well.
won
Yeah,
trophies with Chelsea, won the Euros with Italy when they got to the final against England as well. So
just don't let him take penalties.
Stuff.
Although he's normally pretty good on penalties, he missed in the final.
Yeah, and then if you look at, like I mentioned with Jesus as well, that's a good piece of business. I know that weren't this window, but early on in the window, that was a good piece of business from Arsenal. I think that could help the signings that you've done this window can help you kick on. But for him, I have to go with Chelsea. If we were to pick an individual player who's a standout player of this window, should he get done out, Keylor Navas would be up there. Enzo Fernandez is up there as well with how well he's done in the World Cup as well. And another one that's up there for me from what I know he's not played for Leeds yet, but one that's up there as well is Weston McKennie being there in the
I'd
top
have to
three.
agree with that.
I'll probably put McKennie second with Enzo Fernandez, Tom Mike in that review, and then Jorginho I mentioned probably just third in because in terms of I know he's won stuff at in the gate at Chelsea and that Jorginho, but for me McKennie's probably that just.
I think you're probably right to look on it like that as well, because the way I look on it is they're younger, more hungry players that have still got a lot to go through in their career. Obviously, they haven't really made much of a name of themselves. You know, yes, they've made, well, not in England, they haven't anyway. but they're obviously players that going to have a lot more left in them. They'll have a lot of years in them. Whereas Jorginho is getting to sort of the latter stage of his career. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the main reason why I put Jorginho third, Mike. In that, I don't think he's a good player though, but I just think those other two have probably got, like you said, a bit more time on their hands to improve and get better in the game as well.
Yeah.
What I'm just going to do before we move in towards, as we're moving in towards the final deadline, a few minutes, we're going to check if there's any
breaking
more
news, Russ.
signings, and we're going to try and get some breaking news. Just
big breaking news as well. It's coming out of
try
Chelsea.
And get in a second. And we've got some big breaking news, and to give us that big breaking news, I'm going to cross live to our Stevenage TSUB HQ in Stevenage, and Mike Holliman has got some big breaking news to tell us from there. So just 1 second, Mike, and then as we get ready to press over to Mike. Mike, big breaking news. Tell us, what can you tell us?
Yeah, it's at Chelsea, as we were touching on earlier, or just in the last few minutes. They've now agreed a deal to sign Benfica midfielder Enzo Fernandez for a British record of 105 million, and the Argentine is currently having his medical. So that deal is looking likely that that's going to be getting done. And then a side note, Hakim Ziyech is set to move on loan to PSG as well. But the big breaking news is that the Enzo Fernandez deal, the fee has been agreed, the deal was agreed, and the Argentine is currently having his medical at Stamford Bridge.
Big thank you there to Mike Ornament for that big breaking news story there, as we bring you all that there. And I'd be interested to see now how the rest of the season goes, see how Chelsea fit in all their new players together. Because we're
just a side point on that as well. The Enzo Fernandez contract is not signed yet, but the documents are being put together to get the deal done before the deadline. So it might be where there's a deal sheet that comes through if it's not completely done in time. Where obviously, Rush, you touched on that earlier. If a deal sheet's been submitted, then those deals can go through after the deadline's closed.
Yes, and there's 11 minutes left of deadline day to go, or just thereabouts now, and coming up towards the final few minutes of deadline day. I know I said I was going to test him a little bit later on as well, but I'm just going to test him with one of the players here for Arsenal in the deadline with Paul James with that, and I'm just going to test him with one
of the players that's no longer there anymore.
one of the numbers that I put on a team sheet, which I put in the group chat that we've got on WhatsApp between all our commentators. So, Paul, I'm going to test you now, okay?
Another one.
Yeah, I'm going to test you with somebody else who you've spoken or you know about, who I've already asked you about before. But I'm going to see if you're going to test, so then people know what your knowledge is like of Arsenal squad numbers.
Well, it's not. Go ahead. It's been a while now since I've commentated on them, so they're not all fresh in my mind. But I'll try.
Who is number 31?
31. It's a goalkeeper, and it's Carl Hein, I think.
Mike is nodding in the background there, so you've got that one spot on there,
Yep,
Paul.
that's Carl Hein.
Number 7.
Obviously was the goalkeeper that played against Brighton in the League Cup when Arsenal were knocked out. Yeah.
Did you say number 7, Russ?
Yeah, that's Yes, I said number 7, but number 31, as Mike just mentioned.
Oh, okay. Number 7 is Bukayo Saka.
That is spot on, yes. Who is number 14, Paul?
Number 14. Oh, that's Eddie Nketiah.
Yes. Who is, and I'm going to test you again now, with a player that who's no longer there. What number did Sambi Lokonga have at Arsenal?
Albert Sambi Lokonga, that's a tough one. I think it was 23.
That is correct as well, yes, Paul. So, see, Paul remembers Arsenal squad numbers. We're going to test him a little bit later on as well about one of the new signings. I'll test you about a new signing now, Jakub Kivar. What number
Oh,
is he?
Kiva, wasn't he 15? Was he 15 or was he 23?
What number did
I
you say
want
there?
to. I want to say either 23 or 15.
Which one are you
Um,
going to go for, Paul?
I'm going to go for 23. No, I'm going to go for
Wrong.
15. I'm going to go for 15. I'm changing my mind. I'm going for 15. But I'm probably wrong
Yes,
because.
15.
It was
Yes, it is
15.
No, it was
15.
15. It is 15. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
number
All right.
23 was Sambi Lakonga.
Sambi Lakonga. Yeah, this is
Yeah.
what it gets. This whole thing has been done today. Oh, Spurs have sealed Perot loan signing. It's just gone through
Yes,
from
I've
Sports
just
yes.
seen that as
Lisbon.
well. Yeah.
On
Yeah.
signed Pedro Porro from Sporting Club de Gal, and I can just bring you the news just here, which I've got for you guys, which I've got for you Tottenham fans. It says Tottenham have signed Pedro Porro from Sporting Lisbon on loan till the end of the season. The deal includes obligation to buy the right wing back, which will be 39 million in the summer. So Pedro Porro is a done deal. Let me just see who asked about that earlier on. Extra streams, if you're still listening on Twitch right now, Pedro Porro deal at 10:52 is now done.
I've just seen as well. This is quite an interesting one. Obviously, we touched on Matt Doherty going to Atletico Madrid. The reason that he was released and not done as a loan deal, I should say, is because of new or newish FIFA rules that only allow clubs to send out 8 players on loan in one season. And Harry Winks, Tanguy and Ndombele, Brian Hill, Joe Rodon, Sergio Reguilon, Giovanni Lo Celso, Jed Spence, and Destiny Udoji already out on loan. So that's the reason why he was released, because it would have been the 9th player and that would have been breaking rules.
Interesting stuff there then, and big thank you to Matt for bringing that bit of interesting information there. We've got 6 minutes left of deadline day before the window slams shut here on deadline day. We've been with you throughout all the day from 5 o'clock. I was on 5 till 6. Then we had Luke and Paul take over. I was back at 7 o'clock, and we had some guests on then, and then we've had some guests on throughout the evening. I just want to go through and just thank some of the guests that we've had on the show this evening. And Paul, if you want to say thanks to him as well, or people that you was who was on when you was on, you can do them. So today we have had, just to let people know who we've had on. We've had Richard Bond, which was in the 5 o'clock hour, which was recorded earlier this afternoon from Football Live. So a big thank you to Richard. We had Mackie on at 7 o'clock, around about 7 o'clock, between 7 and 8. We had Barry Swain on during that hour as well, touching on Fulham. So a big thank you to Barry there as well. We had it in the 8 o'clock hour, we had Phil, the Nottingham Forest fan. So a big thank you to Phil.
I watched some of that one with Phil. That was
come
really
on.
good, really interesting. Obviously, Barry's I watched some of as well. I thought Phil was very knowledgeable what he was talking about with Nottingham Forest. And obviously, I bet he's delighted with the deals that they've got over the line as well. Yeah.
Yeah, he said it would have been Mike if we managed to get him over the line, which it looks like they are. Then we had Leon Jones and Isaac Dilkson around about 9 o'clock as well. So big thank you to those for all coming on as well. Also a big thank you to Luke for us in between 6 and 7, similar as well with Paul as well for us in between then. Big thank you to Paul for hosting or co-hosting with myself towards the back end of the 9 till 10 and the 10 till 11. Also a big thank you to Mike for coming on and co-hosting towards the end as well with me as well. Really enjoyed this deadline day stream, and what's going to be a 6-hour stream, 6-hour 15-minute stream once we all get in Rotherham United. Just a bit of news coming out from those there. If you're listening, if anyone's listening regarding Rotherham United, I know there's a few people said they might tune in who are Rotherham United fans who I sent it to earlier on this afternoon. And with Rotherham United, just to say, Rotherham United have made 7 signings this window, all proven at championship level. Dan Barlas is gone, but that was the right deal for everyone, and he'll be loved to run forever. This is all coming from Paul Davis, the William United reporter of the Advertiser, and Chiedozie Ogbenny stayed. Everyone has said they've all taken that for the transfer window on January the 1st, and I would completely agree. As one of someone who I follow and speak to says, couldn't agree more. Quality signings, kept a key player. Even the player we lost, Rotherham got a good fee. This is, and I just want to say as well, this isn't like Rotherham United at all. Normally, when they go into the windows, they normally sell majority of the best players and don't fetch anyone in. And I know it was a good friend of mine, the previous manager who's now at Derby, Paul Warren, and discussed stuff with a thing of mine. But I was listening to another podcast on Sunday evening, and I agree with what they were saying on there. And what I've been reading, it's probably the best thing that happened to Rotherham going and Matt Taylor coming in, opening a few eyes, getting the play some money, getting the back players that Rotherham fetched in. 2 on deadline day. San Jordan Ugal last week. Some good quality players in there. Was played in the Championship and top end of the Championship as well, and being played in the Premier League. So Rotherham United have got some good quality additions into their squad. We've received some news from Nottingham Forest a few minutes ago, and Mike Ornament can tell us that news not from Nottingham Forest, from West Brom, should I say, a few minutes ago. Mike can tell us that news from West Brom champion Mike.
Yeah, so it's regarding a incoming at West Brom from Leicester City, and it's the 33-year-old Mark Albrighton who's on the verge of making the move from Leicester across to West Brom. Says it's going to be a loan deal, that one.
That's a big one.
Yeah, that is a big news there. And I'm not sure which Tomlinson this is, but Stephen, some news which I've just seen in the past few minutes, which is breaking news, which I've seen from a friend of mine and a good source as well. Tomlinson to Swindon is a done deal. I'm not sure which Tomlinson that is, but apparently Swindon's been after for a long time, so I'm not sure. It's Tomlinson from Doncaster Rovers, according to what I've seen here. So that deal is being done. So I wasn't sure that which Tomlinson he was initially there. So well, that's just some news there. And news I brought to you around about 10:30 regarding Chris Martin. There's some news which I've just seen, which is being deleted. So I'll fetch it anyway while I'm here, just in case it happens. I've just seen a tweet from one of the local radio stations that who covers a football league club, Gillingham, and they've said Gillingham have announced that he's joined Gillingham after being released, but maybe that deal's not over the line yet, so that's been took down. So that maybe one to look out for as a free agent, so he can move outside of the transfer window as well. So that's just a bit of news to look out for, as well as we come towards the end of deadline day. As we come into the final few seconds on deadline day, we have got, and I'll tell you, we've got 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Deadline day is now over. The transfer window is now officially slammed shut for another 4 months until the summer. So the transfer deadline day window is over. The transfer window is now closed.
Well, I got to say, the latest information we got from the City Ground, excuse me, is that Forest, this was 11 minutes ago, and I've not received any updates since, that Forest were hoping to get Navas and Shelby signed, but there's been no further update from there, so I don't know whether they've actually joined or not.
Yes, we're just awaiting confirmation of that to come through. We'll be with you.
I've just got confirmation right now, 39 seconds ago. John Joe Shelby, that one is done.
Right. So
Is
So
that just
I-
come through from Nottingham
Nottingham
Forest,
Forest
Mike?
Twitter page. Yeah.
okay. Well, you know what? I think they've missed out on the neediest position. If they haven't got
Goalkeeper,
Navas,
yeah.
yeah, because Hennessy's not Premier League standard.
No, yeah.
Yeah, they've just gone across to Nottingham Forest on my TV right now, and I'll just say what they're saying there. Yeah, like Manager said, they can confirm they've signed John Joe Shelby. He signed a 2.5-year deal for an undisclosed fee. That's a done deal for Nottingham Forest. Felipe joined earlier as well. That was an hour ago. He signed a 5-year contract, Felipe.
Nothing on Navas, though.
I'm
No,
just hearing
still
now that
nothing
the
on Keylor
Forest
Navas yet, no.
believe they've registered Keylor Navas before the deadline. They're just waiting to hear whether that deal did get done over the deadline beforehand.
Oh, okay.
If never, so we're just waiting to hear that one.
This is quite funny, by the
Indeed.
way. I've
And
just seen here
there's some just
now.
breaking news I've just received here now, Mike, a few minutes ago, which I've just seen just now, which there was linked. Everton was linked with a striker earlier, as we mentioned.
Yeah.
Well, I can just let people know now, with a bit of breaking news I've just received here, Everton will not be signing Andre Ayew.
They've got no one.
They've actually got
And it
no
looks
one at
like
all.
Everton have
Oh,
got
that's
nobody
criminal.
Wow.
that's signed. And like what I was listening to a few people earlier saying, if
Yeah.
Everton didn't get anyone in, then there was no point changing the manager
Yeah, I
because
agree.
it's not the
Right.
manager that's
Yeah.
the problem, it's the players that's the problem at Everton. A lot of people are saying, and
Wow,
I agree with that. And it looks
They've
like
really
Everton
stiffed
have
Sean
got
Dyche.
zero, zilch, nobody in on deadline day.
Wow, they have really stiffed
Yeah,
Sean
Sean.
Dyche. They've really, really stiffed him.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's
And it doesn't
And I'm
get easy. It
wondering-
doesn't get
and
any
I'm
easier for them
wondering-
in the next Premier League game, obviously, because they're playing Arsenal, the league
the
leaders as well
Arsenal at
next
the
time out.
weekend, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering whether that is the reason. And I'm wondering whether that's the reason Bielsa said he wanted to manage the under 21s till the summer and then the first team then, because he knew Everton weren't going to send anybody on deadline before the end of the deadline. And I'm wondering if that's one of the main reasons why.
I'd be livid.
And I'll tell you now, if I was Sean Dyche, obviously I'm not. I'm sat here, and you can see who I am with my name on the screen.
Yeah.
I would be going to the ground when I go rather than the training ground, the first thing in the morning, knock on the door of the owners in the ground, and ask why why they didn't back him to fetch anybody in on deadline day to improve the squad. Because Everton, for me, if they didn't improve the squad, which they haven't done by the looks of it,
Mm-hmm.
then there's only one way that they're going, and that's down, down, down. Yesterday,
yeah,
Even
absolutely.
Southampton
for me.
improved, didn't they?
Yeah, they have. Yeah.
Southampton's improved, but they've got some players in. Leeds have got some players in and around them.
Nottingham Forest have got some players.
Bournemouth have
Wolves have got some
improved.
players. Yeah.
Nottingham Forest have improved.
Mm-hmm.
Wolves have improved the squad. Everton have stood still, and Everton are one player weaker, selling Anthony Gordon as well.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
So if they knew they weren't going to get anybody in, why not say to Anthony Gordon, and this is just me as a neutral here now looking at this, why not say to Anthony Gordon, I know you want to go to Newcastle, we'll agree a deal for you to go to Newcastle, but it will not happen until the summer. You stay with us till the end of the season, try and help us stay up, and then go to Newcastle in the summer, which would probably made more sense if no one was coming in.
That was.
I don't
savage.
understand the whole thing about Sean Dyche anyway. Like, it's so strange to give a manager 2 days in the 2 days of the transfer window to sign any players. It's literally he's got no time whatsoever.
It's insane.
Yes, so
But that
breaking news
club
from
is so badly
Huddersfield.
run.
Yeah. Yeah.
Absolutely, Paul. Absolutely, yeah. Just breaking news from Huddersfield. So I just need to fetch this breaking news tab back up, thing back up there, banner back up there. Huddersfield Town have recalled Josh Osterford from his loan spell at League Two side Harrogate Town. The 21-year-old has gone back out on loan to League One side Morecambe for the remainder of the season. That's just been confirmed by BBC Radio Leeds, the local radio stations. And I'm just going to show everyone, just for you and Mike as well, and Paul, in case you've not seen it, just some breaking news here. Documents signed for Hakim Ziyech to Paris Saint-Germain from Chelsea. Time to register contracts, then it will be official. So it looks like that deal sheet has gone in.
Yeah,
So
I've
that
just
one can
seen
be
that
done.
there's a deal sheet
Time.
that's gone in for
For Sabitzer at Manchester United.
yes, yeah, that's it. Yeah,
See, Mike, I've just seen that as well. And if you want to know what the deal sheet looks like on deadline day, this is what it looks like here. So just so you can see, I'll just show everyone here on the screen as well.
yeah.
That is what the deal sheet looks like. They put in that there. They put the player's name in, transfer club to transfer club. So from where he's going to where he's going, has been concluded prior to the closing of deadline day. How much the fee is, then how much the sums and when the payments are going to be. So that's the deal sheet. That's will the clubs will have submitted to get the deals done, and hopefully that's what Forest have done to try and get Keylor Navas deal over the line.
It looks like they have as well by what I've just seen. Yeah.
Yes, and I've just seen here as well with Keylor Navas, Nottingham Forest, 11 minutes ago, lights still on, and then they announced John Joe Shelvey.
Yeah.
And John Joe Shelvey in his new Nottingham Forest kid there. He'll probably be watching the game, training with his new teammates, and then watching the game later when they take on Manchester United. And it looks as though Keylor Navas is going to be joining as well, as Fabrizio Romano replied to that tweet, which for his polite is still on, with a Costa Rican flag.
Okay,
and
so
we know
that's
that
indicative.
Keylor Navas plays for Costa Rica. So that is something to keep an eye on if that deal did get done in time at the end of deadline, before the close of deadline day. We're going to be finishing off ourselves in round about 5 minutes time. So I'm just going to test Paul again now with an Arsenal squad number. I showed it to him earlier.
Okay.
So, Paul, Jorginho has completed a move from Chelsea to Arsenal earlier today.
His squad number is 20.
No squad number. Correct. Well done. We showed him that earlier live on the stream, guys, so you could all see. And then he has just told you what squad number he is again right now. So, Paul, just tell everyone again what squad number he's going to be wearing a Chelsea for Arsenal from
Chelsea.
After.
What?
He's going to be wearing number 20 for Arsenal.
Yes, so Jorginho will be wearing number 20 for Arsenal.
I've probably got Arsenal in the commentary duties for the rest of the season now.
To be fair, you got a good record, so I don't mind that.
And Mike, I just want to say, forgive me for saying his squad number for Chelsea rather than Arsenal. I've been on here. It's been a long day.
I've seen it's been 6 hours or so don't worry, Rob.
Yeah, Mike. That's not how long I've just been up. I've been up since been awake since 8 o'clock this morning. I've been up since 8:30 as well, guys. So, and then came on here at 5 o'clock, and then we've been streaming. Took a break from 6, then I came back on at 7 o'clock, right through to the close of the window. So, and past that. So we're going to take a break in. So we're going to close off in a second. We're just going to go for a quick break, and then when we do return, we're going to give some news, because I've just seen that I think it's Northampton Town has signed Ian Wright's grandson. Yes,
Got a
and I've just got
grandson now.
confirmation here.
Oh wow.
Northampton Town have beaten the deadline, signed DiMaggio Wright Phillips on loan from Stoke City. They spent all day by chasing him, and finally he was signed off by Stoke just moments ago. An exciting addition.
That is interesting.
Yeah, it's quite an interesting one to see how he kicks on. Obviously, being such a sort of, being from such a sort of well-renowned footballing family. Yeah,
Yes, and he is.
obviously Sean
He
Wright
is.
Phillips, Bradley Wright Phillips, and obviously this is the next one from coming up. Yeah,
Yeah, he is this. He is the son of Sean Wright Phillips
right.
and Ian Wright's grandson. So that's just a bit of news there regarding Ian Wright's grandson as well. There, we're just going to take a quick break, and then we're just going to just round out and just get final thoughts on the day. And I think, as we're going to say, I think if he gets done, I think we're all in agreement. So we'll say this in a second. We're all in agreement for that Chelsea have had the best window when Enzo Fernandez deal gets done. Do you agree with that, Mike?
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. Yeah.
Do you agree with that as well, Paul?
Yeah, and I'm just looking on here at Nottingham Forest website. Still no acceptance of Navas yet. John Joe Shelby's confirmed.
Yeah.
Yes, and just a breaking news, just to confirm this as well, just before we break off, MK Dons have signed a late one. They have completed, just confirmed, they have completed the signing of Aberdeen captain Anthony Stewart on loan. So Aberdeen captain Anthony Stewart has joined MK Dons on loan. He was thought to be joining on a permanent deal earlier on in the day, but that deal is now just a loan deal. So Anthony Stewart of Aberdeen, the Aberdeen skipper, has joined MK Dons of League One. We're going to take a quick break, and then when we return in a couple of minutes or so, we'll sign off. And then, so just want to say a big thanks to everyone that's tuned in and people that's been involved with the stream as well. I'll do all that in a moment. We're just going to take a quick break. When we return, we'll be saying our goodbyes. Welcome back to the Commentary Hub's Transfer Deadline Day special. We've been live for the last 6 hours and 15 minutes across the Commentary Hub 2, JB Sports, Storm FM, Turton Talks Football, and our Twitch channel as well. A big thank you to everyone that's come on all throughout the day as well. Just want to say a big thank you to the people that's come on today. So I'll just run you through those who came on.
Before you do that, Russ, I've got some breaking news from Nottingham Forest. According to the Twitter page, 1 minute ago, time for one more.
So we'll just stay on for that one for the Keylor Navas deal to be confirmed in a minute or
Muted, Paul. If you're
Sue.
saying anything, Paul, we can't
Oh,
hear you.
we can't hear you, my friend. We're just waiting.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had my mic muted.
just got
Kayla
some-
Navas
just get
is a
some-
red. It's confirmed.
Cool, right.
Okay, we're just getting the news here now. 3 Nottingham Forest
There we go,
signings
got
on
it,
deadline day. The deal first just before 10 o'clock, 9:55 p.m. They signed Felipe, who joined Nottingham Forest from Atletico Madrid. 1.5 year deal for him. Right on the deadline, John Joe Shelby signed from Newcastle. 2.5 year deal. Now, just right now, biggest news: Keylor Navas has joined from Paris Saint-Germain for 3-time Champions League winner. He has joined on loan till the end of the season. So that news is just coming to us there right now. So that's just a big breaking news story there. Just gonna
Literally seconds ago as well. Literally
seconds ago, yeah.
Literally just seconds
Yeah.
ago there. We're just gonna
And
just,
I've
I'm just gonna go
casually
through.
now just switched over to Chelsea's Twitter just to see if we can get Enzo Fernandez before we leave as well.
Yeah, just going to go through and thank people that's been on today. We've had Richard Bond, who was on earlier. We've had the guests that we've had on. We've had Matthew Key as well. We've had Barry Swain, Leon Jones, Isaac Dilks as well, all coming on. We've had Paul James popping on twice in one day. What's all this about, Paul? Don't very often see you for quite a bit, and then I see you twice in one day.
Like buses.
And then, it's like buses, yes. We've had Luke Turton on for majority of the day as well. And then we've had Mike Arnhem, and then Mike Arnhem's come on as well. And we've just got some more breaking news, and this time it's come from Hull City to tell you about. And Hull City have just announced the signing, I can tell you, of Newcastle United goalkeeper. He was on the bench tonight in their game this evening against Southampton. But Caldolo is now a Tiger. Hull City has signed Newcastle United goalkeeper Caldolo on loan until the end of the season. So that deal has just been confirmed as well. So just want to say on behalf of everyone that's joined me today, as we just see.
Well, there's one more announcement.
As we've got some big news in a moment, which we'll go to in a minute. I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's come through today. Just some news here, which is just reaching us now. Big issue for Hakim Ziyech.
That's what I was going to
PSG
say.
and Chelsea signed the contracts, but were not sent back to be registered in time. Contracts are not validated as of now. Clubs are trying to find a solution.
Wow.
Well, if it's not sent in time, I don't think they can find a solution.
No, I don't think you can. No, that's right. I think it's if you haven't put through a deal sheet and the player's not signed, then you've got to wait till the summer. Yeah.
Yes, so just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's come on. Just want to say a big thank you to Paul and to Mike, who stayed with us right through to the end of our show today. Been on 6 hours and 20 minutes or so, near enough by the time we wrap up. So big thank you to everyone that's tuned in.
Only about an hour for me.
About an hour for Mike. 2 hours, an hour earlier, and a couple of hours now as well. Just over 2 hours now as well. So just over 3 hours for Paul on deadline day. Big thank you to everyone that's joined us as well. And I just want to say next time, Paul and Mike, if you do this deadline day stream, if you've got a yellow shirt or a yellow tie, wear that next time. But
I don't know. I don't like the colour yellow.
I'm not a massive fan.
Yeah.
Can I wear I don't know, pink?
Mike, we've all just on our point there, Mike. With Arsenal, you always think she wore a yellow ribbon.
Yeah, but we're not singing it this year, so we got knocked out by Man City.
Yes, maybe you can get a yellow ribbon and put that on your shirt next time, Mike, instead.
We'll see.
So, but big thank you for both of you for joining me, anyways. For all the way from Calgary in Canada, it's been Paul James this evening. All the way from HQ in Stevenage, it's been Mike, and me all the way in Yorkshire. I'm
still frantically trying to refresh Twitter every 5 seconds, just to the hope that we get this Fernandez deal.
The deal for Fernandez is not done yet. If that deal gets done, we'll put it out on our Twitter feed, a commentary live one, but it's not been done yet. Big thank you to Paul. Big thank you to Mike. Big thank you to everyone else who's joined us
There we go,
throughout the
Chelsea fans. I tried for you.
afternoon and evening. Well, from all of us here at the Commentary Hub, that JB Sports, Storm FM, Commentary Hub 2, Turtle Dogs Football, thank you very much for listening. We'll see you next time. Goodbye for now.